now live.
Perfect.
I guess I'll leave the Japanese audio on the stream for a moment, since there's nothing to see yet otherwise. I'm guessing you do not know any Japanese, Alex, but that is like completely fine.
Oh. Unfortunately not.
We're not going to have the Japanese audio on for very long. Also, I guess I'm like at the peak of my Japanese powers, which is not very high, but since I just came back from Japan myself.
Ah, really? How long were you there?
I was there for 2 weeks, so right now I'm unbelievably jet lagged. I've really been struggling to get back on a normal schedule. It's unfortunate because I was like ready to go day one after I went out, but coming back has just been brutal.
Yeah, I was in America in February, and the jet lag for me was also insane. Like, when we got back, it was basically, we got back in the middle of the night, but in Germany it was already in the morning. So, to combat jet lag, you had to stay awake for the day.
You just like completely lost a day of sleep. Yeah.
I fell asleep at like 10 and didn't put any alarms because I thought, yeah, it's good if I sleep. And then I woke up at like 1 p.m. So the next day I couldn't sleep in the evening because I slept for way too long.
Yeah.
Took like 1 or 2 weeks to get back to a normal schedule.
Right now we're just going over our commentating crew. It looked like our 2 color commentators are Akira Asahara, who has had kind of 2 different phases to his Magic career. He obviously had a lot of success in the early 2000s, but also had a bunch of success in the like 2019 to 2021 range. And the other person is Kensuke Kato. Well, actually, I'm a little surprised he's not battling. I wonder if he is. Let me check to see whether he's already queued.
Oh yeah, that's...
No, he's just on the broadcasting circuit at the moment, it looks like. It might be that he's so not queued that he wasn't actually going to appear in this RC anyway. Okay, so we're getting some information about what the plan is on this stream. So we'll get started in a couple of minutes with round 4, and I guess their hope is that since round 4 is currently going on right now, they're a little bit behind live. They're going to be able to use that to try to stay on an even schedule as the night goes on. So we'll see if that's right, but that's at least their plan. Our next slide is what is Magic? So it says it's a card game that started in 1993, and your goal is to get your opponent to 0, etc. Some information about how the system in Japan works to try to get to this regional championship. I don't know if you were aware of this, Alex. It took me 5 streams of this, 5 cycles, before I discovered that there's actually 2 levels of qualifiers in Japan. So if you win an, in quotes, invite at a store event, what you actually win is an invite to what's called an area qualifier. And then the area qualifiers are a second tier that you have to go through before you can reach the RC.
Oh wow. And what's with there was a second line on the right with like VPN Premium, I think.
Yeah. So there are a couple of big stores in Japan, like Big Magic and Heredia, and they're allowed to run direct qualifiers into the RC. So,
it's like the destination qualifiers we have in Europe.
Yeah, you can think of them that way. They're kind of they have the big tournament spaces, and so they have like, you know, kind of destination qualifiers or like mini GPs. Try to encourage larger events. This whole system is getting blown up for the next round. So they think that this system has kind of undervalued Japan in WotC's eyes, because these events only have like 250 players in them. This RC that we're about to watch has 262 players. And so because of that, WotC is only giving them 16 invites because it should be some percentage, like from their perspective, they think they're only getting some percentage of the number of people who actually play in the RC. So next season, they're going to try everyone who wins a store event will just qualify to the RC directly. And the RC is probably going to be about 1,000 players.
Yeah, similar to what we had in Europe, which makes a lot more sense.
Yeah, so I don't know if that's going to get them to change how many invites they get or not, but we will see.
Yeah, that's the important question. Like, I can understand keeping the system, but giving more invites.
Yeah.
But playing a 1,000-person event for 16 invites seems really rough.
It looks like we were just jumping in right in the middle. I assume we have some time walk magic, but we have an Is It Mirror to get ourselves started here.
Which is a good description for the tournament, I think.
Yes. Yeah, our first estimate is that it's about 1/3 Is It, maybe slightly more than that, depending on how some different decks are labeled. Would you say, I mean, so I have to assume, given the popularity of Is It and the fact that it had reasonable results last week, it was like what, 5 or 6 of the top 8 in Europe.
Yeah, I think it was 5 people,
and then like 3 of the top 4 or something like that.
Yeah,
that was anyone who is playing in this event this week has to have either chosen Is It or have a plan against it, right?
Yeah, most definitely. Like in Europe, there were a lot of people who weren't convinced yet that the deck was good, or that it was as good as it actually is. But I think after the results, you have to be aware that it's like the deck to beat, or the deck to play. And I can't imagine anyone coming here and not having a plan against the deck. We see in the top, very interesting, the Drake-Catcher, which I think a German team also played in Europe last week to day 2 results, but not Proto invites, unfortunately. But it acts as like a 5th and 6th copy of the Steel Cutter.
Sure.
For those who don't know the card, it's a 1/3 Prowess Vigilance that whenever it deals damage, it gets that many, I think, experience counters or something. And you can remove, I don't know how many counters to make a 2/2. 1 second.
I got it. It's in fact 3.
Ooh. 3, yeah.
Okay.
Like a 2/2 flying.
Interesting news from chat that there actually was a metagame slide that did not show up on stream, but does show up in on the MTG Japan Twitter. So I will find that between rounds, and we can take a look at it. Okay, so the situation on the board here is that Masashiro is down to 5 and is trying to set up defenses. So he played creature and passed, and Shoji is jamming.
Yeah, and probably has something with his last mana.
Yeah, so he did play a sorcery speed spell pre-combat. That's the 1 is the Prowess die. We started with a Storm Chaser's talent, and now we're going to have to figure out what is going under the bus. The Swift Spear having trample is incredibly annoying.
Yeah, I don't think there are any like really good blocks.
The Drake Hatcher being a 1/3 might just have to soak 3 damage up here. But we also are possibly just straight up dead to Monstrous Rage.
3, 5, 7, 10. Yeah, no, I think you survive with 1 HP.
At 1.
If you block everything. But then you're probably also dead.
Yeah, then you live at 1 with no board against your opponent having multiple creatures.
Yeah, get Monstrous Rage, yeah. You just...
Alright, so now then if we assume that Shoji does not have Monstrous Rage, can we afford not to soak any of the Swift Spear?
That's very difficult. Any burn spell also kills you here. So...
Well, there's the Rage.
Oh yeah, okay.
We don't have to worry too hard about this. Alright, so I will take this opportunity between games to find the deck lists. And I will post them over here in chat for us. So this is... I was kind of hoping that we were going to start from the beginning so that I would be able to get these up not in the middle of the match, but what can you do? So it was Masashiro Kuroda against Shoji Kimura. Do you have a sense of when someone stylizes their name in all caps, if that makes them better at aggro lists?
So, I haven't thought about that one before.
You're definitely presenting like you're aggressive. I don't know if it actually works. There's one other thing that I should have done for you, Alex, and I apologize. I'll do that right now. If you do not have a copy of my Twitch chat available, I can give you a direct link.
I have the Twitch open.
Okay, you just straight up have Twitch open. Perfect. Yeah, thank you very much, Andy. We will have a good day. Well, good evening at least, / morning. This is the 11th one of these that I've done, which is kind of crazy. I did the first one completely on a lark, and like I made the decision at 7 p.m. like, you know what, I'm just gonna stream for 8 hours tonight. But it was super fun, and then a lot of people like tuned in at the end. Like people woke up in Europe and found me, and it was like, now I can chase numbers. It was kind of dangerous. So we've actually done every one of the regional championships. Okay, so I have the decks here. Let's take a look.
Yeah, both of them are playing the Catcher, which is very interesting. And Kuroda is also playing 2 Hearth Elemental main.
Yes.
Which is also not stock, I believe. It's a bit of a more aggressive list, because the Hearth Elemental, compared to the stock up that the other player is playing 4 of.
Yeah,
he's also playing 3 stock up, so it's a bit of a mix. But the Hearth Elemental is a lot more aggressive because you can play it early to set up. You can only play it after you've exhausted your resources.
Note that Masashiro is not playing any copies of Slickshot.
Oh yeah, that's also because he's playing the Dragecatcher's main compared to Kimura, who's playing them on the sideboard.
Right.
I believe.
Yep, that's correct.
But I don't think no Slickshot seems very conservative. How do you say? Maybe he's expecting a lot of hate, which makes sense that a lot of people have a plan against this set. So the idea is probably to bring in more grindy threats like the Dragecatcher and then the Hearth Elemental late game, to not fall to like mono black decks or decks playing a lot of removal, which the Slickshot is weak against.
I have seen lists that I think shave the Slickshots also to have some sort of this town package, but it doesn't look like Masahiro's gone quite that far. Like, he does have creatures that survive shock, but he's not trying to get extra value from picking up his cutters or talents.
Yeah. But no Slickshot main also means he doesn't have to play any spell piercers, because Slickshot is the most important creature to protect.
Right.
And with him playing like more value creatures, he has a bit more space for more into the Floodmaw, which is better against lockdown, obviously. Or not necessarily better, but it's you don't have to have it in hand and the mana open when the lockdown resolves.
Yeah.
Oh, like we're in round 2.
All right.
And round 3 already, so Kuroda won the first one.
We are underway in game 3, and we have Swift Spear attacking through a Drake Hatcher.
Yeah, I don't think he blocked there.
Shoji adds his own Drake Hatcher and passes back. So much for the dream of making a Drake pretty quickly. here she comes. And we're going to play some spells.
Yeah, I don't think anyone wants to block in these early turns.
No.
Because...
Alright, so it's Floodmaw Opt, which is enough. So I spoke too soon, obviously. That's enough prowess that we will be able to make the Drake immediately.
And prevent the Shoji from making his own Drake next turn.
Yeah.
So...
The
very
power,
nice start here.
Yeah, the power of being on the play, right?
Yeah. But that's a lot what these mirrors come down to, I think. If you can just out-tempo your opponent early with bounce spells or removal. Oh, and we also see a Monstrous Rage.
Interesting. So we're going to be able to make 2 Drakes now. Note that Masashiro had a decision point there as he picked up a Burst Lightning at the end. And what I just said is... Oh, it's true. I lost track of how Drake Catcher works. I'm going to know this very well by the end of the stream, but we're just getting started, and I just woke up. For a brief moment, I thought you had to remove all of the counters to make anything happen, but in fact, you do not. So he could have held up Burst Lightning to attempt to pick a fight with this Swift Spear, which is obviously somewhat dangerous, but... or he could have just blown it out of the sky immediately, right?
Yeah, exactly. That's. I don't think you can like hold the mana open because it just goes to any instant.
Yeah.
But he definitely could have killed the Swift Spear. But I think at 18 life he just prefers making the Drake this turn, and then maybe killing the Swift Spear later, or another blocker. So he has more power to race his opponent down, since he's already very far ahead into the race. And I don't think he wants to play like a grindy game, especially looking at Shoji's mana base, I think.
Yeah.
The Masashiro is really happy. That he just has
two Shivan Reeves, so Shoji does not have a painless source of blue.
So 6 power on the board. 2 turn clock.
With the Burst Lightning rolled up as well.
Yeah, I assume that Shoji has something. So
I believe we saw a Monstrous Rage in Shoji's hand.
the Burst Lightning is not free yet, but if Masashiro is anything else, he can essentially just play the other spell, attack, and then Shoji would have to play the Burst Lightning first if he wants to get like good blocks. Oh yeah, here's an opt.
Right, we lead with opt, so the hand is land, Burst Lightning, land?
I mean, he can still attack for 7, and then if Shoji tries to get a good block with Monstrous Rage, he can then play the Burst Lightning in response. Because the Drake Catcher is already at 3 power, so there are no good blocks for Shoji right now.
Yes. Well, that's right, with the monster roll.
Exactly.
So that's 1 incubation counter, and the one off to the side represents 1 prowess proc so far this turn.
And if Shoji doesn't block, he can just Burst Lightning face and deal 2, 4, 6, 10 damage, which would mean that Shoji can't use his Shivan Reefs anymore.
Alright, so we're going to double block and rage the Drake Hatcher.
Yeah, that makes more sense than raging the Swift Spear.
Yeah, not going to get completely blown out here. Alright, so now
5/5?
we have to do some toughness math.
Yeah.
Is it even worth Burst Lightninging the Monastery Swift Spear? Because if we can't trade for the opposing Drake Hatcher anyway, then we're just going to get the Swift Spear in combat, and that's all that's going to happen.
Yeah. It's not an easy decision.
Unfortunate that...
I think you can decide what to kill. Because if you lightning the Hatcher, you can deal enough damage to trade. But then you also don't get the Drakes.
I would assume getting Shoji's Drake Hatcher off the board is kind of appealing to Masashiro, because at this point it seems like his path to victory is flying attackers plus Shivan Reef.
Yeah, I agree. the Drake Catcher, if he doesn't kill it, it gets, oh, interesting, 5 counters now. And then he probably also can't block it next turn, or doesn't want to block it.
Yeah.
So it can make it 2 Drakes. And now the game is a lot more competitive than I thought.
So we just burst lightning the Swift Spear, and the Drake Catchers bounce off each other.
Sorry, I misread the Drake Catcher. I thought it only had to deal damage, not damage to a player.
Yeah, it has to connect for the incubation counters to get stacked up.
But then it will probably attack this turn Masashiro. That's very interesting. Do you think if he'll block with the Drake Catcher to prevent any flying blockers?
I mean, I would certainly consider it. All right, so first play this turn is Cutter, and then obviously we're going to have the follow-up and make the Monk. The question is just, what is it going to be? We have a Torch.
We don't have any information about the hand, right?
We just got a quick peek.
Spell Pierce and something, I'm not sure, probably an Opt. A blue spell.
It was maybe another Drake Catcher?
Yeah, it's another Drake Catcher.
Attack, no block, 3 incubation counters. And so...
Also, he was the second Drake Catcher.
Also, no double spell.
Oh, also he wants to try to spell pierce something and then kill a Drake and then get the double spell off?
Sure, so get it on defense. Also, playing the spells on the opponent's turn must look a little bit more attractive as you need the power and toughness to block.
Yeah, exactly. It pumps up the Drake Catcher a lot, which is very important.
But Masashiro does not give a spell to make this possible, so we're going to just make a Drake and trade. And Shoji is not going to fire off the Torch the Tower? He's going to
That's
4.
surprising to me.
Okay, so on the plus side, this other Drake is taken care of. Like, we have the spell that will kill it. But now this Storm Chaser's talent threatens to get back a lethal Burst Lightning. So it seems like...
Yeah.
Shoji...
But he has the spell pierce for that, but...
He does have the spell pierce for that. Can he afford to let Masashiro pick up into the Floodmaw or whatever? Because he does have the option to just make a pure tempo play and spell pierce the... And this is what he's doing. Spell pierce the Storm Chaser's talent right now just so that we can't go to level 2 at the immediately with the mana that we have now.
We have to assume he's gonna kill the Drake in the end.
Yeah. You have to make the Monk at this point.
Yeah.
All right, but that did involve making blue mana to spell pierce, and so now Shoji's gone to 3.
Really rough spot with the land base. Which is probably the biggest, or maybe the only problem with this deck, is that your land base is a bit imperfect.
Cards in hand are Drake Hatcher number 2 and Monstrous Rage.
Did you play both of them pre-combat to make another token?
Okay, we're going to try to force through the Vigilant creature by moving the Cutter over to it.
Which also has the benefit of already attacking for 3, which is enough for 1.
Yep. So I guess Masashiro could kind of cheekily throw the Otter in front of it just to force Shoji to have another spell.
Yeah, depends what he wants to play for. I mean, he can just theoretically level up talent next turn and then wait 1 turn to kick Burst Lightning.
So he elects to block with the Drake Hatcher. Will soak 4 up, but running into Monstrous Rage is quite unfortunate. So getting both the power and the toughness correct here matters a lot, since we need the power to determine trample and whether or not we score a Drake immediately.
Only 2 counters.
And it looks like, it was only 2. So Masashiro can just immediately flood maw the Drake Hatcher right now. And with the second Storm Chaser talent, I assume that's the play.
Yeah, because then there has to be a jump block.
Yeah, this should force... Oh, did we just... What did we pick up? I'm surprised there was no attack.
Yeah. He's just saying you don't have a second spell pierce and you can't kill me next turn. And then next turn I will burst lightning you for 4. Which is, I don't think that bad of a plan. If he has another land in hand, he knows for sure that he can't get spell pierced and just wins.
That's true. I hadn't considered the fact that Masashiro is going to have enough mana that he could just pay for the spell pierce. Alright, no blocks. You can make your Drake, whatever. That's not how this game is going to be decided at this point. Alright, so we take a slightly different line, which is Burst Lightning you for 2 on end step, and then we were going to get back the Burst Lightning again with the other Storm Chaser talent and go for 2 more. Yeah, that's interesting. I would have been very tempted to Flood Maw the Drake Hatcher, especially because it couldn't be replayed without taking extra damage. So
yeah, that's right. That makes a lot of sense, because then also you can, with the second talent, you can pick up Burst Lightning next turn so he can't replay.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, the second talent seemed to unlock a lot of stuff, but I guess while you only have the one talent, then the Burst Lightning line looks better, but presumably Masashiro top decked the second one, and I don't know. Maybe it obviously didn't make any difference. I wonder to the extent...
Yeah, I'm sure he had reasons. Probably also like already thought about it a lot before top decking the second talent.
Yeah.
Then maybe just missed the line or decided against it for one reason or another.
That was certainly a position where there were a lot of lines that were relatively close to each other, and I mean, I'll obviously advocate for my own, but not very strongly.
Yeah.
Alright, let's see if we have some time walk magic, and in the meantime I will try to find this tweet that was put in chat about the metagame. Yeah, okay, so I'll bring this up if we are definitely between rounds. But let me bring up the Japanese audio for a second to try to figure out if we do have time walk magic. It looks like we're potentially getting a winner's interview, which usually means that the round is over.
Masashiro さんが来ましたら皆さんね、もう盛大な拍手でお迎えいただけたらと思っております。
Yeah, I was starting to say I'm like about as good at Japanese as I'm gonna get right now, but translating people talking about magic is hard because there's a lot of jargon.
最初の質問としては、肩着ですよね。肩着か肩着じゃないかでちょっと今。大丈夫ですか？よかったです。はい。
僕も最初にそこは否定させていただきました。ちゃんと
まず入りが怖い。はい。
ピンクジェイスって言われてます。
ピンクジェイス、はい、そうですね。
They call him Pink Jace as he walks by since he had the hoodie up.
今日調子いいですね。
調子今4戦全勝。
I mean, he did bounce a lot of.
Also true. He didn't really brainstorm that much though.
Yeah.
あれ使ってると
特別なスリーブでしたもんね。
相手側に向けてシャッフルするっていうのをちょっと覚えまして。
なるほど。
で、
相手の方に向けてシャッフルして、そして相手の方に向けて7枚並べる。
あ、そう。
これ番外戦術がすごいな。威圧感がすごいんですよ。
いやでも普通にやっぱりカード強いですね。あんまり氷こう引いてないんですけど、
なんかやっぱ
それでも普通。
He's saying I didn't draw a single
4
core
ラウンドや
steel
って
cutter, but
ミ
whatever.
ラーミラーミラー黒タンなんで、ま
I
あ
mean, I think in this
やっ
matchup,
ぱ
the
り
Drake
ドレ
catcher
イ
is
クハッチャー
on the play
良
at least
かったな。
probably
まあまあ
better than
メイ
the
ンからですか
cutter.
うん
And like how we
目
saw,
立ちたがりは今
especially
回
when he
挑
ran
戦の結
out
果
of
抜いたんで
spells
入ってない
for turn, it
あ、そう
didn't
なん
matter
です
because
全部
the Drakes can still attack.
Yeah.
そこが
While
まあ
like
当たった
your 2-2 or 1-1 Prowess monks probably can't
そんな感じ
into the opponent's Drake catcher,
まあ
and it's also a great blocker.
はいあれが強いなっていうことになりました
It's not
Yeah, but
easy
it's a
to,
lot to getting bounced.
ベーシックなまあその UI
not easy to see on melee, but he was saying his opponents were mirror, 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 and something else.
まあ半分以上はミラーマッチやろうっていう話になって一応こういう構成にして
He's probably gonna play the
ただ
mirror
ドメイン
a
と
few more
か
times.
普通のコントロールとか
Yeah, we have the problem of is it being heavily represented and also floating to the top. So
3枚抜くんですけど
It's just the best deck. But this list is very good in the mirror, I suppose.
あそうなんだただちょっと朝原さんが
Stick shot is probably a
印象操作になっ
bit
ちゃうのかな
worse in the mirror
発言され
because
てまして
people bring in a lot of
黒
removal
田さんが
and
ちょっと
bounce
若い芽を
spells.
積んでるんじゃないかと
sure, and if you're
Uh,
bringing
well,
in something that's going to kill a creature, it's going to kill Slick Shot, and Slick Shot doesn't save like protect itself by just opting or whatever, the same way that Monastery Swiftspear does.
Exactly, and like the Drake catcher is really good against most removal,
Mm-hmm.
especially once it was the monster roll. I think it's just immune to anything not bounce belly from the Izzet decks. So, and you want to put the Monster's Rage on it early, right?
Yes.
Because then it makes the most Drake, so it's really good in the mirror if you have it like turn 2 and it doesn't get bounced. And
Alright.
it's also a lot more safe to put the Rage on it. Because you can just play another Prowess spell first, like a Opt or something. And then you don't have to worry about any removal from the opponent. Because it already has 4 toughness. While, like if you play turn 1 or turn 2 the stick shot, it's probably just gonna get killed. Or even if you plot it, it can get killed because the bud doesn't grow.
Mm-hmm.
It only improves its power.
Oh. Alright, this is a fun challenge for me to just translate this on the fly, but I've got the metagame post up. It is in fact 88 copies of Izzet.
That's a lot.
Then that's like the same as the next 5 combined or so. 32 Jeskai, 15 Gruul, 13 Mono Red, 12 Dimir, 12 Domain, and 11 Azorius Omniscience. Then we're down into decks that are into single digits. Esper Pixie. Mono Black.
Let me
Demons.
pull off the stats for the stream in Europe. How many decks were played at the RC last week? Because it was very different. So we can compare a bit. Yeah, it's like twice the amount of Prowess decks. We had 16% Prowess in Europe. Then Mono Red also halved. It was so opposite. It was 10% Mono Red, and now it's only 5. Pixie was also 10% and is now 3.5.
Yeah, Pixie's gone way down.
Biggest corner. Yeah, because the stats from Europe said it's bad against Izzet, and then it probably doesn't make sense to play it. Oculus, way up, a bit up. It was at 8%, now it's at 12%, which makes sense. You would expect more Oculus because it was a really good call in Europe. It was good against most of the meta game. I'm not completely sure about the Prowess matchup, but it should be okay. And then it makes sense to play the deck, I think. Omniscience also halved. It was 8% Omniscience in Europe, and now 4%, which I don't completely understand. I think the deck is pretty good right now. And it had bad stats in Europe, but it's also depending on the version. Like the old version with Invasion had like a 74% win rate, I think. and the new version that doesn't need the invasion because you can loop the Marang River regions had a 53% win rate. And Team Treccani, the Italian team that invented the deck, had, I think, something between 60 and 70% win rate on the deck. So if you can play it really well, it's pretty good in the current metagame, I think. It's also very interesting that the Jeskai control deck just completely fell off.
Yeah, only 8 copies here.
Probably because it also doesn't have as good of a matchup as the people thought. And then, yeah, more domain, more Dimir especially makes sense because Dimir good against Oculus and I think also okay against Prowess. Had a not that good of a win rate, but a very good conversion rate in Europe, which means that if you're very good with the deck, you will perform. But if you're very bad, you will also get, not very bad, but if you're not that good, you will get punished very heavily, so it's a very skill-intensive deck.
It looks like there are in fact 260. 2 people registered but did not show up. Alright, so there we go. That's what we got. I think I'm at least familiar with everything except possibly what these people are doing playing mono white.
Yeah. They're probably very hyped on the Elspeth.
Yes.
But I still don't think it's a good choice. I'm very interested about the Teemo mid-range decks.
I bet those are actually otters, but I have not looked.
Yeah, that makes... Oh, I also saw one Teemo Prowess list at the 3-0 lists earlier, I think. So maybe it's one Otter player and one...
Oh, wow.
Teemo Prowess.
Yeah, I wonder if that got subsumed into the Is It totals.
Oh, yeah,
though, if so, that's not... I mean, it's somewhat different. There's no Swift Spear, there's no Slick Shot in this Teemo Prowess deck. It is kind of a wild beast.
Yeah, it's a bit similar. There was one group in Europe that played a Is It Prowess deck that didn't play any creatures besides Thunder Trap Trainer.
Sure.
And the list also didn't perform that bad. It's a bit more control-y and has like an insane late game, obviously, because you have all of the talent loops. You play a bit more grindy to get to more mana, and then you can offspring your otters. But I think that's also a bit different. The Teemo Is It deck is playing the Questing Druid for value.
Yep.
Which is a bit of a... So it's a bit of a mix between Mog's Gruul list and the normal Is It list.
Yeah.
Which I'm not sure is that good, but... It's a 3-0, so... It was a 3-0, so...
3-0 now, 4-0 in fact, so hopefully we'll get to see this at some point before it falls off if it does.
Yeah, I'm also very interested about the 15 people playing Gruul, if they are playing like a Gruul Mice build with a talent, or if they are playing a Gruul Prowess list, similar to Mocked, because the Gruul Prowess list was like, I think the worst performing deck in Europe from the win rate. So, it's probably the Mice build, I imagine. I don't think you look at the win rates and say that's the deck I want to play.
Yeah, just clicking through a few of these, it does look like many of them are, in fact, Mice.
Yeah, that makes more sense.
Ooh. We're back, but what are we back with? I'm not sure. Let me turn the volume up for a second and we'll see if we can find out. We've switched out the commentators to the other pair. Now we're actually going to take a look at the metagame. We jumped the gun apparently. Okay, so I mean I'm all ready. I've got the translation up ahead of time on our stream. Interestingly, 2 of the 3 Azorius Artifacts players are among the players to watch.
There was also one Azorius Artifact player really high at the tables in Europe, and I think also in the feature match at one point. So it seems like that could be better than people give it. How how do you say?
Right, it's like
I think a bit of an unexplored archetype, and I think we have reached a critical mass of cards that are good in the deck. That it's probably a good contender to play if you have a lot of experience on it. But
we
yeah,
also may see some kind of cascade effect if it does well, because 2 of the 3 pilots that are playing artifacts here are very good at Magic. So that might kind of skew the numbers slightly.
That's always the thing with like decks that are very underplayed but only played by good players. Is it the deck or is it the player?
Yeah.
Also a lot more, I can't say a lot, but like 9 mono black demons players is I think a lot more percentage than it was in Europe. But it also makes sense because supposedly the deck is good against aggro.
You would think that Prowess presents a pretty easy target, right? Like if you could kill a bunch of 1 and 2 mana creatures, like imagine if you had access to Fatal Push.
Yeah, but the problem is that like the cutter creates a lot of 1/1s, so
That's
you need
right.
a lot of Fatal. Someone in chat is saying that there's a Rakdos midrange player at 4-0, which makes more sense to me than just mono black, because with red you get a lot of artifact removal. Especially like raid is probably really good against Asset. And then there's also a new one from I think Ether Drift, that's a 3 mana spell that can do both things of a braid, so it can destroy an artifact and deal 3 damage to a creature. So it's a pretty clean answer to Kata.
It sounds like exactly what you're looking for.
Yeah. It's a bit expensive, yeah, you could already be very behind if the only thing you do is wait for turn 3 and play it. But in combination with other spells, pretty nice.
Alright, we've reached our favorite between rounds activity on the stream, which is just indiscriminately cracking collector boosters. So I'm going to take this opportunity to update the players to watch. So actually I'll do that by scrolling the metagame off for a second. Let's see how people are doing here. So people will make day 2 at 5 and 2, and some people will make it at 4-2 and 1, and maybe 4-3 is not dead, but you probably have to go 4-0 to 4-3 if that's the case. Brutal start for the players to watch. Is anyone going to win a match? The first 3 that I looked at all lost.
That's rough. Ah, yeah, okay. Shota pulls through.
Right here, Ayama coming through. Ray is a master. So I'm not surprised to see that. Keisuke is not reported yet. Make this a little bit taller. Oh. Akira lost, but, I mean, someone had to win this match. It was between Akira and Yuta Takahashi.
Okay.
Stream is struggling. Riser's match is not done yet. And now for the people at the bottom who are playing not to get scrolled off. Shuhei Nakamura survives. Ken Yukihiro survives. Okay, so kind of a bloodbath, but the tournament is small. It's not too shocking to see this happen.
I'm very interested in Julia's Otter's list, because I can't really imagine the deck that struggles against mono red being good in the is it Prowess RC, but it seems like he's doing okay.
It looks like there is only 1 match left to report, so that means that this one must be done now. And Keisuke did get it done and goes to 4-0. As did Riser. I don't know much about this Delirium deck. We're trying to combo in some way with like an infinite fear of missing out thing or something.
Let me look up the deck lists real quick.
I just kind of assumed that was what was going on, but I don't actually know for sure.
Here we go. 1 second.
Oh yeah, Chad, I'm not paying attention to these collector boosters very closely, but it's, correct me if I'm wrong, it's true that the like the numbered cards are only in English, is that right? So we can't open like a true bomb. Serialized, that's the word I'm looking for. You should forgive me for not having a full vocabulary here at 1 a.m. Awesome.
The Delirium deck is only like the classic aggressive version that used to see a bit more play before attack here.
Gotcha.
So the idea is just to fill your graveyard as quick as possible and get Delirium, and then just this enables all of your strong aggressive cards, like the 1 mana 3/3 or the what's the other one? 2 mana the Wicker Folk that gets pumped if you have Delirium and Trample.
Yeah, that's right.
Always it's a 2 mana 3/2 haste. That's +1/+1 Trample. Then obviously FOMO, and then the deck got a big upgrade with Terza. And one of the big upsides of the deck is that you can play some Pyroclasms without hitting most of your own creatures.
Oh, that sounds
you
quite
have
good. Yeah.
the Curator 4 times main, which is really good against deck like Omniscience. And it's just generally a bit of a bigger aggro deck.
Yep. Well, you often hear people talk about how you want to be like slightly larger than your opponent, but
yeah, exactly. You always want to be
it is
one step bigger.
Interesting question whether or not like the step has to be relatively small, because I feel like the Izzet deck does a very good job of going under things that have a plotting start.
The problem is also that the Izzet deck can go over a lot of things, which is the main problem why Pixie is so bad right now. Because in kata games, it just gets outvalued in the late game. So
yeah,
sometimes you have to be the beatdown, which is not that easy, especially if you play like a more grindy list. Something I wanted to mention is that in the Delirium list, Ishimura is playing 1 Monstrous Rage main because it's an open deck list tournament.
You gotta keep them.
One Pyroclasm.
Keep them honest,
so your
right?
opponent keep them guessing.
I can like almost squeeze everything on here. Maybe if I do this and then that.
I think the winner of the European RC had like 14 or 15 individual sideboard cards. Which are like a lot of similar cards for matchups, but the opponent has to memorize all of them. And a teammate of mine who made day 2 with Pixie had also like a ton of one-offs. He had, I think, the most individual cards of any Pixie deck played at the RC.
That's funny. I do like the idea of like trying to basically eat up your opponent's like time looking at your deck list by having them ask questions about a bunch of cards that are like functionally identical to other cards.
Yeah, what came up for me a lot, I also played Pixie, is in Melee, it didn't load the pictures for the target cards, and it only played the text, but not the mana cost. And I was playing 1 new target card, that's a 2 mana edict that exiles the graveyard.
Sure.
And then exiles a creature your opponent's control, that's tech against Oculus. And every opponent I played against asked me, how much mana does the card cost? Is it a sorcery? I mean, that makes a lot of sense, right? You don't want to, on your turn, get edict if you didn't play around it because you thought it was a sorcery or something.
Okay, the situation is that all of round 4 is done, and we are waiting for round 5 to be paired. So we should have live magic pretty soon. You see the caster here looking through a bunch of paper stapled together. They have a slideshow that has all of the different cards that they can bring up, and it's printed out and the casters have access to it. So sometimes you will hear them say, can we like bring up slide 47 or something to talk about, whatever. New cards from Tarkir or a primer on how the Prowess deck works or whatever.
I mean, that a lot of new cards from Tarkir that are seeing play, right?
Yeah.
Obviously Kata, but I saw a list recently with like what was played in Europe, and it was a lot more cards than I thought. Especially like in the sideboard. There are like the 2-mana, what's it, Wilderness Reclamation? No, not Wilderness Reclamation, that's something different. The 2-mana instant that destroys artifact, enchantment, or exiles something from a graveyard.
Yeah,
so,
yeah.
A lot to play. Then obviously we have some mono-white players playing Elspeth. We have the Glacial Dragon Hunt and the Oculus deck.
Mm-hmm.
Let me think of... There are more, but I can't think of them right now. Yeah, the Omni decks are obviously all playing... most of them are playing Voice of Victory in the sideboard.
Yes.
And
Heritage Reclamation, that's what it's called.
Yeah, exactly, that's what I meant. Shiko, obviously, the Marang River Regent, the Blue Exhale, the Blue Dragonstorm sees a lot of play in the new Omni lists, because otherwise you can't combo without Invasion. So for the viewers that don't know the new combo, if you have Omniscience out, and you have 2 Marang River Regents, and at least one of the Blue Dragonstorms, you can cast 1 Regent, which returns the Dragonstorm to your hand, play the Dragonstorm, draw 2 cards, discard 1, play the second Regent, this returns the Dragonstorm to your hand, and bounce the first Regent. And this is a loop where you can draw your whole deck. And then you pick up, most lists are playing 1 Founding of the Third Path, which has Reader Head, and on step 2 mills 1 player for a card. And then you can just loop this to mill your opponent. And it's also good in the early game because you can use it to mill yourself and then maybe later cast the reanimation spell from your graveyard.
That's very cute.
And if you mill your Wincon, you can then pick it up with your own reanimation spell that also reanimates Omni.
Sure.
So you don't have to play 4 dead cards that are only good to combo, which makes the deck a lot better.
It's true. It's also just a 6/7.
Yeah. Like, there are some builds, some people aren't playing the Invasion. Not the Invasion, the Saga, the Founding of the Third Path. And then the idea is just, you play all 4 Marang River Regents. You draw most of your deck. You have like 4 counter spells. You have Omniscience open. And then good luck to your opponent winning the game.
We have 8
Yeah,
tables.
Trezor's obviously also a new card.
We have 8 tables in the 4-0 bracket. And we have avoided a mirror. There is no is it action, but there are 5 Prowess decks among the 6 Prowess decks. There's 6 of the 8 tables have a Prowess list on it.
7. Is it aggro deck? Is it aggro or is it also Prowess?
The Is It Aggro deck is also Prowess.
Then we have a mirror too, right?
Oh, you are correct. Table 6 is a mirror.
So 7 Prowess decks out of the 16 undefeated players.
Whew.
Oh no, 8, but 1 is Timur. So 8 Prowess decks?
Yes.
Among 16 undefeated teams.
That's
Just like
right.
the round before with 16 Prowess decks among 32 undefeated players.
So hopefully what we're going to see is a match of beat them versus join them. Like maybe we'll get Is It against either Mono Black or Omniscience or Jeskai or something. But we'll see. It is hard not to feature Is It every round when it is this big a share of the winner's metagame.
Yeah, but it's an insanely big share, right?
Yes.
Like, I remember I played the Spotlight Series in Utrecht, where like Breach was obviously the best deck. It was after Darcy in America, where it was obviously the best deck, and only like 10% of the field. I mean, it's a GP, so there are a lot more casual players and players just play their deck, but only 10% of the field when it was this good, and now Isid here has 33% of the field.
It looks like we have Masashiro Kuroda again. Is that right? Is this the player that we saw in the previous round? Our guess for what the Isid percentage is going to be at the US RC? I mean, I would guess slightly under 33%, just on the fact that basically what Alex just said, that at like a GP kind of event, you would expect a lot of people to bring a lot of pet decks, things that they've been practicing, and it's like not necessarily able to jump onto the bandwagon as quickly. And the US event is going to have like 1,500 people in it, right? Compared to this Japanese event, which is 260 people who are all kind of at a higher tier than I would say the average US RC competitor, given that there's an extra stage of qualification in Japan.
Exactly, yeah. I was about to say, if you have to do an extra layer of like qualifications, it's more likely to be more players who would just try to play the best deck.
Yeah.
Especially, like GP level. I can talk for myself also a bit too. This is a lot easier to just tell yourself that, you know how to beat the deck. Your plan against the deck is good. I think everyone in Utrecht told me they have a good matchup against Breach. They tested it. It's very good, and then they didn't. So I think it's a bit similar in the US, that there are a lot of people who think they have a good Isid plan. And then there is some people, obviously, who will have a good Isid plan. But for most of the people, it would have been better to just play Isid.
Yeah. All right, I've got deck lists in chat. Well, yeah, this was in fact it's 2 levels to reach the Japanese RC, which is why it is so small. I think Japan could fill out 1,000-person tournament if they wanted to, and we will discover whether or not that's true next cycle, because they are they're going to a US model in the future. Now, hold on a second. I saw Jeskai cards there.
We don't have this. Yes. It's Jeskai Oculus versus Mono Red, I think.
Is this actually table 1?
Yeah.
I got confused by the sleeves. All right, retract what I just said. This should be Isid from Yuta Yokokawa against Atsuki Kihara, who is playing a Jeskai list.
So the Isid player probably just had a hand that didn't have any blue cards. That's also why he mulled.
Yes.
Because I only saw like 2 mountains and some red cards. But it's mono red. But the other players on Jeskai Oculus.
All right, so that is in the hands
and
of
hoping
Atsuki Kihara. And let me get this off the screen. Update, and then let's put deck lists in chat again. There we go. Atsuki Kihara is someone who should have been on the players to watch if he isn't. He has 4 GP top 8s to his name and has peaked at like 2100 elo. He's a legit player. We're underway with the classic battle, Heartfire Hero versus...
Oh no, it's mono red, so it's another table.
Did I get it wrong twice? There was a different Isid versus...
Wada versus...
Yeah.
Kazuhiro Noine.
So Kazuhiro...
So no Isid, it's mono red against Jeskai.
Alright, I'll get this set up.
And he found the discard outlet. So we saw earlier he has the reanimation spell in hand, but he didn't have a discard outlet. And now his hand just looks really nice. Yeah, he has like the perfect start. Mako, removal, and then turn 3 Oculus. But he's already down to 10 life, so... Oh no, 15 only then. Oh no, 10, right, that's right. I thought for a second. I saw it wrong. And he found a sheltered by Ghost. Okay, so it just needs to... Wait, did I saw?
There we go.
Sorry.
Real
So he's probably waiting a turn because he wants to jump block here and then next turn reanimate Oculus and then put the shelter on the Oculus. Which makes sense more mana-wise, right? Because he has two 2-mana spells he can cast next turn. And now the Terza just pumps up Dimako, makes 2 good blockers, and then either both die and he trades and he can still play Oculus sheltered.
Double Witch's Frenzy. Holy crap.
Yeah, that...
Well, so much for that plan.
Yeah.
Alright, well, here's a big eyeball. Will this stabilize?
I was thinking if he maybe wants to reanimate Terza just so he can get the life right now. But yeah, the eyeball is probably still the better choice. Makes extra blockers. And now with both friends is gone. I haven't looked at the deck list yet, but I don't think there's a third.
There actually is
very unlikely.
There actually is a third one, but Yuki actually doesn't have the mana to play it, right?
Oh yeah, he also needs another land.
Since the Oculus now does have Ward 1.
Now it gets really tricky because if he has a Monster's Rage, the blocks are not very good for Kazuhiro.
Alright, so Heartfire Hero, activate Valiant, no attacks.
Okay, that means that there's no Monster's Rage in Yuki's hand. Or at least Kazuhiro can be pretty sure of that.
We must be clear to attack for 6, right?
Yeah, he has to. There's no... I don't think there's a good enough reason to stay behind, especially because now Yuki could have enough mana for the third Frenzy, or could find a Monster's Rage.
Yeah, you gotta get your 6 life while you can. So this will make the life totals 12 to 11.
But still very insane start from Yuki. I thought like Kazuhiro has the best start he can have.
Yeah.
And it was still super close. Is the sheltered a one-off? Most likely.
That was Winter Night Stories. The play from Kazuhiro, draw 3, then discard 2 or a creature.
Yeah, that's what he... So he did discard a 2, so most likely either doesn't have a creature or one he values a lot. But I assume he was just taking, yeah, exactly, for the removal spell.
Flip the 2 cards up that were manifested, revealing Steamcore Scholar and a land.
Exactly. For those watching who don't know, if you manifest cards and then lose or win the game, you have to reveal them before the next game if you're sideboarding. I'm not 100% sure why, but it's part of the rules. In open deck lists, it doesn't matter really, but in closed deck lists, or like especially in like limited, it's a lot more important for your opponent to have the information which cards could have been hidden.
Right, also to make
to
make sure that the card that you put face down is actually in the format or in your deck, but as you say, in open deck lists it's less relevant.
So it is a one-off sheltered by Ghost main, which was the norm in Bologna, but I thought maybe with like people expecting an uptick of Visit, they would play a bit more.
And it was certainly worth its weight in gold in that game.
Very yeah. Did exactly what it's in the deck for.
Alright, so we have a moment we can watch the player's sideboard. Curious what you think the mono red deck is going to bring in here.
Probably some lynxes, I can imagine.
Yeah.
Because the Jeskai land base is not the most basic friendly, and it also turns off the sheltered life gain. I don't think Torture Tower will come in. I don't think Magebane Lizard will come in. That's maybe, but I haven't played enough Mono Red to say for sure. Ghost Vacuum definitely comes in.
Yeah.
I think that one is obvious. Stop the Oculus before it gets back.
Right, so...
And I could imagine another frenzy coming, looking at how the first game went.
Yep. I guess you're gonna...
You also have to look at what are, like, line. Probably trim some Burst Lightnings.
Yeah, it looks like the Burst Lightnings and the Lightning Strikes are the least impactful, but you don't want to go down to nothing against, like, the Steam Core Scholars and Marauding Makos of the world.
Yeah, probably the Lightning Strike is worse than the Burst Lightning.
Yeah.
So I think these two will definitely get cut. And to Ghost Vacuum, and then maybe I could also see maybe exchanging some of the creatures. So if you say you want the Lynx, you cut some of your other threats. But I'm not 100% sure about the sideboard plan.
Then we look over at the Oculus list.
Yeah, the Oculus list doesn't have too much going on the sideboard. The Brotherhood's End will most likely come in. The second Sheltered by Ghosts, obviously.
Yeah, it looks like a slam dunk.
Maybe Exercise and or High Noon, but I'm not really sure about those. Exercise kills like creatures once they get big enough. It kills the Ghost Vacuum. So just, I see the Exercise, I see Sheltered and Brother's End. This High Noon is really good against Izzet, but I think against this Mono Red deck it doesn't do that much.
Right, the Mono Red deck doesn't have the same kind of card velocity, so...
Yeah, the individual cards are better, so it doesn't get hurt by only getting to play one per turn that much. What do you cut? Probably Winter Night Stories, just very slow. Doesn't really do anything in the matchup. You could maybe... Oh yeah, maybe cut the Spell Pierce. Because you... won't be that reactive, I think. A lot of you, like the actual Dragon Hunter sorcery speed, you have to play a lot in your turn. Like, all of your creatures, obviously, the reanimation spells. And then there's not that much to Spell Pierce. Like, the Graveyard Hate just comes down really early, where you probably won't be able to always hold up the Spell Pierce. But I could see it staying in if you really want to, like, protect your Shelters. But it's one of the cards that is more likely to get cut. You could also, I could see cutting one Recommission or Helping Hand, but more likely Recommission. Because you think that there's more Graveyard Hate coming in. So you want to trim that a bit. But with only 2 vacuums, you could possibly also still keep them in. I think anything else is nice to have. Like, obviously you want the Braid, you want Torture Tower. Maybe cut a Prof, because it's also... But it makes really strong blockers, so it's... All of the cards do something, it's a bit difficult. You obviously want your Oculus, Terza, all of your creatures.
I guess I could see shaving Prof from the perspective of A, it's legendary, and B, it doesn't... Especially on the draw, it doesn't necessarily help you stabilize.
And we are already...
Alright, we've elected to recommission a Steam Core Scholar as the first permanent on Kazuhiro's side, besides lands. As the mice continue to accrue on Yuki's side, here comes Terza. Oh no, never mind, it's a Screaming Nemesis. My bad. Well, we're not blocking that one.
Yeah.
And Hardfire Hero
Nemesis is really good in the matchup. Because it always kill something when you kill it.
Yeah.
All of the removal is, unless except sheltered, but everything else is damage based. Most of your own creatures, unless with profs here, are not that big. And even then, like, the Steam Core Scholar doesn't want to block the Nemesis.
Steam Core having Vigilance looks very good here. We'll get to load up a bunch of counters as we go proft into FOMO. And this is kind of a inflection point for Yuki. If we can't do anything about this Steam Core Scholar right now, it's going to become unremovable.
Yeah, it's basically, if we can't kill it right now, it will just be a race between the Nemesis and the Scholar, because the Scholar will never block the Nemesis, but
right.
Yuki also can't block the Scholar. Ah, okay, so there's
now
a
we
removal
do
spell.
have the Witch Stalker Frenzy at the perfect moment. That is problematic for Kazuhiro. All right, there's Steam Core number 2, so this is going to regenerate a 5/5
Oh, there's no
immediately.
Shelter for Ghosts, which is
Oh, we have
helps a
some
lot with the Nemesis.
sheltered. You're right. Do we have the white mana to play it? We do. That was a
And interestingly, he puts it on the FOMO just because he wants to get the value right now. Not sure if he has Delirium. It doesn't look like. Oh, it does. Okay, he has Delirium. Yeah, then it makes a lot of sense to just put it on the FOMO, get your 10 life.
yeah.
And
This
then,
is
yeah, then now it's over. I don't think there's anything Yuki can do now.
that was a gross interaction. I've like seen people say that we should be playing Proft in Oculus, but I've never actually seen it pop off quite like that with FOMO, where the second attack phase represents an additional set of counters.
Yeah, that's the... Like, if FOMO goes off, it's really good in the deck. Also, some lists are still playing Inti, and Inti also triggers again with FOMO.
Yes.
So, you can get, especially with, like, a Mako out, you can get a ton of them. Yeah, that was really fast. Sheltered by Ghost is just so good in the matchup. Especially because there are no... what's the card called? The 1-mana red spell that can't be countered. And no Lymphomantic Barrage in
Yes.
the
Yeah.
Yuki sideboard. So Sheltered gets a lot better. But I mean, in this case, if you just attack for 10 and gain 10 life, you don't care that much if
Yeah,
your
okay.
Sheltered gets removed afterwards.
You can kill my creature now, whatever. Especially since there was a Steam Core Scholar waiting to pick up counters next turn anyway.
Yeah, that was disgusting.
Alright, I'm hoping that we get some backup magic, because that happened very quickly. That
Yeah,
was literally the first match that's reported, which is very rare to have that happen in the feature match area. And if it happens to be one of the other 3 matches where I already got the links to the deck lists, that would be ideal. Alright, here we go. What do we got? Certainly is it on the left, but that doesn't narrow it down very much.
Yeah. Is it Mirror again?
It is the Is It Mirror. And this game is over.
No, I think it's against Timur, right? Because
you're
I saw
right.
the Glacial Dragon Hunt, and I think only the Timur players playing the Glacial Dragon Hunt in the Izzet deck, which is also very interesting, right? We've only seen it from the Jeskai decks. But it's probably not that bad, right? It's a removal spell, so it's nice in the mirror. It can loot away your bad cards. We saw in the earlier mirror that sometimes you just flat out on lands. And then you can also flash it back, which helps with Cutter for your second spell. So I'm very I think it's only good, but makes the most sense if you're also playing half elemental, like he is. Because then you play out your hand, You play half elemental for 1 mana. It has 4 power, and then you can use it to harmonize the spell, and only have to pay 3 mana. Then loot again, trigger cutter, and a really nice sequence probably.
Those 2 cards go together very well.
Yeah.
So the only green in the main to make this thing a teamer deck is the questing druids. I guess we have
Moment of Truth. It's interesting.
A random obstinate Baloth in the sideboard against Hopeless Nightmare, but that's just to keep people honest, I assume. We're not playing multiple copies of that.
Yeah. I had a... I mean, it makes more sense in Timur if you could actually cast it.
Yeah.
In Bologna, I had a opponent who had 2 Baloths in the sideboard, and I was super sure that he would not bring them in, because they are like so bad if I don't have Nightmare.
Yes.
All of your individual draws are very important in the matchup, and it's just a dead card. And then we finish game 1, and he takes out 2 cards off his sideboard, slams them face down on the table, and says, "These 2 are definitely coming in." And then I look at him, I take like 4 cards from my main and say, "Oh, these 4 are definitely coming out." And then I start game 2 with turn 1 Nightmare, and he looks at me really surprised. Because he was confident that I would cut all of them.
That is so funny.
He's playing 4 Hour of Truth, not Hour, Moment of Truth main, the Timur player, which is also something I haven't seen. But it also makes more sense with the Hearth Elemental, right? Because it's also filling the graveyard a bit.
Right, and Hearth Elemental does count other cards that have an adventure. So it's everything except Cutter and Talent count towards reducing Hearth Elemental's casting cost. We're not playing any Swift Spear or Slickshot or Drake Hatcher in this Timur list.
I mean, it's a really cool list. I'm sure there was a lot of testing and like thought went into this list. There are a lot of cool cards other lists aren't playing, so I'm very interested to see how it plays out.
I guess the one...
As opposed to...
Oh, go ahead.
Sorry? No, I wanted to say, I suppose it's probably good in the mirror, because if you put that much thought into like your individual deck list and the Izzet Seeds, you probably have like a plan on how to beat your mirror.
We're not...
In this case...
We've got 4 braids coming in, right? We're not skimping
on
the hate.
That's... Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. I didn't look at the sideboard. Yeah, 4 braids definitely help with the mirror. And the other upside is probably that the quest in the mirror you don't want the stock ups, right? Because they are very slow and you die. While like the Hearth Elemental is still a threat.
Yeah.
And doesn't cost that much mana, so you can use it late to draw into more removal or interaction. Yeah, the Izzet list is playing once again 2 Drakecatcher main, 1 on the side. Also 1 Hearth Elemental, but nothing to specifically like set it up. Probably gonna cut this 3 stock up, bring in some Torch the Tower, maybe a Pyroclasm or into the Flatmar most likely, and the Drakecatcher. So just more interaction and good threats that can also block, like we saw on. Well, I'm not sure what the Timur Prowess player is gonna cut.
I've been looking at Monitor 2 to look at the deck lists, but we've also spent a long time shuffling, so I'm guessing that there were some mulligans that happened here.
Oh, interesting. Stock up. Okay, so stock up is still in the deck. So
that is interesting.
I'm probably said something stupid about the matchup. It could be that the player is trying to play a more grindy game and thinks that with all of the removal he's bringing in, he can just trade a lot and then late game refill with the stock up and get his advantage that way. And yeah, if you look at this hand, this hand has like 0 threats or 1 threat with the half elemental, but then a lot of removal.
So Toshiki leads on main phase opt, and Masataka is going to wait and end step the opt.
There was a main phase slide of hand, so he...
Oh, you're right. Never mind. That all makes so much more sense.
But no red mana from Toshiki right now.
That is correct. Alright, Masataka is like fanning his 8 cards.
But is it only 1 land for...
Yeah,
Masataka?
unable to do anything here. As Toshiki gets to cycle 2 ops on end step.
Toshiki probably doesn't have a basic yet, so the red verge wouldn't have made blue. And then he couldn't have done double up, that's why he chose to do this. Because even if Masataka plays the cutter, he still can play a braid in the next turn, and he wanted to play double opt. So that makes a lot more sense than I initially thought.
Spire Bluff right off the top, which does let Cutter come down.
But that's probably gonna get abraded.
Yeah.
I believe, yeah. And then come in for 4.
Bang.
The Earth Elemental also really good in the mirror because most of the removal doesn't kill it.
Yep.
And it's not that good to bounce it, right?
Yeah, you're giving them cards plus they get to replay it.
And a Spell Pierce for the second cutter.
Toshiki has it all. To be fair, Toshiki did cantrip 3 times, so he's...
Yeah, he did look at a lot of cards.
He was able to sculpt this hand pretty well.
And he has now found also a lot of lands, which he probably isn't that happy about.
So Toshiki can definitely use lands pretty well. Now here's what you were saying about stock up. Like, okay, yes, we were able to cast it, but this is the whole turn. And...
yeah, next turn you go down to 8, and then hopefully only to 8, right?
Yeah.
And then you have to, like, really get on the board.
So does Toshiki have something like a Questing Druid?
He has a second burst lightning. Yes. I think my bit ahead of yours.
You were a touch ahead, but I will catch up in a minute. So that's Burst Lightning down to 8, Hearthfire down to 4.
Yeah. Does he have a second burst lightning?
Like a Storm Chaser's talent, an effective second Burst Lightning?
Oh, yeah.
Over here? Oh, he does have the second Burst Lightning. So GG.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Yeah, that's what I meant about the stock up.
Yeah.
It's very nice if you can control the board. But I think especially in this matchup, like with Hard Elemental, and no cheap threats like Swift Spear.
Right.
You probably have to be the beatdown because you can't handle half elemental well, and then stock up doesn't seem that great. Maybe the idea is that because the opponent doesn't have that many cheap threats, usually you get to be the beatdown and apply a lot of pressure, and then so you don't run out of resources, and with the tempo you have, you can then cast stock up. But it just didn't work out this game because he got mana screwed.
Yeah.
And both of his cutters got answered before they did.
I mean, certainly an advertisement for Hearth Elemental there.
I mean, it makes a lot of sense that... yeah.
He slammed it with, like, tapped out to play it for 3 mana, and then it did 12 damage.
All it had to do.
Alright, we get to watch Toshiki sideboard here. It looks like he's just shuffled everything in, and he's going to take some stuff out. The Storm Chaser's talents seem to be in the other pile. Interesting.
Yeah, maybe because there comes more removal in, and the idea is just to try to dodge all of the removal. But I'm not sure.
Well, I admit that I'm not a good enough player to play a Prowess deck. A deck that has Prowess in the title and cut my Storm Chasers challenge.
Yeah. I will assume he has a very good reason, and I don't think I can confidently say that he's wrong. But
it's also possible that was just like the way that like those cards are actually in, and they were like he was considering them or something. I'm not 100% sure, but it did look like they were in a separate pile and they were all together. So I think they were sided out for game 2. It could also be a play versus draw thing.
Oh yeah, that on the play you want to be more aggressive, and then on the draw you say, I have the better late game, I have 4 druids, 4 elemental, and I just try to stop everything you do with my 4 braids and 3 spell pierces. I mean, it worked out really well, right? I don't think his opponent did anything wrong, right?
He just drew the wrong cards.
We didn't see the shuffling, so just probably already took a mulligan and had to keep a 1-lander with an opt, which is still okay. And then if you have 2 cutters, you just play them turn 2, turn 3. You have to. Because like the cutters are also super good against half elemental. They make a blocker each turn if you're behind. And just really unlucky for him that his opponent had the answers for everything. But I don't think there were any like misplays or something. Just some games you just lose. Like earlier with the mono red player who got.
Right. What could you do? Like
Yeah.
You're just not beating a protected 6/5 flying lifelink. All right, when this round is over, I'm going to go make myself some tea. Try to keep my voice for the 3 rounds to come after this. So, as a warning to you all, I'm going to run an ad, and then we'll be back for round 6 when we get there. Now, it is very possible nothing else in the feature match area has reported yet, so we might have even more magic in this round, but I'm already eyeing my empty tea mug and wishing it was full. All right, we're going to keep Mountain Island as our 2 lands and get on the board with the Swift Spear. And get it right off the board.
No, my super. Yeah. Let's see. He probably doesn't want to run out the cutter turn 2 if he knows his opponent has 4 braids. So I'm just gonna wait a turn. Oh yeah, did he find another land?
He did have the option to play cutter and has not.
He also didn't play talent, which is...
Yeah, that's interesting.
If he doesn't have another 1-mana spell, it makes sense that he just wants to ensure the double spell.
Right. Cutter into talent next turn looks pretty strong.
Yeah.
Alright, so Toshiki goes Sleight of Hand into Thundering Falls, and...
Number 3.
The shields are down.
Talent. Toshiki has the double up. Oh my god. All of the removal in the world.
Did the cutter also have to give haste?
Yeah, it's so good.
Wouldn't it have been fine if it was just +1/+1? Maybe you could talk me into trample, but the haste is just crazy. Alright, so we're going to braid the cutter. You can keep your monk, but sheesh. Talent, prowess. Alright, we'll respond with Torch the Tower, but that's not going to work because of Monstrous Rage.
Yeah, I was about to say, it's interesting that Toshiki chose to wait with the Torch.
Yeah. That sure didn't work
Maybe
out.
he was hoping that he could bait out a Monstrous Rage and then respond to it. Which... It's a very swingy decision, right? But maybe he decided that he was already behind on board and had to. try and get greedy. But now he's getting really punished for the play. And really needs to find a Pyroclasm or something. Maybe he also already had, if he had the Pyroclasm, if he plays it. I'm not sure. I think it was the Izzet deck that plays the Pyroclasm.
It's Cutter into 1 mana elemental, and that's it.
So.
It's not totally clear what Masataka could have that would keep this game going. I mean, as it turned out, he had double spell, which is just ridiculous, but...
Yeah. Wins.
Even if he just had lands, that would have let him start to grind Chapter 2 on all of his Storm Chaser's talents, and I don't know that... that effective, the virtual card advantage there was beatable. But
yeah, I think he needed to have nothing, and then maybe his opponent could have stabilized, but with double spell it's just too much. Now that I thought about it, I think it's really interesting that there is a Prowess player is playing 2 Pyroclasms in the sideboard, while the Timur Prowess one who's playing a lot less creatures that are weak to it isn't playing it. But maybe that's also why game 2 the stock up stayed in, because he has some Pyroclasms.
Sure.
For the mirror. But I'm not 100% sure on that. I'm not sure if I would board Pyroclasms against the Timur deck. Like, obviously in the mirror, if I'm on a draw, I think it can be good. I'm not sure how good it is against the no Swift Spear for half Elementalist.
Especially after we learned that they're siding out their Storm
If
Chaser talents.
they're siding out the talent, it just doesn't do anything. Hopefully he plays his Questing Druid and it doesn't get pumped up immediately.
Yeah.
And then my Pyroclasm will be good. But the Pyroclasm surprisingly good in these Prowess lists, because if you play another spell before them, all of your creatures are just immune.
Ooh, we have another match, and this match is starting from the very beginning, so this one must be pre-recorded. And it looks like we're going to watch Oculus against a deck that we haven't seen yet today.
Bulgaria.
Domain.
The Mako style.
On the bottom.
Oh, yeah.
We're watching Overlords.
Which is, the matchup should be very favored for Domain. We were testing Oculus for Proto Ether Drift, and it's good against Pixie, it's good against the aggro deck, but it's bad against Domain and it sucks against the green-white Cage deck. Fortunately, no one is playing Cage, and no one was playing Domain in Europe, but as we saw earlier, Domain has picked up some more numbers, because the meta is getting a bit bigger to combat the Izzet decks.
Right.
And then Domain just hopes to, I think, dodge Izzet, or maybe has like a very specific sideboard plan that lets it have an okay matchup, and then prey on all of the decks that are good against Izzet. Like Oculus here.
Yeah, I'm curious. Let me see what this Domain deck has in the sideboard. So we're playing 3 Lockdown main, and then 3 High Noon in the board.
Yeah, High Noon makes a lot of sense.
But
it's a bit of a non-blow with Lockdown. But I assume in the games where you have High Noon, you don't need Lockdown as much.
Yeah.
But this looks like probably one of the best starts the Oculus deck could have, right? The problem generally is that you don't have enough damage output early, and then your big Oculus reanimation just doesn't matter against Domain, right? The Domain player just plays a board wipe, and he says, yeah,
goes way over the top of that, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. But if you have the Mako start, and now if the Domain player doesn't have like a Baser or a board wipe here, it's a lot more competitive. I think it really depends this game what the Domain player can do this turn. He needs to at least have like a lockdown or a double removal spell. Baser could be okay, but Baser is a if he doesn't have a follow-up, it's a bit weak to like shelter plus the removal spell or something.
We will need the second white if we're going to play the Bounding Spring,
Oh
right?
yeah, we only have one white, yeah. That's really rough. We can't play the board wipe, we can't play Baser, we can't play Lockdown.
Yeah, that's right. Everything is gated behind white.
Gonna play Overlord and pray. Or maybe Overlord plus Leyline and then pray you survive and then next turn hopefully you have like Sir or Baser. Seems like the only option he has left.
Alright, well we passed pretty quickly, but obviously...
Oh, did he not make the token?
Yeah, he did. He was... I think he like gestured to the tokens and then passed, so...
Yeah. That would have been...
Alright, so playing a second copy of Tersa, just to get the Mako triggers.
I think if you don't have the Leyline, you're just dead. I'm interested that he isn't playing Leyline Binding in response, because I think the Oculus player is playing Spell Pierce's main. So you would want to play the Leyline Binding, I think. Oh yeah, okay, he just doesn't do anything.
I guess that was just the admission that he did not have it.
Yeah. I was about to say, it's interesting that he didn't play it in his turn, but yeah, if he doesn't have it,
it's hard to play a card you don't have.
Don't have anything, try to play around my binding, please.
Alright, we will start game 2 with a pair of lands that can produce white.
That's a lot better.
And this time no 1-drops from Kyohei, it's just fear of missing out on turn 2. Yeah, I would call this more firing on all cylinders here, as we now have turned on the second color of our Verges and have an Overlord ticking down.
Yeah, that's what the domain deck wants to do, right? Like, most of the time against the aggressive decks you just can't do it.
Yeah.
But this is the dream start. The only better thing would be like Sewer next turn. And then the opponent can just scoop.
Alright, Tersa does not get us any closer to Delirium here as we discard lands 5 and 6.
Maybe also just a board wipe next turn to ensure. I think anything they...
Yeah.
Anything 4 mana in the domain deck is just really nice to cast here. You just...
Some scary things could be coming. Even just a Zur to enable a big lifelink attack is kind of problematic.
Get another land. Yeah, that's the nuts curve. Exactly what you want to do. Beanstalk Overlord, sir. Back to 20 life.
Yeah.
Like, if the Oculus player would be close to Delirium, or had Delirium, it would maybe be scary. But even then, it's not.
Yeah, I was trying to think if there was a way for Kyohei to get there on just the Tersa trigger last turn, and I think the answer was yes if he had another FOMO, but as it turned out, he has had to prioritize cycling through lands.
The Jeskai deck also struggles a bit with killing the Sewer.
Yeah.
Because most of your removal deals 2 or 3 damage. I think main deck only the one sheltered can really handle him.
So Kyohei did have the second FOMO, but now what? How are we going to beat a 1/4?
Yeah, get in for 2 damage. Oh, I mean, you probably don't block with the Sewer, right? Because he didn't play his land yet, he could have the 2 or 3 damage removal spell, and you just don't have to, right? You take 5 damage.
Yeah, you're
next
gaining.
Turn you heal for 5.
Exactly. Exactly. You're outgaining this very easily.
Yeah, it's just insane.
More beans, why not?
Why not draw more cards?
We talked about how it's preposterous that Corey Steelcutter gives haste. I think it's preposterous that your creatures stay animated when Zur leaves the battlefield.
Oh yeah.
Zur should give like some kind of like, I don't know, animation counter.
Only do it until end of turn.
Sorry.
That would be bad.
Sorry, Sneaky. Until end of turn would be great. I think that's also a totally fair thing for 2 mana. We're on our third match here in this round, so I haven't updated that command, but here's Domain for you, and here's Oculus. And these links are still good for a little bit because we are going to get a game 3.
Yeah. Very likely, I can't imagine.
I mean, the goal of the Oculus deck is to produce an Oculus, but I feel like we've already kind of gone over the top of that.
Yeah, like it can, even if it like gets 2 Oculus this turn in any way, I don't know how.
Yeah.
It wouldn't matter, right? Maybe, but worst case, the domain player just board wipes, and then...
Yeah, and if we ever see, like, an Overlord of the Mistmoors drawing 2 cards or whatever, it's just, like, completely
Yeah. The difference between Mako and no Mako in these games is so big.
Kyoei's going to fight the good fight here. It is true that Profts could represent enough power and toughness to make this game interesting.
It basically signals to Aoi that next turn he has to clear the board or play something big. Mm-hmm. Because next turn otherwise could get scary, right? Especially with a third FOMO. There could get Delirium active, and then you have multiple Profs triggers.
Yeah.
And that would lead to a ton of damage. But yeah, if he just wipes the board, for example, after attacking in for 5 more.
Unfortunately,
there's not much.
Graveyard is a little bit off the screen, so I can't tell exactly how many cards are in there or if he has Delirium.
I don't think he has Delirium. I think there's like almost exclusively lands and then 1 or 2 spells.
Alright, so we block the small thing and take 2, 4, 5, 6, 7 or something?
Yeah, 7, going down to 13. Wait, let me think. If he has a removal spell, he can animate in his turn both of his beanstalks with Sir. Sure. Kill the FOMO and just kill Kyohei, right? Because both beanstalks 2 power. 2, 4, 5 from the Overlord is 9, and then 1 from the Sur is 10. Oh yeah, Line and Binding just gets the job done.
Okay, well then. Here goes your blocker, and here comes 11 power worth of lifelink enchantments, and we'll go to game 3. Ooh, and the Oculus player is putting 2 cards on the bottom.
Ooh. Yeah, but I mean, it makes sense that you have to like aggressive and mulligan in this matchup.
Yeah.
Exactly, because you need the Mako start. As we saw in the first games.
And we can just lead on Lush Portico here from Ali.
Here's not bad. Especially with like Terza or Scholar next turn. I probably can't tap out for Beanstalk. And instead wants to hold open interaction, like a Right's End or Get Lost.
Yeah.
Because the Mako is gonna get like a 6/6, most likely. And then you really don't want to take 6 damage if you don't have to. There's... Interesting, maybe it is correct for Kyohei if he plays like a Scholar this turn. To not... Oh, if he plays Terza, probably not. But if he plays a Scholar... off. That's interesting.
Interesting. The play is
a Pyro play?
Bitter Reunion, and I think we did just
Pyroclasm, it's good that the idea is that if the opponent plays Beza or the White Overlord, then you don't want to... you want to clear the whole board for your attackers, because your attackers are most likely over 2 toughness, right? Because the macro grows early, you have profs, and the Fear and Oculus are big enough. And then you can just clear all of the cheap blockers easily.
Ooh. Oh, okay, so the previous turn we only had a Heritage Reclamation to stop the counters from profts, which meant the attack was safe. And now this turn we only have a Impended Overlord, which means the attack is again safe. And it looks like I was going down to 12.
Yeah, but I wanted to say the turn before the Heritage Reclamation came down, but then I got caught up in the Pyroclasm. If the Heritage Reclamation wouldn't have been played, it's probably correct for Kyohei, maybe it's correct, I'm not sure, to not attack.
Yeah.
Because the domain displays 4 Rights End, and then if he has Get Lost, it doesn't matter if he attacks. But it's very likely that he has something, right, if he keeps the mana open. And the Rights End just doesn't work if you don't attack this turn. And then next turn you can play the Overlord if you want to keep up the Rights End.
Ooh. So we try to impend Mistmoors, but that's met by a No More Lies.
If Kyohei is like a Terza, the game is actually really competitive.
I don't know that I saw land number 3.
Yeah, that's a big problem.
I will admit that this Mako has survived and made the game more interesting than I thought it was going to be when we saw that it was 7 on 5.
Yeah, totally.
Ooh, there is land number 3 in the form of a Inspiring Vantage. Now,
what I'm thinking, he has another counter. He just needs to make sure he can add 1 more damage and then could play a Terza next turn for lethal. Because then he could like hit for 3 this turn. Okay, it doesn't seem like he has it. He could have hit for 3, got him to 9. Ooh, is it the Jeskai Saga? Yeah.
It is the Jeskai Saga. It's
so
rediscovered the way, right?
Kind of like a stock up over multiple turns. Yeah, for the first 2 turns, you look at top 3, put 1 into your hand. And then in the last chapter... I'm not completely sure.
When you cast a non-creature spell this turn, target creature you control gains double strike.
Ah.
Alright, Aoi down to 9.
Probably means Kyohei thinks he doesn't have enough pressure to like just force through what he has on the board. And instead is trying to recoup some card advantage, get back into the game to then set up more damage later. But I think I saw a negate in his hand.
Yeah.
But yeah, he probably thinks even with the negate, he can protect the Mako for a turn, but this doesn't do enough. Because he doesn't have a follow-up.
Mm-hmm.
He also had a Mako in his hand, so this I'm pretty sure he doesn't have a Terza, right? Because if he had the Terza, he could have played the second Mako, hope to negate like a board wipe, and then his turn, play Terza and
attack lethal, right? Yeah.
Yeah, so I'm very confident he doesn't have the Terza. And
yeah, it looks like we're forced to just play Day of Judgment as a 4-mana murder.
Which is not exactly where you want to be, but
no.
I still think it's okay, right? Kyohei can't commit too much to the board next turn, or get board wiped again if you have something. And then also your Overlord is coming off suspend in a turn, so you just want to make sure you don't die. I think that's the difficulty of domain. In some matchups, a lot of people just try not to die for too long, while in others they try to play it too proactive.
Mm-hmm.
And like, oh, I need to get maximum value out of my board wipe, but I think it's the correct decision, just kill the Mako here. And then Kyohei has to play setup this turn. Next turn you get your Overlord, you have 5 to 6 mana. And you can probably deal with whatever he's gonna put on the board.
Alright, so here's Mako, and we are not going to hold up negate. We're just going to play Fear of Missing Out.
Oh, yeah.
And we'll cycle a Steam Core Scholar.
Which makes sense. I think he just says, you don't have a second board wipe, and I want to maximize my Saga value next turn. Give both of these creatures double strike. Hope you keep up some interaction. Maybe like a Rights End that I can then negate. But yeah, he's very open to a board wipe.
I believe
But there's also a possibility that with the Saga, the enchantment that Aoi just checked, he maybe has more pressure in hand. And is hoping to give it haste, but I can't think of.
Ooh. Day of Judgment number 2. Alright, well now when
maybe like Oculus haste, but that's also not the most amazing thing, right?
Yeah.
That's okay. If he doesn't have a removal, then you have a 2-turn clock. But you're also not 3-turn clock now, right?
Yeah, Kyoei's at a pretty convenient number for Overlord. Alright, so we will lead on Profts. Do we have anything to pick up the counters? The answer is yes. Actually, we have a really good thing to pick up the counters, namely a Steam Core Scholar. Alright, immediately we have a 5-5. Unfortunately, we can't crack the Bitter Reunion to give it haste, but what can you do?
And we can't hold open the gate, but we just hope that our opponent doesn't have anything now. And that we can, maybe he holds up like Right's End, and that we can then next turn kill him, or just protect the Scholar for 2 turns. And that is enough. Let's see.
Overlord connects. 12 to 9 are the life totals. We add a tapped Razor Verge Thicket. Aoi does not have access... Oh, no, retracted. What I was about to say is completely wrong. I lost track of what colors he had access to, but he does have the Everywhere untapped. And here come the 2-1s.
So now the Pyroclasm would be really nice.
Yeah. Pyroclasm it is.
Oh, nice.
Wow, you called it.
Get in for 5, hold up negate, and pray that's enough. You really hope that Aoi doesn't top deck a 2 on the spot.
Alright, Beans. Zur would be pretty annoying here too.
Yeah, so Zur just wins the game for Aoi, I think. But anything else, if he has only 1 removal spell? Here he is considering countering the Beans. Because if the Beans draw like into Leyline Binding, then the Binding draws another card.
Yeah. And it's pretty clear
removal.
Aoi does not have Leyline Binding.
Yeah, exactly. He didn't have removal last turn. So it's very likely that he still doesn't have anything.
Now, Steam Core Scholar threatens lethal.
It's gonna make sure that he really has lethal. So maybe like play.
Oh, that's nice. Tersa is gonna get it done.
That's definitely lethal. If he,
Yeah. So Aoi did have mana to full cast a Ride's End there to clear the Steam Core Scholar, but he wasn't beating 2 lethal threats.
Exactly.
Wow, and Kyohei gets it done on a mull to 5.
Crazy.
Gotta give credit to Rotting Mako there. It did a lot of work.
Mako's so good in the matchup. It dealt like 11 damage.
Yeah.
And forced the board wipe.
And won game 1, right? So it was...
Yeah, it's a key card for Oculus.
Everything that you could want. Alright, let me reset my sticky here. Get this down like that. I will add in some more results in a minute, but like I said, I am going to take a short break to go get some tea. I'm going to put the Japanese audio on.
I'm also going to take a short break then.
Yeah, so until round 6 starts, we will be hanging out in chat, but I am going to go on a short break. So see you soon, chat, for round 6.
The skies darken with a new threat to Tarkir. It will take the combined might of the 5 clans to face what's coming. Let those who summon the storm be the ones to break it.
Is this your first pack?
You should come back for Friday Night Magic.
Yeah, I know. What are you doing?
Nothing.
I gotta go. I need to teach my brother something. Come with me.
Wanna play? I'm gonna put down a mountain and play a card ape.
I'm trying to build up this lily on a deck.
You need Shockland.
What do you want for it?
What do you have?
Hey.
I didn't know you played.
I do. Okay, now that we cast the tutor card, we're gonna take that and it's gonna pull from our deck my favorite Planeswalker card. She wants to play.
So now Daddy's going to cast his lily on a planeswalker.
Yeah, I want to play.
We'll teach you.
I'm bored.
What do you want to do?
Anyone want to play Magic?
Deck, yeah! Let's get cracking! Magic! Magic! Let's play Foundation!
Wanna play?
Deck, yeah! Deck, yeah! Magic the Gathering!
はい、皆様お待たせいたしました。ここからチャンピオンズカップファイナル、ラウンド6ですかね。はい、お送りしていきます。私、実況、かつお節の石川と、そして解説が朝原さんです。よろしくお願いいたします。はい、通りすがりのですね、
通りすがりの
ピンク色のパーカー着たおじさんにですね、調子どうですかと聞いたら、
はい、
5勝してると。
ああ、先ほどの。
はい、先ほどの黒田さん。
先ほどのお方。
見事勝たれて全勝ということになっております。
絶好調ですね。
絶好調です。これ確実にいろんな目を摘みに来て自分タイトル獲得していこうかなという状況ですね。はい。さあここで、まだね一択やられているというところなので、
はい、
ちょっと皆様に募集している X キャンペーンのねちょっと拾っていきたいなと思っております。今朝原さんのこちらのお手元にある
推しドラゴンキャンペーン、
はい、こちらです。 X キャンペーン X にて@MTGJP フォローしてください。そして、ハッシュタグ私のマジック推しドラゴンつけてあなたの愛するマジックのドラゴンつけて投稿。
It's like people who tweet and follow the Magic Japanese Twitter account have the opportunity to win some random stuff. I'm guessing that it's only available to people in Japan.
触れてましたね。加藤さんやら、触れておりましたけども、朝原さんというともうマジック歴どれくらいになりました？
だいぶ長いっすね。
30年。
もっと長いかもしれない。
Alright, I'm back.
1900
We're still waiting.
当初から。
Yeah, it should be another 3 to 5 minutes, I'm guessing.
いや、わかんないっす。もう記憶にないぐらい。
I had the option to get any snack I wanted. I went to the store before the stream started, and I seem to have elected super crunchy pretzels. So I'm gonna eat these with my mic off. I could have thought a little bit harder about this.
Yeah, I thought about bringing some snacks, but then I thought, yeah, probably not too good for the viewers. So I've just elected to not snack anything.
多様性の時代だみたいなそうこと言ってましたけどもね。
I will take the time to take a look at the other.
ロリックスとか結構好きでしたね。よく使ってました。
ロリックスどんな効果だったんですか？
ただの6マナ6号速攻。
Hey Rockbear, thank you so much for the subscription.
いっぱいついてる中ね。
I do appreciate it.
このシンプルなテキスト能力、かっこいいですから。
っ でそのなんか限定構築の大会にも出たんですけど、
はい。
まあ、アクローマっていう天使もいて、
はいはいはい
ロリックス俺使ってて、相手はアクローマ使ってて、
はい。
ボコボコボコボコって戦ったんですけど、
はい。
まあ、ボコ負けでしたアクローマ強えーっつって
格が違いますね、アクローマね、ちょっと。あ、そういったロリックスっていうのが。
で、ボコ負けした記憶はあります。
なるほどですね。自分は、まあ、最近のカードで言うと、グローリーブリンガー、栄光をもたらすもの、特例持ちの
はいはいはい、
ドラゴンが。
あれも最近ですか？最近枠？あれ平成じゃないですか。平成ドラじゃないですか、あれ。令和ドラか、あれ。
これ出てるな。
これ令和ドラ？
あ、これ令和ドラじゃない。
平
成ドラかもしれない。こちら栄光をもたらすもの。はい。これでね、まあ、プロツアーチャンピオンを生み出した、はい、ワイヤートダービーさんがね、これ使って勝っちゃったよと。2017。
全然平成ドラじゃないですか。
I just thought about it. I'm not even sure if Glory Bringer would still be good in standard.
8年前。
No way, no way.
令和ドラがやっぱ。
Just way too slow.
令和ドラ。
I looked at the Otta's playlist from Toshiki, and it's very interesting. He's only playing one flat color, so he's not putting that much value on the actual combo, and instead he's playing 4 kata and 2 of the Drake Catcher. So it seems like the idea is more to generate a lot of mana with the Vitality, and then use it to each turn get tokens from the kata, cast a lot of spells to make the Drake Catcher really big, and just win that way. And then sometimes win with the combo. And he's playing one Songcrafter mage, which makes me really happy, because I love the card.
Vitality is interesting with Kori Steel Cutter, since the new token always has haste, so...
I can always make mana, oh yeah.
You can kind of chain spells that way. I hadn't thought about that before, but once again, another odd side effect of that completely unnecessary haste.
Yeah. That's a lot of things, that's right.
最近ストーリー追ってます？
最近ストーリーもふんわりとしか追ってないです。ふんわり。
You can probably do some really cool things with like the Songcrafter mage. If you have Vitality out, you can cast like a really big Song of Totentanz, and then you can cast the Songcrafter mage flashback Song of Totentanz and get like a million reds. Or even just flashback stock up is probably good enough.
That's pretty nice.
And also, it's not that bad with this town, I assume.
It feels like there's almost something there, like you could this town pick up the Songcrafter mage, do it again, but I think you slowly bleed mana as you start doing all that stuff.
But I mean, you have a ton of mana. Okay, so he's playing a second flat call on the side, so basically in the matchups where you want to combo, he has enough mass to combo. And then otherwise he's just trying to play like a mid-range game plan where he gets... Essentially, he's playing Izzet Prowess, but he's cutting the early phase. And he's trying to get online really quick. And then just have your cutters out, your Drake Catcher, and loop this town each turn and just accrue more value than the opponent.
おかしい人が出てきたら教えてください。この人様子おかしい人です。
ああ、様子のおかしい人。なんかレジェンド出てきたらちょっと紹介しましょう。
紹介しましょう。これぜひ。
これどれ向いていいのかわかんない。
コレクターブースターいっちゃっていいですよ。
I also asked a teammate of mine who played Prowess in Bologna about his notes in the mirror in case we play it again. We commented it again.
That's funny.
So now
I'll bring up the metagame over here for one more second. I realized since we just jumped in right in the middle of a match, I don't feel like we ever totally gave introductions. So let me take this opportunity before round 6 starts to say hello to you all in chat. It is 3 a.m. here in New Jersey. I'm kind of hoping, though, I'm like looking over the people who are in chat, and I think I see some people who are about to battle in Minneapolis. What are you doing up? It's 2 a.m. Go to sleep.
Get that last minute information.
Yeah.
Maybe you regret that not, is it?
You're...
Now you can sleep because decklist submission is over. Hopefully not. Hopefully all of you are very happy with your decklist and crush it.
So this is the 11th tournament that I've done in the stream. This is an avenue for coverage that I kind of invented for myself. Like, I was always interested in doing coverage, but never had the connections or the investment to either get good enough that people would ask me, you know, to do like real tournaments. But I realized that, you know, Japanese MTG is putting out this coverage, and most people who speak English aren't awake to watch it. So I saw an opening and have run with it, and it's been nice that I've been able to have a nice rotating cast of co-hosts. So oftentimes we have Andrew Ellenbogen on the stream with us, but recently these events have overlapped, as they do this week, with USRCs. So I'm happy to have you on the stream with me this weekend, Alex. If you want to say a little bit about yourself, feel free to.
About myself, I started Magic with New Capenna. I used to play a lot of Yu-Gi-Oh as a kid, and then a few years ago got a bit back into the hobby, but only like ripping boosters for like nostalgia. And a friend of mine, his uncle has a card store where I live, and he got me into Magic. And then I started playing Magic for like 2 years. I only played Pioneer FNM, but I always like to watch like Pro Tours and RCs and stuff. So I decided, why not try to play them myself? And then last year I played my first RCQ, and it has worked out very well so far. I've qualified to each RC where I played RCQs. I had to miss the first one because of university, unfortunately. But other than that, my results, I haven't had any top finishes, but I'm very happy so far with like my learnings, my improvements. I went very well at the Spotlight Series in Utrecht. I started 8-0 and then fell off a bit, finishing 33rd. Always, as you said, I also wanted to cast for some time, but it's really difficult to like get into casting, right? Like you need to connections, and then I also want to play the tournaments to some degree, which is also a problem, right?
Yep. No, I feel you.
It's like the perfect opportunity, and I'm really happy that I can be here. And so far, it's been great. And yeah, I'd love to do more casting in the future.
I will certainly keep you in mind. You're doing great.
I've also received word from a teammate that Stock Up is the second best card in the Izzet Mirror, behind the Cutter.
Interesting.
So I was very wrong earlier to say that you might want to cut it. But it depends on the approach, right? Some people want to just play the aggro deck, and then it's bad.
Yeah.
But my teammate is a bit of a Magic boomer, so to say, so he's a huge fan of card advantage. So he just tries to play the bigger deck, which is also certainly a very good approach.
It does definitely seem like there are pretty divergent schools of thought about how good Stock Up is, and because there were a number of people in Europe, Bologna, who registered an Izzet deck that had 0 Stock Ups in it, right?
Yeah. I think it also depends on like how many sideboard slots you can dedicate to answers to Kata.
Yeah.
Like as we saw earlier, if you have 4 braids, then you most certainly want to be the bigger deck and just win the long game. But if you say, I don't really have that many answers to Kata, you probably want to try to be the aggro deck before they get the Kata really online and make like 5 tokens and just outvalue you.
Right. You would expect that the number of stock ups, whether it's how many you register or how many you have in your deck post board or whatever, is going to be correlated with the stance that your deck is going to be taking. So
definitely.
I think it's totally reasonable to expect to see them get cut in some places, even if even if it is the second best card of the deck.
Yeah.
All right, it looks like round number 6 has been paired, and we can look at the top. So we're down to, at this point, 4 matches between 5 and O's. We've got Is It versus Mono Red, Is It versus Omniscience, Is It versus Jeskai, and Is It versus Oculus. And to be fair, the one that's just called Jeskai is not Control. It is also Oculus. So it's Is It versus Oculus on tables 3 and 4.
Yeah, so is it continuous to have 50% of the undefeated field?
Yep. So I think we know what we're going to see. The question is just which 2 of the 4 Is It pilots are going to make it through to 6-0.
I think seeing the Omniscience deck in action would be very interesting. See how the matchup plays out.
Wow, this guy is way cooler than I'll ever be. I can tell you immediately this is not table 1.
Yeah, no.
Because I would recognize Keisuke. That's Keisuke back there in the red shirt. But I do not know if this is table 2, 3, or 4.
Based on his appearance, what deck do you think he plays?
I would say Oculus, but I don't know.
Fair.
His opponent looks like he knows he's beat on the coolness scale, but is like kind of nonplussed about that. Like, I have the better deck, so whatever. Yeah, isn't that, there's the monk token on this side, right, and an otter. So I think that,
on the bridge. So it's probably Omni, maybe.
Yeah, it could be Omniscience on the other side.
Yeah, the opponent acting nonchalant.
As often happens, we get to see the die roll, though I didn't see what our punk guy rolled. So, no, it is in fact.
Oh, no, it's Oculus.
It is Oculus. We saw a revised.
You guessed correctly.
A revised signed island among the cards here. Ooh, also a nice Apocalypse Shivan Reef. I like the cut of this guy's jib, whoever it is.
Yes.
Style the blue box shouldn't even be on the screen. Thank you for reminding me. Get out of here. Alright, we are on the board. It is Atsuki Kihara playing Oculus against Akira Shibata playing Prowess. So let me get the lists ready. And it's Otter versus Mako. Alright, Atsuki Kihara playing Oculus against Akira Shibata playing Prowess. And here's the link there. Update and deck lists. It doesn't look like anything too far out of the ordinary. Surprisingly, to me, Akira's only got the 3 Swiss Spears. He has shaved the 4th Swiss Spear. And we've
doing
2 Slick Shots main and 3 End of the Floodmaw.
Yeah, the number of Floodmoths has definitely gone up over this week.
Yeah.
Like in Europe, it used to be mostly 1 and then maybe 2. And it's mostly against the lockdown, but as it turns out, it's also really good in the mirror. Yeah, killing the Mako really important here. Atsuki has a Steam Core Scholar in hand, if I saw correctly. And looks like he drew an Oculus. So he's... And now there's an important decision if he wants to block or not. I think you probably don't block.
Blocking is so scary.
Yeah. But maybe... It's not 100% clear. Like, maybe you can, like, draw out a big spell that helps you later block better with the Oculus, but you also just need your blockers.
It's just so hard to block when the spell could be Monstrous Rage, which also represents an additional 5 damage.
And the fear is really valuable because then later in the game, it can when there are no more cards, when he has like play both cards, has to play both cards, it can block the monk token really well.
Sure.
If it's toughness. Here's the Steamco Scholar.
Alright, here's Steamy. This hopefully will enable Oculus next turn, though. I guess we're one card short in the graveyard.
Yeah, I think he will probably just discard the Oculus. Depends on what he draws, of course.
We have Profts, Oculus, Oculus, land, and I did not see the last card. So definitely at least one Oculus sit in the bin.
Yeah.
You're not casting 2 of them with 10 cards in the graveyard. Alright, still waiting on the 2 discards. Akira is thinking pretty hard about it. I guess the awkward thing is that Oculus from hand is going to eat all of the cards that wind up in the graveyard.
I think that the judge call is whether he's asking probably if he can discard the Oculus and another card, because the wording is...
I see.
I'm not sure about the wording. So I think he probably wants to discard 2 cards, so he can enable the Oculus faster, but he definitely wants to discard at least 1 Oculus. It looks like he can discard 2 Oculi, yeah.
That's cute. Right, discard 2 cards unless you discard an instant or sorcery. So you could kind of decline the unless and just discard 2. I hadn't even considered.
Yeah, because it says unless instant sorcery or creature with flying. But yeah, you can just discard it and still discard 2.
Alright, Akira stocks up. Shows the 5 cards to the camera or something. I didn't get a good look at them, but he's now picked 2 of them up. It looks like we've got 2 copies of Burst Lightning, I think a Flood Maw and an island.
Yeah, exactly. That's it.
So we'll
probably gonna kill the
Burst Lightning is our second spell. Cleanly answer the Steam Core Scholar. And Jam.
Yeah, no, but now here's the reason why it was probably good to keep the Fear around, because now Akira can't attack with the... But it's probably a mistake to switch the cutter then, right? The cutter doesn't have to get attached to the...
That's correct.
token. So, probably just, how do you say, force of habit? But I think it would have been better to not reattach. If you are not gonna attack with it.
Alright, so we actually have a use for the 4th mana this turn, as we can play Mako into Oculus. And we did see that the 2 other eyes are gone now.
Yeah. Which means...
Though actually I thought FOMO was card number 6 in the graveyard. Oculus only needs 5, right?
No, it needs 6. It needs...
Oh, okay. So that actually that was perfect. You're correct. It is in fact 6.
Now the bounce spell comes in really handy.
Oh, and I was like, why are we going after the manifest?
No, he's just dead on board, right?
We need to clear the eyeball.
Yeah. 11 damage.
The answer is that there's
no, he can block the outer token. It doesn't have trample, so it's not lethal yet. Okay. Now
well,
it is.
It's hard to beat someone when they have it all.
Yeah. Once again, just one of these games that you probably can't do anything.
Alright, so what do we have in the sideboards here? It looks like the Oculus player has access to 2 High Noons, 2 Sheltered by Ghosts, which are probably fine, a Brotherhood's End.
Definitely.
I'm pretty interested in those 5. I do not know why we have access to Chandra Spark Hunter.
It's against the bigger deck, so like Oculus or Control, especially Control. The games get really grindy, and then the Chandra just makes a threat every turn. Some lists are also playing the 3 mana, the Blue Kaito from Foundations.
Sure.
Because both of them can loot and then create threats. But you want one of these cards in your sideboard for the grindy matchups. It's similar to what was the 3-mana artifact that used to be played? That makes a X1 with trample each turn and gets bigger. I forgot the name. Is it?
Yeah, Urabrask's Forge.
Yeah, exactly. It's similar to Erebus Forge, but the advantage Chandra has is that it plays around the 1-mana white enchantment. Sorry, I'm really stumbling on the names. A lot of the control and omni lists, because of the cutter deck, are playing the 1-mana white enchantment that makes creatures enter tapped and gains you 1 life whenever creature enters.
Yeah, Authority of the Consuls.
Exactly, and Chandra makes a vehicle and then crews a vehicle, so the vehicle doesn't get tapped and doesn't gain life.
That's cute.
While Urabrask Forge just gets completely stopped, so that's why the lists are not playing Urabrask Forge.
That is very cute.
But yeah, it doesn't make any sense in the Izzet matchup. You just want your Shelters, your Brotherhood's End.
Yeah.
Maybe Exercise. Loran definitely comes in, I think, to kill the cutter. And this town obviously is... The matchup is the only reason you're playing this card, I would assume. From the Izzet side, you're bringing in...
Woo, we got some one-ups here.
Yeah, there's a lot.
So the vacuums look great.
Fiery and Annihilation could maybe come in.
It does seem perfectly...
Oh, that's cool. This is cool tech. Wow, I didn't even know about this card. That's for the mirror.
It also can... so it deals 5 damage to target creature, so that sounds great against Oculus. But then also you exile up to 1 equipment attached to that creature. That's very nice.
And you exile the creature, so it's good against Oculus and in the mirror. That's really nice tech. Yeah, maybe the Lynx comes in... Into the Flood War, 1 more maybe.
It certainly
maybe
seems
Ral,
like...
I don't think you would want to play that grindy.
Like, Floodmaw is the best interaction, but it's possible that 3 copies are about the right number.
Yeah, you don't want too many, because you only really want to bounce the Oculus and maybe a big Mako, right? Bouncing the other cards is okay, but not great, because they all have, like, nice ETB value.
Yeah. Alright, players are now done shuffling, so let's draw opening hands and hopefully keep 14 cards. I did not see any land beyond that 1 Seachrome Coast from Atsuki, so not surprisingly he is mulliganing, and we didn't even get the camera work to see what was going on the other side.
What we're getting?
We are getting a picture of Omniscience for some reason.
A very nice card, but...
Yeah, not relevant in this matchup. Now we have, for some reason, gone over to the casters. There's the Kihara Asahara. And we're back to Shuffle Cam. Curious what that card is worth. A lot of the alt art Wild of Eldraine cards are pretty expensive. It looks like that one is $203 US. Not surprised.
Okay, so the Annihilation did come in. We were correct about that one.
Yeah, it seems like slightly worse than Witchstalker Frenzy, probably in the average case, but when you really get someone with it, like if you tag an Oculus or if you tag a monk, it must look great. It looks like...
I think it's also good in the mirror.
We went from a hand that only had a Seachrome Coast down to a hand that only had an Darker Wastes, and there was that awkward moment of like, well, I'm going to mulligan, but I don't want to like show my opponent that I'm mulliganing yet, so I'm gonna like pick a card and separate it, and then both players are like, yeah, I'm actually mulliganing.
It was like sitting there looking through a cards, the opponent thinks says I'm mulligan, and you immediately are like, yeah, I'm mulligan too.
Oh yeah, okay,
my
great.
hand sucks.
5 on 5 it is. I assume as we continue to go lower, this is benefiting Prowess more and more, but I'm not actually sure.
I just thought it would benefit Oculus more.
I guess Oculus, if you can get an Oculus on the table.
Yeah, it depends on the hand, but like, the Prowess deck needs a lot of spells. If they can chain like cantrips, then it's super good for the Prowess decks. But yeah, if you have like... Yeah, this hand looks like very good on 5, right? You just need to find the Oculus and then you're set. This land also looks really good on 5 from the other side.
Well, I'm glad that we're going to get a fair game. It looks like we're going to keep Glacial Dragonstorm Recommission and Tursa, along with 2 lands, putting land number 3 on the bottom, because what can you do? You're not allowed to keep them all. We lead on Spire Bluff Canal against Spire Bluff Canal into Sleight of Hand.
Yeah, no. Atsuki really wants to draw an Oculus.
I see Stock Up, Drake Hatcher, a couple other blue cards.
Yeah, there's a one, the blue enchantment that makes a creature a 2/2 without ability, so there is an answer for Oculus, even though it's a bit of a bad answer, right? It already makes a 2/2.
Yeah, Unable to Scream, is that what that's called?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
kill the Drake Hatcher now while you still can. Makes sense.
We found a Fear of Missing Out, so we're gonna have to discard a non-land spell to get the damage to happen. So sorry, Tursa.
Yeah, exactly, and then you can reanimate Tursa as a 4/4, which is not that bad, I assume.
Yeah. All right. Well, this game has played out in the way that you want for Stock Up to do something.
Yeah, exactly. Like Stock Up in this game is great, right?
And we have our pick. Monstrous Rage not going to be chosen. We got looked like a cantrip and one other spell.
Yeah, I didn't see the other spell either, but the Sleight of Hand. Which also makes sense, right? You want to keep baiting your cards so you get multiple triggers each turn.
Alright, we will recommission Tursa, I'm expecting.
Yeah.
Here she comes.
Yeah, exactly.
Fear of Missing Out and Seacrim Coast hit the bin. So that should mean Delirium is enabled.
Yes. That's active.
Time to read Tursa.
Scaling Foam was interesting. That means he probably drew some action, right?
Yeah, there must have been another creature drawn.
Maybe we just another FOMO and then he has the Delirium.
Alright, first blood comes from the Tursa, and it is 20-16.
But no land drop for Atsuki. Which is probably not that bad, right? If you're low on cards, you would prefer to just... Oh no.
It is, in fact, another FOMO.
Ah, exactly. We had another FOMO. And the decision was if he really wanted to play it, because the Oculus is close to being able to just be hardcast.
Yeah.
But the FOMO next turn can attack with Delirium. He's threatening at least 10 damage. If he draws like a Proft plus any card draw spell, he would have been threatening lethal. And now the Unable to Scream is like nice, but it's still a 1/3.
Yeah.
So it can block pretty well. And now he gets somewhat punished for discarding the Oculus. Which is unfortunate. You're really difficult spot because you don't want to attack with the Fear, because any spell just means
it gives
it to the cutter.
Yeah.
But saying go also doesn't help you. But he can flashback the Dragon Hunt, right?
That is a potential play. Yep.
Right, I didn't...
Yeah, I think the Harmonized cost is 6, so we can just barely do it via the Fear of Missing Out.
Yeah, he can even also tap the Tursa with the counter and then keep up 1 mana for Spell Pierce. But maybe he will discard the Spell Pierce too. I think he has to keep the Spell Pierce open, because if the opponent has Monstrous Rage, it really sucks, right? So he's probably going to tap both creatures and then 3 lands. And then it's even good for him if the opponent... No, not necessarily good. If he doesn't find a non-creature spell, a non-land, he can't deal 3 damage.
Well, we can only harmonize by tapping a single creature, right? It's not like Convoke.
Oh, I thought you could tap multiple. Maybe I'm wrong.
Yeah, I think it says you may tap a creature you control. So the only way we're going to be able to cast it is via FOMO giving 2 virtual mana.
Yeah, then we can't.
I mean, we can always draw into the land, but
yeah, you can only tap 1 creature, right? So the whole consideration didn't make sense. Sorry for the viewers.
No, you're good. You're good.
Something you learned.
These are all new cards for me too, to be honest. I did not get to play very much Magic while I was in Japan. Alright, we'll lead on Sleight of Hand, Prowess, and certainly we'll have another spell of some sort. It's a second Sleight of Hand.
Yeah,
I'm guessing there's no point in switching the attachment here.
Yeah. Then the second one gets haste.
Oh, sure. I was wondering if we had enough prowess to just attack through this toy, but the answer is A, already yes, and B, we have a Storm Chaser's talent if we want to just keep going. I'm guessing we want to meter.
Did Atsuki not discard?
He did not discard.
Okay.
Yeah, the discard is optional, and he did not do it.
Because I would think Spell Pierce is something you just don't need that much.
Especially with Akira on 5 lands at this point, and very likely to be triple spelling or whatever. All of the individual effects are going to be really cheap.
Maybe he has another... Yeah, even if he has another loot in hand, he still wants to discard before that, right?
Yeah, it's interesting to try to imagine what the 2 cards are that would make this make sense.
He must have drawn a looter, and maybe he wants to, like, discard the Spell Pierce into a Scholar? But he still has a land in hand that he also didn't.
Alright, we've got Steam Core. Recommission. Which, I mean, has
Also, he wants to have as many cards. No. Then he would have played the land.
This is puzzling.
No, I get it. He wants to play the Oculus. He wants to recommission Oculus. He had the recommission last turn. And he knows that Akira has interaction, so maybe like double Spell Pierce or something. And he wants to make sure he gets the recommission through.
Sure,
so because the Oculus wins the game. It's his way to victory. It doesn't necessarily win the game, but it's like his best option. So he wanted to keep the Spell Pierce to make absolutely sure he can protect the Oculus as much as possible.
Alright, here comes the eyeball.
Especially if like Akira plays like cantrip into Fiery Annihilation. Or he into the Flood Maw. Oh yeah, now the Spell Pierce is
exactly
really nice.
how you thought it was going to go. End step Flood Maw, and it is met by the Spell Pierce.
And now that it survives 1 turn, it fills the graveyard by itself, and next turn he could recast it if it gets bounced. Correct. So yeah, it makes sense that he kept the Spell Pierce.
And note that as a 6/6, since it was recommissioned, the only way to get it off the board is Flood Maw.
Yeah.
Which is what Atsuki winds up doing here via Chapter 2 and then replaying the Flood Maw from last turn. Or level 2, let's say. Right, you leveled up the Storm Chaser's talent.
Are the life totals correct?
I would think that they're backwards, but I'm not 100% sure.
Yeah. I think Akira is below 7. I don't think it's backwards because the Foma attacked for 4 last turn, so he can't be at 17.
Oh, that's right. That's right.
I thought
additionally,
he would have taken more.
Atsuki did chump block with the Tersa.
Yeah,
right?
that makes sense. So maybe that's he hasn't taken that much damage yet. Yeah, seemingly, or at least Atsuki wants to tell us that there's something under the manifest.
We know it's a negate.
Yeah, okay. So he's just...
The question is, do we want to block a monk or an otter? But that's it. Yeah. So it should be 12-12 now. And I'm expecting the eyeballs to come right back.
So now the life total is accurate. Now there's a bit of a decision between playing Loran to kill the cutter.
Yeah.
But I think just playing Oculus is better. Because Oculus also makes a blotter for the next token the cutter makes. Then snowballs. but it's not
Can you
100% clear cut.
Let me read Storm Chaser talent. Can you get back into the Flood Maw again? And the answer is no.
Yeah, but correct to just read again, right?
Yeah.
Better to assume at the next turn he's like, level up, get another Floodmaw, bounce the Oculus.
And Chapter 3 would tap Akira out, so it does not seem the most
Yeah, and
relevant
then next
here.
turn he could play Loran and kill Chapter 3 if he really wants to. So I think just playing Oculus here is the best option.
Yeah, 6 cards get delved. I guess we might actually have a choice. It looks like there might be 7 cards in the graveyard. So, no, we've attacked with fear of missing out once, but we have not attacked with it a second time. And it's possible that it's going to be on defense.
Yeah, but it's just pretty fair, I think.
And it's unlikely that Delirium is going to be on for next turn's attack steps, but, I mean, it's not impossible. We're going to get to Manifest Red.
Yeah, exactly.
And we know there's a Steam Core Scholar in hand, though. I would expect that the next play, all else being equal, would be Loran.
I mean, if you really want Delirium, you can probably Loran your own FOMO, but that doesn't make any sense.
And we were able to actually keep FOMO 2 and decommission.
Okay,
and,
so Delirium is active.
And never mind,
really nice.
we were able to get there. I thought that Atsuki only had 7 cards in graveyard, but he actually had 8.
Now Atsuki is threatening lethal next turn, but...
Yeah, double eyeball attack.
Locks are not easy. But how many cards? 2 cards. Worst case, both are Monsters Rage, right?
Yep.
That would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 damage. So he could just block with 1, 2, 2. It only gets a bit difficult if he has like another bounce spell for the Oculus. But even then, I think it's okay.
We're going to commit Oculus here.
I think you want to do it the other way around. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
because if there's 1 Monster's Rage, you still trade the Manifest for the Monk token. And then you're still in a very good shape, right? You have, you have 2 more threats in hand. The FOMO is still there with Delirium, and you traded off all of their stuff. You can kill the Cutter next turn.
Yep, so there is the Monstrous Rage. Everything should trade.
Yeah, you should take 1 damage from the trample.
And that has happened. It's 11 to 10.
Yeah.
And then it's just Spire Bluff can now pass. So Loran looks amazing.
Oh, yeah, Loran is super good here. And the Fear gets in for 4. So
Akira's going to have to draw a really good one right now.
Stock up is probably his best draw.
Yeah, agreed. And I guess Akira was kind of forced to play the Spire Bluff out as...
Yeah, he wants to level up talent maybe next turn.
Exactly.
Yeah, 1 mana. So he can generate a... So, for example, he draws Burst Lightning or Torch. I don't know what's in his deck anymore. But if he has something like this, or Bounce Spell even, he wants to be able to level up talent and then play the Bounce Spell and have a second blocker on the ground. So he has to play out the Spire Bluff, I think. It's also clear that he doesn't have anything after he played the Rage and then doesn't play a second spell for the Cutter. So there isn't really anything good to bluff either.
Alex, your audio just changed a little bit to me. Did you like accidentally unplug headphones or something?
He needs a stock to something really good.
Oh, there we go.
What?
Alright, we are back. Alright, so we've opted and scoot.
Yeah. So
Sweet.
we're going to game 3?
We get a game 3. These have been 2 interesting games. I mean...
Yeah, a lot more exciting than the Oculus game earlier.
Honestly, that game makes me want to just play every game of Magic 5-on-5.
Yeah, but then you have the games where like one is just mana screwed.
Yeah.
And other just scoops.
Maybe you play every game on a multi-5, so you draw 7, keep 5.
Yeah, I in the last few days I've watched a lot of like old Channel Fireball with Duke videos where he plays Chan and Madan with the old Mulligan rule.
Mm.
And like so often he or his opponent just gets mana screwed.
Yeah.
Because of the old Mulligan, like if you go to 5, it's almost a death sentence, right?
That's right. It was very punishing.
And then he has to keep like a 1-lander on 6, he has to keep like 5 lands and a Thoughtseize and just hope he scries into a confident or something. And it makes me so happy that we have the new Mulligan rule because it's so much better. I also think like before that there was an even more punishing Mulligan rule where you just didn't get anything, right?
That's right.
Just, I watched the finals of the first Pro Tour with the new Mulligan rule, and the players were like super uncomfortable with mulliganing. Like it was, I think, Mike Long with some kind of combo deck where he like discards cards in his hand for mana and then draws his deck. Against like a Rakdos aggro deck with 3 mana discard effects and stuff. And in the final game, the Rakdos player keeps a hand without any pressure because it's on 7 and has like lands and spells.
Sure.
But like nowadays, everyone would mulligan. But back then they didn't know about it, right? It's just very underdeveloped theory. And it was very new, and you just would rather play a game where you could cast spells. And yeah, people were too afraid of not mulliganing.
Alright, players are done shuffling their opponent's decks. Let's lay out the cards. It can't go worse than last game.
Yeah.
We've got 1 land, opt, talent, cutter. I mean, I don't think you can mulligan this.
Yeah, it's probably a keep. Right.
On the other side, we have 2 lands.
But no white.
No white.
Yeah, but
probably okay.
Okay, we start with the talent, makes sense.
We do have a recommission on Atsuki's side if we can find some way to get it, and obviously the looting effects simultaneously dig for white and juice the graveyard, so all seems reasonable.
Yeah, that's the second land.
Land 2, no problem. Didn't even need to opt for it. And we'll play...
Always lucky, never punished.
Does Atsuki have an answer to this cutter, or is this game going to get out of control really fast? It's just a FOMO. Discarding Lauren, that's so painful.
Yeah. But probably the correct call. Even if he draws a white land, having the recognition is better than just casting Lauren, obviously.
Yeah.
Yeah, what I say earlier, there was a decision point on turn 1 between playing talent and opt.
Yes.
Because you want to hit in your second land, but I think playing talent first is better. Because you don't need to play the cutter on turn 2, right? Because it doesn't generate immediately.
Right.
If you draw really good, because then you can very nicely double spell with like opt and the pump spell turn 3. And play it into cutter. If you don't draw it, it's not the end of the world. You can opt for a land. And you have more pressure on the board with the Otter from turn 1.
Well, disgustingly, Akira has played Ghost Vacuum, so the plan of pitch Lauren with the intent of recommissioning it not going very well.
I was gonna go with that. It's obviously better to card Lauren because you can recommission her if you draw white, which is not completely accurate anymore.
Yeah.
Because of the Ghost Vacuum, unfortunately. So now both of the reanimation spell in Atsuki's hand are really bad. He did draw fast land.
Yep. Land
but
is Fire Bluff, and we'll play Glacial Dragon Hunt.
Hope there's not another rage, but yeah, it doesn't look like it. It's gonna loot away one of the reanimation spells.
Yeah, you've gotta, like... All the white cards do nothing now.
Yeah, this looks really rough for Atsuki, this. He did find a white source, but... Yeah, it doesn't
Yeah, and Akira doesn't even have to vacuum up the Lauren. He can just go directly for the.
I think he should. Yeah, exactly, the Dragon Hunt. He still needs to exile stuff because otherwise Oculus can come down.
Right.
Does look like he's somewhat out of gas now. He has one spell that I didn't see what it was.
Yeah, it was just Sleight of Hand and nothing else. We couldn't trigger the.
Yeah, if it was like any cantrip was stuck up, he would have played it before. So it's probably if he has something, it's interaction like a negate a spell pierce or something. The Stanford, no, not the Stanford Stroke. That doesn't make sense. They're most likely spell pierce on into the Flatmore. Even though I'm not sure if you would just play the Flatmore on this turn, so you get another token, get in for 3 more damage. Especially because Oculus coming down is not that big of a possibility. And then worst case you can just rebuy the Flatmore next turn with your talent. So I think it's not a Flatmore either. Not a negate, since he would have likely countered the Crafts. So it's either Spell Pierce or Double Land, I believe.
Someone in chat suggested stuck up his hand, but he was far enough down that it would have gotten tagged by Spell Pierce. Which is
yeah, that makes also sense. That he's...
He separated 4 of his 5 lands, considering Chapter 2, I guess.
Really playing around the gate.
And he's just going to pick up the cantrip. And pass back. So,
there's not a lot of pressure from Atsuki.
No, there's not.
Yet.
If
so he can just
find anything to do here.
Yeah. Also, if he plays stock up and it gets like Spell Pierce and he has to tap out, it didn't do that much this turn. Because then the token is only a 3/3, the form was a 3/4. So you can't attack. But maybe, like the only other line that would make sense is like play stock up, and even if it gets like negated, you can pick it up next turn. But I think it's also makes a lot of sense just to play it like this.
Yeah, that is relatively slow.
Yeah, now the Scholar is a lot more... It's actually scary, alright?
Yeah.
You get a 4/4 blocker. Atsuki can get rid of more of his bad white cards.
Well, not only a 4/4 blocker, but also a 4/4 creature with vigilance, right? So like...
Yeah, exactly.
We can actually start making progress on Akira's life total here, whereas everything else was just trying not to die.
Yeah, it looks a lot better than it did like 2 turns ago.
Yeah.
So maybe Akira played a bit too passively. But difficult to say.
Yeah, we've wasted 2 turns where we could have stocked up and have not done it.
Yeah, and the thing Akira doesn't know is that Atsuki doesn't have a spell pierce, but he does have a negate. So...
Yeah, that one's going to get negated real fast.
Yeah.
Alright, so then we'll play the cantrip from last turn in order to trigger the cutter.
But he won't re-equip, which also makes sense, depending on his hand, so he can get 1 big attacker.
We've an opt.
Yeah. You have to keep in mind still that like Atsuki is at 8. Is at 8. So while he does have a big board, especially with an into the Flatmore, that's a 5/5 attacker. Or for right now, so you have to respect the Monster's Rage probably, because it kills you if you don't block. Which means he might have to block with the FOMO. Worst case for him is if he double blocks, right? 1 gets bounced and then he's just dead.
Double block, you lose the game on the spot, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
That's just...
I don't think you can jump with the Scholar. Ooh, yeah, okay. Maybe he realized that if he blocks with anything, he's just super behind. So he would rather just not play around Monster's Rage and call the bluff, so to say.
Ooh, bouncing the Steam Core Scholar seems like a tough way to do it.
Yeah, I'm not sure if that's correct this time.
It did force in an extra point of damage, so Atsuki should go to 2, I believe. But
3, I think. Not 2, yeah. I think it's okay because like if you can double spell, you get another. If you can triple spell, or yeah, double spell if he's at 2, that's enough.
Yeah,
you can
that's
get
true.
another monk, and then he would need another blocker. But
we've got 2 Torch the Towers, which is certainly interesting. On the other hand, we don't have 2 red sources now.
Yeah, that's...
Also, not using a Darker Waste is... Oh, I guess we didn't have a choice. We have 3 Pain Lands out of our 5 lands.
Yeah.
So if we're going to cast Steam Core Scholar and not take damage, this was the way to do it, but it is unfortunate.
Yeah, the Painlands really... basically just wastes. Can activate one if you really need to.
Right.
But...
Emmanuel points out in chat that the Floodmaw last turn is potentially going to interfere with his ability to double spell this turn.
how much mana does he have? He can potentially level up... 10 is already level 2, sorry, my bad.
Yeah. We can't get another spell back with that. No, we've just drawn a Shivan Reef.
Yeah, that's he really needs to hit something off this cantrip.
Opt will find a way.
Not playing removal in response to the opts also.
That is weird. We are in fact going to go after the...
Oh, yeah.
I guess it doesn't matter which one you try to take down. But something has to go.
Yeah, one of them... No, it doesn't matter. Yeah, no, it does matter. If you... one of them dies even if he has like another cantrip in hand. If that doesn't find anything, right? If you touch the one without the... Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, we're going to make sure that this works by...
Making it works. He also has another Prof in hand, so it's not that bad to do this.
That's perfect then. Yeah, it is true that Atsuki is not struggling to... is struggling to draw reasonable cards.
Yeah. And he did play a tap land, so he has access to better mana next turn.
Now, Sleight of Hand triggering the... Cutter, but do we have attacks? I guess the 4/4 would force the trade with the Steam Core Scholar. Oh, we found a Stormpacer's Talent? Uh-oh. Well, then we...
Do you just re-equip? No, then the other one doesn't have haste. Sorry.
Yeah, it has to be attacking in this way. So it's a 4/4 that's getting in there, and a 3/3 that can't. And now we have to respect Monstrous Rage, which forces a double block.
I think you probably even re-equip the roll. The equipment, so he is forced to double block.
It is true that we have Spell Pierce available. It would hurt, but it would get the job done. Oh, and it would not. There's 3 mana open. I retract all that. It wouldn't do anything.
Yeah.
Steam Core Scholar goes down. Token goes down. Chad has found a couple of bajillion mana plays that Akira could make. Oh, land 7, and now we get back Monstrous Rage, I'm guessing? No, we're going to get back Stock Up, even better. I forgot there was a Stock Up down there.
Forgot his other token, or is he going to make it now?
Chad points out that we can crack the Ghost Vacuum and clear the blocker, which is pretty sweet.
Oh yeah, that's true. Yeah, I think Akira forgot to make an auto token from his talent, right?
Yeah, I think that's right.
Oh, that's unfortunate. That does make a big difference here.
Actually,
a huge difference. One more attacker is when the opponent is at 2 is.
Yeah, an attacker with prowess is really, really big deal. Alright, we know that Atsuki at least has another Torch the Tower.
He could play.
can't totally see what's going on over there in terms of...
He has a fear of missing out and a spell pierce. Also, yes, you too.
Alright, there's FOMO 2, so this is going to represent a second counter from the Proft. I'm guessing that Atsuki does not have Delirium, or if he does, he doesn't have it with through the Ghost Vacuum, but I can't say for sure.
Yeah.
I feel like his graveyard's a bunch of recommissions.
Same.
But if this thing's attacking, I'm guessing that he does have it. Otherwise, this is a bold attack. Okay, yeah. Untap.
So he has left Delirium that can't be cleared from the vacuum, probably. Otherwise...
I guess there would be a fear of using the Ghost Vacuum there and then having Atsuki play a reanimation spell, but he doesn't have white at the moment.
Yeah, so this only makes sense. I thought about it if there's like an Oculus or something and then another creature. Clear the Delirium, you would have to take something that's not a creature.
Right. And there goes Steam Core Scholar. So I don't even know if that was the case. Alright, so we know that we've got Torch the Tower and Spell Pierce available. We're going to lead on Stock Up. That's going to get pierced. And it's going to get pierced again at the cost of 1 life.
Ooh.
Atsuki should go to 1 here.
Yeah. But that opens him up. So he is playing to just swing for lethal next turn.
Right, these 2 fear of missing outs are going to do a lot of damage, especially if we can get any Proft counters going.
Yeah.
Alright, this has all happened. So
also, he
we'll
did not pay for the second
Storm
one.
Chaser's Talent. Are we going to make the Otter this time?
No. Oh.
I don't think we are. Oh no.
Oh no.
Not like this. Oh, okay. We do have one of the 2 Otters. That
we did remember this one. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
He may
Yeah,
have
that's a lot.
verbally acknowledged it.
Whoa. Yeah, he could have just killed him last turn if he had the Otter, right?
Yes.
Because he would have had 3 attackers. So then Atsuki couldn't have made the double spell pierce play. So he would have been forced to play different.
Yeah, that's right. Oh, I guess... No, you're absolutely correct. An extra attacker... That Otter from the previous turn would have represented a creature that could have attacked immediately. A Steam Core Scholar? Oh boy. So now the real question comes down to something that I can't really see, which is whether or not
exactly.
Graveyard is strong enough to present Delirium without one of the cards. I feel like there's like 2 Spell Pierces, a Torch the Tower, I see a Recommission and a Helping Hand. Then I think there's a land and a Prosthetic Memory.
So there are definitely enough instant and sorceries.
Yeah, so instant and sorcery can't be disrupted. I think land and enchantment maybe can be.
Yeah. That also makes sense. It was the last turn there was also the Scholar in there, and that's why Akira couldn't stop him from Delirium, because he had 5 types.
Yes, that's correct. Yeah,
But
right now that's true. Atsuki does not have creature in the graveyard, so if he could just discard anything, Oculus, Steam Core, whatever, that would present a problem.
Creature or a land and an enchantment.
Yeah. But it's just land.
Ooh. See if another looter. Oh, he could bargain the Prof, but then he doesn't get that much damage.
He could bargain one of the FOMOs, but that's a tough way to do it.
Yeah, that's probably worse. But he has a Torch in hand, and he can bargain the enchantment to get Delirium.
We have an Exercise. We're gonna exercise the vacuum.
So in response, he's first.
Did we not activate in response? Or
he did. He activated the profs from the graveyard.
Okay, we did remove the profs. Okay, that all makes sense.
Well, assume you go to beginning of combat, you put 2 counters on one of the fears, and then you torch one of the other, for example. Then you just attack with both at least once, definitely. You have 4, 7, 9 power. And then you attack with both again. You have to jump block both. But that's not the spot you want to be in. So okay, so I think this still forces jump block. But now you have a better blocker.
Yeah, so we're gonna have to bargain the profs.
Yeah.
Scry one to the bottom. And now we can attack with both, and attack with both potentially again. So here comes 2, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9.
So I think you can take the first 9, so you force him to re-attack.
That makes sense.
But then when he attacks us, you have to jump block at least 1. I think... Oh no, he can't do it the other way. He can't untap the 1 FOMO twice. Yes, he could. He could attack with... I think he made a small mistake. In the first combat, he can attack with only the FOMO with 3 counters, untap it, go ahead to the second combat, attack with both, and use the second FOMO to attack the first FOMO with 3 counters. But I don't think it matters. Because he attacks for a bit more damage, but it still just forces a jump block if he attacks again.
Go. Alright, 6-1. So we know that at worst, Akira can regrow a spell off of level 2 of this other Storm Chaser's talent.
Yeah, but that alone is not enough, right? Even a Monster's Rage doesn't get through here. So
no, there's plenty of toughness on the other side. How often do you get to say that?
Yeah, if he finds any other spell, I think... No, he's not good yet. Because he would need to cast the Rage before combat. And then Atsuki can decide.
Now, if we basically can't take stock up, right? Like, that just doesn't work.
Yeah. I think he needs to take like Sleight of Hand. And then find another Sleight of Hand or opt, and this finds a Monster's Rage. That's how he wins. If he finds this, he definitely wins.
Alright, that is the play. So we have now Prowess 1, Spell Count 1, and we find Opt Monstrous Rage. Unfortunately, we can't keep them both on top.
Yeah.
Ugh.
That hurts. But Rage alone is not enough, I think, right?
Is Rage by... Oh, Rage by itself is not good enough because you have to play the Rage pre-combat?
Yeah, exactly. Otherwise, he can double block 1 and then block with the bigger one the other one, and then Rage still doesn't get through.
Yeah. You need... Rage would be fine if we were attacking with 3 things.
Does he have an untapped hand in hand? If he has, he could equip Cutter and then cast Rage. That would work.
Sure.
But if he doesn't, if it's a tap land, or like a Spell Pierce or something, the Rage doesn't work, it's not enough. So he would need to take the opt and then hope to find a Rage or like a bounce spell.
I think he's come to this conclusion as now we are going to opt. But that's unfortunate that another Rage is gone. So we know there's 1 Rage in the graveyard, 1 Rage in the bottom of the deck.
We want Rage or bounce spell.
Oh, how's Floodmaw?
Oh yeah, that works.
That'll do it.
Phew,
wow,
what a game.
That was a tight game. Man.
Oh yeah, but he forgot this one outside that would have won him like 4 turns earlier. Crazy.
Yeah, that's true that he did spot Akira and Otter, but it just wasn't... Or sorry, Atsuki rather. He spotted him in Otter, but it was just not quite enough to let him steal the game.
And it also looks like we have Immanuel Gershenson in the chat, who's a very good is it pilot? I think he qualified in Bologna with an LCQ and then immediately made day 2.
Nice.
And he, I think, is one of the innovators behind the breakage attack. I'm not completely sure, but he definitely played it.
Well, we predicted based on how the previous rounds were going that we would see 2 Is It players advance to 6-0. And in fact, 2 Is It players have advanced to 6-0. Actually, also the other 2 Is It players advanced to 6-0. It is going to be 2 Is It mirrors to figure out who is on top leading into the cut. Now I'm going to see a card that I haven't seen all day. Here comes a Duress. Revealing stock up, opt, tower, Corey, steel cutter, and 2 lands.
So that's most likely the mid-range. Oh yeah. I'm most likely gonna take the steel cutter.
Looks like it says Junpei is playing Esper Pixie down here.
Ah, yeah, that also makes sense.
Against, obviously, Riku.
Especially because we're in game 3, like... I thought we were in game 1. Then
yeah, this is game 3.
Yeah, in game 3, the rest is one of the best cards Pixie can play in the sideboard against Kata.
I'm surprised we're thinking about this for so long. Obviously...
That probably means he has another answer for Kata, if he's thinking about it, right?
It must
Maybe like
be.
Aloha?
It must be. And we're going to take the stock up. Alright, well, you let me play it. Here's the cutter. Alright.
That also makes sense to some degree, that he's just hoping to... Oh.
Nightmare Underground River Pass.
I saw Pixie in his hand. Does he not have white mana?
He may not have white mana.
So he mulliganed once, I think, because he has 3 cards in hand, 3, 6, 7. Yeah, this is...
Here comes the beatdowns. We're going to go Drake Hatcher after opt. Trigger attack for 2.
The shows. Draw Sophia. That Hatcher is also a big problem. Like, there's not much he can really do. He can maybe either... I think he has 2 lines. He can either, like, bounce Hatcher and Nightmare. Or he can, like, play Fear, pick up land, play the bauble he has in hand, kill the token. But both of these don't seem too appealing.
No.
Yeah, taking Stopper is, super insane. But maybe he thought that he was already too far behind with his Marland and his kind of bad hand. And the idea was that he just hoped, especially with like a bad reroute, that his opponent just doesn't find any gas. And then the cutter maybe only makes 1 token, and he can strip him of everything with Nightmare. But he didn't find a white land in the next turn, and then it all fell apart.
Yeah, it's hard to hope that the Is It deck isn't going to find anything. I mean, to be fair, when like I pilot it, I run out of gas all the time. But in a situation like this where you know they have opt, they're going to see 3 cards next turn. And it's pretty unlikely that they're going to miss on all 3 of those. Anything that you cast is
I can kind of
pressure.
see it, like, hoping for the white land for Pixie, but it's still super rough. I think I would probably play Fear plus Bobble, but I would not be happy about it.
We are just kind of surveying how bad this game is going for us. I wonder how much longer Junpei is going to wait before taking one of the few lines available. I mean, at this point, Riku knows there's no white source.
Yeah. So I was right about the mid-range.
Yeah. Wow. So we just main phase this time bounce Nightmare and Hatcher.
Yeah, I'll make them to play around the spell pierce because then you can just scoop.
Yeah.
But maybe he has to try to bait out like a Monster's Rage because he's already very far behind. So, but I understand why he's playing this turn on his turn. It does somewhat make sense from like the perspective of just trying to play longer and hopefully find like the white source.
Well, opt number 2 seems to have been the draw at some point for Riku, and then we know that we have the Drake Hatcher as the second spell.
Oh, the white is actually really nice. I don't know how many cards Riku has, but like he could double Nightmare him and potentially hope he doesn't top deck anything nice and then get one turn of breathing room.
We know one of the 2 cards over there is a Hopeless Nightmare, and it looks like the other one was a land.
Oh yeah, he can just make him discard his hand.
Yep, so it's going to be Nightmare, Pixie Nightmare at the cost of 2 life.
This gets him a semi-time walk where he only like, if he's lucky, the opponent doesn't top deck anything.
Oh, wait a second. Riku actually has 2 cards left, so he can hold.
Oh, yeah, okay.
He can hold the Torch to Tower that we know about. That's like level 1.
This is all. Like, it's the best the Pixie player can do, but it's still really bad. Which is... Yeah, it just shows why the deck fell off so bad after Bologna.
Yeah.
I think on the play, the games are completely okay. But on the draw, especially post-board, is just super difficult to play. And then especially if you like have to mulligan once, stumble on your mana, you're just insanely behind.
Yeah, your cards just individually don't do anything.
Even if Riku didn't have anything this turn, he can still attack with everything. Junpei probably can't block with the Pixie, so he takes at least 4 damage. And then if he has anything, it's just way worse than that.
Yeah, and we know that at the bare minimum he has this Torch to the Tower. Do we have a second spell?
Like, Junpei would need 1 extra turn just to be in an okay position to play the game.
Yeah.
He's gonna re-equip to get the Drake of the Drake Catcher.
The answer was no to the extra spell, but still totally acceptable turn from Riku.
The re-equip is a nice little touch, because now the Drake Catcher gets 3 counters. It can make a 2 to Drake. And Junpei could play Fear plus Nightmare, but since Riku didn't play anything, it's unlikely he has a good spell in hand. So it's, I think, more likely to play Bauble plus Fear. So you can like kill one of the tokens, have a blocker for the Drake that comes down. And then
that does seem way better.
Just hope he doesn't draw anything again. Oh yeah, I thought he was set go and was really surprised, but it just I thought about the Vigilance, which makes more sense.
Well, the one thing that you can say about this game is that Junpei did not lose to stock up. That's it. That's all I got.
Still,
and
I mean, the card only made 4 power, but then some damage. But that's still like it's so much. Ah, yeah. I think it's a bit of an early scoop. But some players just like to do this. Like, for example, I think Marco Del P was a very prominent example of that. Where if he just feels he can't win anymore, or if he feels he misplayed, he just scoops. So he doesn't mental boom. But then when he runs hot, he runs Healy Rod and like wins the whole tournament. But I think the Pixie player could have played on. At least hope that the opponent doesn't draw anything for a turn and then maybe find your Loran or something.
I definitely, personally, am bad at scooping. Like, I will not typically do it. But I do also understand people who say, like, obviously you scoop sometimes when you need to preserve time or whatever, but
yeah, that's
especially nowadays, I mean, I'm turning 40 this year. I have a finite amount of mental energy for a tournament, and it's much less than what I had when I was 27. So there is
Fair.
something to be said for 3% to win this game. It looks really, really bad. Let me just go drink some Powerade or something.
Yeah, that's fair.
All right, we are done with round 6. So let me figure out how our players to watch have done.
I will take a very short break.
Yep, I'm going to run an ad, and then we'll have Japanese audio for a minute, and then we'll be back for round number 7. See you in a minute, chat. All right, there we go. The ad has started, so I'm going to mute myself for a second.
Hey, you! Has life been passing you by? Want to add a little explosiveness to your day? Or find out if you have what it takes to beat a demon-possessed machine that magically harvests souls for fuel? 10 teams! 3 worlds! Burn rubber for racing fame! Then join the Girapur Grand Prix, and this could be you! Not him! Her! Take a chance for fantastic glory and incredible riches! Like the Aether Spark, this year's legendary prize. It's worth the risk, we promise. So put down that remote and push your pedal past its limits. We want you to be a part of the Girapur Grand Prix. Frankly, because we're running out of racers. But hey, it'll be a ton of fun! It's only a death race if you die.
Warning, the Girapur Grand Prix is incredibly dangerous and will likely result in your untimely death. We are not responsible for vehicle sabotage, driver incineration, or decapitation from giant anthropomorphic sharkmen. Drive at your own risk. This message has been paid for by the New Culture Collective.
Hey you! Stop contemplating your existential dread. Try Magic the Gathering Foundations. Dying decor got you depressed? Foundations turns dreary into dramatic. But wait! There's more! With the right magic card, everything's better!
Can magic help me with my boss's after-hours texts?
It sure can.
Thank you, Magic the Gathering Foundations.
皆様お待たせいたしました。ここからはラウンド7の模様を実況私斉田と解説加藤健介さんでお送りしてまいります。よろしくお願いいたします。
はい、よろしくお願いします。
さあ、いよいよ残す
We're getting ready for number 7. Actually, I'm going to leave the Japanese audio on for another minute. Maybe I can figure out who we're about to watch.
してくる感じですかね。
はい。
さあ、
ところで何かこの激おもろマッチアップが発生したという。
We've got a swamp. Okay, so it is not whoever I thought it was going to be. I guess there's kind of two ways to do this, right? You could either showcase people who are playing for the perfect record, or you could showcase people who are playing to stay in the tournament. And maybe we've taken the second.
I think they don't want to show the third. Is it Mirror?
Yeah. Well, we're going to get an Is It Mirror next round. I know that for sure.
Like, in Utrecht, they were also actively trying not to show breach matchups.
This is actually a mono black Demon's Mirror.
Both start of the turn on the res.
Did not see that coming. Kazutaka Oya.
Takashi is the res proof.
Against Takashi Tsumonori. Alright, so here come the demons.
And the bats.
And the bats. How close to the same are we here? They're somewhat different, honestly.
Yeah.
In the both quantity and quality of the creatures. It looks like Takashi has elected to play a couple of fun-ofs, including one Lord Skitter, which looks not bad against some of the Oculus decks, and one Speed Demon. Okay, so we've got Bat versus Mazemind Tome. I think I'm on Team Mazemind Tome here.
But the Bat has a Sheldred coming in that turn. So Kazutaka is really digging to find some wool.
Ooh, and we found a Intimidation Tactics, which can take the Sheldred.
Oh, yeah, right, I forgot they already had this last turn. So
now it's just 2 cut downs that I'm guessing are not going to have a target the entire game.
Yeah, very likely.
Soulstorm Sanctuary is the land just off the top of the screen there for Takashi. And we can start cracking clues. Absolutely no pressure on Kazutaka, so Mazemind Tome is going to look excellent here. Duress, but we know that there's just 2 cut downs. I mean, I guess what else are you going to do with it?
Yeah, exactly. I don't think it's going to get better. So
yeah.
There are some cards in Kazutaka's list. Like he also has 4 bats. And anything else that... Oh no, sorry, I'm mixing up the list. Yeah, anything else his opponent could have, he's just gonna play out, right? Like a Liliana or an Unholy NX.
Right.
So playing the rest makes sense.
Yeah, interesting. Since Takashi has the 1 Speed Demon, he's elected to play 3 Amonkhet Raceways as his other utility lands, compared to Kazutaka, who A, has a 25th land, which I love, and B, that 25th land is a Fountain Port, which I also kind of love.
Yeah. I have to say I'm not that big of a fan of all of the speed lands.
No, I don't totally get it.
And especially for 1 demon, I think it's a bit... There was, for a short period of time, a mono-red goblin stack where it made sense to play the speed land that gave haste. Because you had 2 speed payoffs. You had the 1 mana, the Burnout Astronaut, that gets double strike, and more importantly, you had a 3-drop that makes a goblin each turn that can then tap for mana for each goblin you control. And the land was also really good with Krenko, so giving Krenko haste was very strong. But here, I think for only 1 speed demon, you would prefer to just have a Fountain Port.
It doesn't seem like we're great at actually speeding up either.
This game looks a lot better for Kazutaka right now.
Yeah. Alright, here's the annex. So Duresses have cleared all of the cut downs, not that it especially matters, as the creature that has been played is a Preacher of the Schism.
The annex is probably the best top deck Takashi could have hoped for.
Yeah, we don't really have any way to remove it, right? Not main deck at least.
As long as Takashi doesn't get to commit to the board or like only finds lands or cheap creatures that get cleared. Oh, very nice.
Duress takes the last kill spell, and we follow up with Sheldred. How's that Unholy Annex really looking now?
Otherwise, the Annex will just kill him.
Yeah. Alright, the 5/5 will mitigate Sheldred for the moment, as Takashi gains 2 off the Annex and then loses 2 to Sheldred. Now Kazutaka gains back the 2 life that was drained off of the Annex. So as it stands, the life totals are effectively even from the effects on board. But Preacher of the Schism is basically cleared to attack. Probably we don't need to trade Shieldred for the demon. That doesn't seem very good.
No. Takashi missed the speed trigger, it seems like.
Oh no.
Playing 3 speed lands and then missing the trigger seems... not very nice.
Uh-oh. Chat saying that I have no audio. Can you hear me, Alex?
I can hear you.
Okay. Can chat hear me? And someone else confirm that I'm actually there?
I will put the sound
It
on.
looks okay. I see my levels are... Okay. Whew.
Yeah, I can hear you when I go into
Okay.
the stream.
Well, Shieldred did get in. Obviously, we make the trade.
I suppose Takashi wouldn't want the speed to go.
Oh. The problem was that I still had the sticky up. Oh, remind me that... Chat, you have to remind me because it's 4 a.m. and I forget that I'm supposed to take that box down when the rounds are going. I mean, at least in this configuration, it's not actually hiding anything, but still.
Ooh.
Interesting.
Kazutaka just keeps ripping all of the perfect 10 disruption.
Yeah.
To get whatever Takashi draws off his unholy NX.
But we found a Shieldred, and that one is going to land, and will produce a bit of a puzzle. Can Kazutaka get this out of the way? Whatever. Attack. So I'll draw 1, lose 3. It's kind of like a
I don't think mine's right now.
Castle Lockthwain activation.
Yeah.
And get through to take Takashi down to 10. So life total should, I think, be 21 to 10. Unless he missed a Shieldred trigger. Which is also possible.
That could be, yeah. The bet also gained him 1 life.
True. So maybe it should be 22 to 10. And now we've got a big old Archfiend threatening. And Takashi wants to have a demon in play so that he doesn't continue losing life to his annex. So it looks like he's going to animate a tapped Soulstone Sanctuary. Tough way to do it.
Yeah, that implies he has a removal spell, or he's hoping to find a removal spell with the annex.
Yeah. So the annex is now a gain 4, which is pretty good. I don't know what's going on with Kazutaka's life total, but it should, I think, be 19 now as he's drawing this card.
Even less right, he should have been at 22 and then drained to 20, 18 now.
But hopefully it's lower than 23. We'll see if the graphic updates. I feel like I saw him write 19 down. Alright, everything's getting in there. Alright, 19 is correct. So, the life totals do matter. The difference between 18 and 19 actually is kind of big.
Yeah, the matchup also. I don't want to say it took a swing, but it looked a lot more doomed for Takashi before he drew the annex. Like, the annex really just completely pulled him to the game.
Alright, I think Takashi takes 9 from this, goes to 7.
Yeah.
Kazutaka gains 1 from the short-lived vampire token. We've got Karsi Revenant, Unholy Annex, and 2 other spells. So we're not hurting for action over here.
Yeah. The only quote-unquote problem would be...
the Shieldred.
Yeah, and also the Archfiend in 3 turns, but then it should probably already be over.
Yeah, one way or the other, I agree.
The chance of drawing removal compared to playing the Karsi Revenant. Which does kind of make sense. If he gets to kill the Shieldred, that's 4 less life his opponent gains.
Right, Kazutaka does control a demon, so the Unholy Annex is basically a wash against the Shieldred.
Liliana punishes Kazutaka for attacking with the token last turn.
True.
It's the one of Lilia.
He's going to have to sacrifice the Preacher instead of the Bat, since
Takashi doesn't want to get the 6/6.
Does have the mana to play the Archfiend of the Dross otherwise. Oh, we have an Anoint to clear the Soulstone Sanctuary. Uh-oh. So, once again, Shieldred with Unholy Annex is kind of even now.
Yeah.
He'll lose 2 and gain 2.
If he doesn't have anything, he will take 7 in the air, so he needs to have hit a removal spell.
Shieldred takes Kazutaka down to 17. Well, let's find out. Kill you? Yeah, kill you. Okay, game is over. Fair enough. So, Kazutaka's sideboard is relatively clean. And Takashi's sideboard is all over the place.
For Bronco, I think the Bronco maybe come in there. I mean, they are card advantage.
Yeah, they seem reasonable.
That X really hurts. I don't think Silex comes in. Definitely no Vacuum. Preacher most likely comes in. I don't know how it works in Standard. Like in Modern, you used to cut the these effects, I think, in these mirrors a bit.
Sure.
But maybe, I mean, cards are so strong that you have to keep them in, because like you have no answer for a resolved NX, right?
Exactly, that's what I was about to say. It's tough to remove them when there's just no... Like, the duress is not good, sure. But when it does hit... You need
sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
Exactly. I don't think you need... I'm not sure if you need the dreams, but the duress is like just so good.
Yeah.
That I think you have to keep it in. As you were saying, exactly. Like, we just saw how strong the NX is in the mirror.
Right.
Like, it almost completely turned the game around. Yeah, so many one-offs.
Yeah, then I guess there's going to be an interesting game over whether or not Takashi wants to keep his cutdowns in, since there are very few targets. It's basically just the bats.
Yeah.
But if he does shave the cutdowns, then that opens up the opportunity for Kazutaka to bring in the Broncos. So... kind of a leveling game there.
Takashi actually has one answer to the NX in his sideboard. He's playing
Withering Torment. Yep.
Which can kill the NX, so this is definitely coming in. I mean, it kills like everything.
Yeah.
Probably the best card you can have in this matchup, besides the NX itself. But yeah, the cut down is really interesting, because you don't want to have it if there's no target. But the targets are also important to kill. Then also, if you have it in hand, but don't have mana open and your opponent plays bad and takes the cut down, it also sucks. Because you have to waste the normal removal to get back the cut down that then doesn't have a target anymore.
Players both counting to 60. So after this round is the cut, and then we will have the first round of, in quotation marks, day 2.
That's also very... I'm used to.
Yeah, I think they do it that way because then they'll show 8 rounds of Magic today, and then tomorrow is rounds...
Yeah, I completely understand the logic behind like cutting and then playing one around.
Yeah.
Because imagine you're like there with 2 of your friends, and then they make day 2 and you don't. And you're like, okay, I'm gonna go to the hotel. Do you want something to eat? And they're like, no, we have to play one more round. But there's probably some kind of logic behind it that I'm not aware of.
Yeah, so, I mean, from a stream perspective, I think the intention is that there's 8 rounds today, and then tomorrow there's 4 more rounds of Swiss, 9, 10, 11, 12. and then they're going to show quarters, semi-1, semi-2 finals. And so we'll get eight rounds of Magic tomorrow as well. I feel like the other reason why people sometimes do it this way is because then they can clear the venue faster. Like once you get down to the top 8, you could start like removing all the other tables and chairs that were used for the Swiss rounds. So there's less of a danger of people having to stay really late on Sunday, which is a bigger deal than people staying really late on Saturday.
Yeah, so the duress stays in.
Yep.
As we talked about.
Duress takes duress, as there was no annex to hit.
There is an annex, no?
Oh, did Here's Dreams of Steel and Oil. There was an annex. Okay, so it must be that Takashi has an annex that he can't protect otherwise. Yeah. And we would rather both players have them than neither. So now I would expect to see the bat get taken if that was the point.
Or maybe Takashi also has this removal spell for the annex? The Torment? And an annex himself? Or like he says, oh, I have an annex, but I can draw a removal spell and you can't. So I would rather protect my own annex.
Now it is going to be annex versus annex this game.
Oh yeah.
Interesting. So we now know what the rules of engagement are, and that will probably turn this into a battle of who can keep a demon on the battlefield.
Yeah.
Which often has some interesting texture, so I'm excited to see what happens here. Caustic Bronco draws a land, as you would expect from someone who's 5-1.
Good players are always lucky.
Yeah.
Capablanca once said.
And now both players are losing 2 life a turn. Bronco is like a nightmare horse or something, right?
It's yeah.
It's a snake horse mount. I was not getting that right. But I guess I could see that from the art now that I realize it.
Right, the early in the stream had the art like really big. That's why I knew it was a snake. And I mean, it's obviously a horse. And then a mount makes sense because it's from Outlast. And you can settle it, so it's...
yeah, exactly. Can Kazutaka answer Shieldred? The answer is no. All he can do is play his own.
I mean, it's somewhat of an answer.
Yeah, now both players are kind of insulated against their Unholy Annex life loss from Shieldred, but the first person to lose their Shieldred is going to fall pretty far behind.
I think this matchup now mostly becomes like a mount who hits the land drop and can like spend the mana the best, right? Like if you have one turn where you can't really effectively spend all your mana or you miss a land drop, it's really harsh. Ooh. Because everyone has like... not everyone has a full hand. At least not full of spells.
Yeah, Kazutaka just showed an Archfiend that draws 3 swamps and a Fountain Port. Is that right?
Yeah, but I mean, it's still really okay, right? He can... Okay, now with the Shotgun it's a bit harsh, but he can next turn make the Annex Demon, then play his own Demon and draw like 3 cards till then, so he probably have something. But getting Shieldred killed really hurts his life total now.
I agree with Will in chat. This is a tough one for your life total. I would probably get a new pen just to make sure I don't run out of ink. Writing down all of the +2s and -2s.
Yeah.
And we've drawn Go for the Throat, so that's kind of awkward from the perspective of using all of your mana. Maze Mind Tome, honestly, a pretty good draw.
Yeah, but that attack is really risky, but I'm sure Kazutaka knows the matchup way better than me. I'm probably just too scared, but I was even thinking if he wants to block last turn with the Bronco and just preserve his life total. Because, like... Now he's really weak to getting tempoed, so he either... I think he needs to clear the Shieldred. So Tom's a nice draw. Because if he just deploys the Demon, he's like Giga dead to anything. And Takashi has a million cards in hand. So...
Yeah, I think the attack with the Bronco was only okay because the Go for the Throat was drawn, and he was looking for some way to use his mana.
But it's still like... there's a creature land on Takashi's side, so he's just dead.
So this is going to take him to 1.
And the annex kills him.
Oh, yes, you're right. Because it's a demon. I
but
missed
I also did. Yeah, I have to admit, I saw the creature land, and then I realized, oh, yeah, wait, he's just dead.
Well, then maybe that line wasn't so good. Let's go to game 3.
I would have thought maybe you have to like jump block the Shell Red and then play out the demon, but that's what I meant, like the first one who has like a rough time spending all his mana in the way he wants to.
Yeah.
Because you want to kill the Shell Red, because if you make the demon and then he has a removal spell for demon, you are super behind. But you can't, if you just kill the Shell Red, you're also very behind because you don't do anything. So he maybe has to make the demon, hope his opponent doesn't have anything or doesn't have a follow-up and only has the Shield Red. And then he tanks a bit and can then in his turn play demon plus remove a spell for Shield Red, the 4-mana demon, in the next turn. But it's all not the best, not what you want to be doing in this
No,
part.
every line is very fragile.
Yeah. You just have to pray all the time. Don't have this, don't have that.
If Caustic Bronco reveals an annex, is that a -8?
Should be.
I believe so.
That's the main downside. Why?
Yes.
Also why the people aren't doing it main. And generally want to
yeah,
do
check.
It, settle it for your attack.
Checking the rulings here.
And it should be. It works the same way as split cards, I think.
Yep.
Also for cascade purposes. So it should also delay it.
Now, if it's saddled, then it's great that it's an 8.
Yeah, exactly. You're like, oh, lol, just kill you out of nowhere. But yeah, that was a really risky attack with the Bronco. And like, only taking 2 damage.
Yeah, that was
almost best. Like, best case would be a land, but you don't want to draw a land in this spot, right?
probably Preacher of the Schism would have been the best draw.
Oh yeah, that's probably the very best thing you can hit.
But it is true there are a lot of things that would have been really bad.
You can kill the creature land.
Yeah, Anoint or something would be nice.
Yeah. And you need to get a second go for the throat, so your opponent can't even make a demon with his annex. And then hopefully you can make a demon and stabilize somewhat. But yeah, tough spot.
Alright. Both players have kept. Looks like it was just one swamp and an Amaket Raceway from Takashi, but a lot of these cards draw extra cards, so we'll see. Bronco, on the play. Do we have a cut down for it? We do.
My stream is a bit behind. Now I should be up to date.
Takashi starts his engines, for whatever that's worth.
I'm not even sure in this matchup if you want your speed demon to draw more cards. Like if there's just a Sheldon around.
Yeah, it's true.
Try. I draw 4 and lose 12 life. GG.
Alright, we have to make sure that we're not about to get annexed here.
Yeah.
We'll anoint in response and reveal a hand of Sheldred, Archfiend, Go for the Throat, and Karsi Revenant.
Also Takashi is praying for lands, but if he hits them, he's in a very good spot.
Be pretty brutal if you hit Amonkhet Raceway number 2. Never mind, swamp right off the top. Here comes Karsi Revenant.
Always lucky, never punished. That's how you do it. But this still needs to hit another land, right?
Now, we've seen Takashi's hand. I don't entirely know what's left over in Kazutaka's. I guess we should find out pretty soon. We did know about the Maze Mind Tome. And it looks like we're not going to deploy a creature when the only spell that we know Takashi can cast is Go for the Throat.
She's at rest. So Maybe
So-
gonna kill the Revenant response.
He's just going to reveal Go for the Throat, Archfiend of the Dross, and Gix's command.
Duress probably best draw for Takashi, that's not a land, because
Yeah.
he can now keep the Go for the Throat. And interact meaningfully this turn.
Well, interesting. So we didn't take the Go for the Throat. Do we bother casting the Go for the Throat? I'm guessing the answer is no.
Yeah, there are like too many strong cards.
The card is just too valuable. Alright, 2 fresh ones to work with. We didn't draw a land, so we're going to go digging for it. And we didn't find it, so we're going to pass. We drew Annex, though, so that's something.
No.
Dreams of Steel and Oil is the play, so we'll get to see the 5 cards in hand now. A new Gix's command, Go for the Throat, Annex, Sheldred, and Archfiend of the Dross. I mean, they're good cards, if you could only cast them.
Yeah. I think Kazutaka has to play into the removal spell eventually, right?
Yeah.
Because otherwise he will just die to the Revenant.
That's right.
And like even if you wait till he taps them out and then you play your creature main and then he just goes on his turn, kills the creature.
Yeah, it's time. Though I guess we can avoid the issue... Ooh, Duress is a nice one.
Yeah, that helps.
So now we've seen that the hand is actually Archfiend, Archfiend, Sheldred on the other side, and we can double spell Duress plus Unholy Annex. So that feels really nice.
Kazutaka getting paid off for being patient.
And now that we have Annex as a flow of cards, we don't have to be quite so discerning with the Maze Mind Tome, so we're going to scry before the draw. I like that a lot.
Now it's more about like, we have enough cards that we want to spend mana on, so the Maze Mind Tome just helps find land, get us some life back.
Are we going to scry upkeep? Because we really need a land. I guess that means we probably found one with the...
Yeah, he had one on top before, so I'm very certain he has a land.
Yep.
And we can also scry, like... I think it's better to scry later for the annex, because then you have more information in what you want, because you already know what you drew earlier.
Sure.
And you can only draw one, scry once this turn.
Alright, so we're going to try to mitigate the damage from the demon by...
You could scry, yeah, it's even better to scry an opponent's end step, because you gain even more information if you want to scry. So no removal spell for Takashi. Probably just gonna play out the second demon, get in for 6. Oh, no blocks from Kazutaka is interesting.
I think that we need to keep this demon around to feed our Annex is my guess. But with the second one coming, it's going to become difficult. I guess we know we have Gix's command to clear one of the two.
Yeah, if you still have... I thought you only had the one in the graveyard. If you still have another command, then it's completely different.
Yeah, I think we saw it when Dreams of Steel and Oil was cast.
Oh yeah. I thought only you want to trade now, because you know there's a second one coming, and then when you trade, he drains you for 4. Or you lose for life at least. But because the... effect stack. Oh, yeah, but with Gix's command, it's... Yeah, obviously you want the demon.
Yeah.
You can get in for 8, gain 8 life, and then... You've stabilized super well.
Yeah, this is a pretty strong Gix's command. So 2+1+1 counters and lifelink this turn. Hit for 8, drain for 2. Should be 21 to 13 now.
Yeah. I think so.
No, check that, 21 to 11.
Oh, yes, because of the annex. And now Takashi really needs a removal spell.
Well, he has a removal spell for the Sheldred that hasn't been cast yet, so that's something.
For one of the 2 Sheldreds.
but not a removal spell for this 8/8, which is quite concerning.
And it seems like Kazutaka has run a few lands, which explains why he hasn't scryed with his Basement Tome, because he would prefer to draw a card with it, given that he has so much mana.
Alright, so Karsi Revenant is going to put a lifelink counter and a death touch counter on, also technically a flying counter, on the Archfiend, and we'll get 6 of those life points right back.
Yeah, this will be a long game.
Demon attacks for 8. I mean, the bat's not doing that much, so it's not crazy to block here, I would guess.
Yeah, especially when you know that there's a second Sheldred in hand.
Yeah, exactly. Alright, we have made our land drop. We will play a Sheldred. And we'll drain you for 2. So it'll be 19 to 16 after the Sheldred happens.
And then 14 after Takashi's draw.
Yes. I mean, you say this will be a long game, but I see 2 oil counters left.
Oh, it's true. I forgot about the oil counters.
Takashi's gonna have to do something one way or the other pretty soon.
I thought this demon is gonna like just gain so much life, the game's gonna take going so long, but yeah, he has to like kill him in 2 turns, or he has to kill his own demon at least.
Alright, so Sheldred on the stack will finally cash in the Mazemind Tome so that we don't take any damage from it. That'll be a gain 6. I feel like the overlay had like already put Kazutaka's life total down, assuming the attack had happened. Life totals are bouncing all over the damn place.
Yeah.
But as long as both players are in double digits, I feel like the only thing that really matters is the number of oil counters on this Archfiend of the Dross. Though an attack with both probably forces a Sheldred trade, doesn't it?
You're thinking for 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
Because then the annex trigger would be lethal.
No, it's the demon is an 8/8, right?
Yeah, so it'd be 12 damage plus a drain for 2 plus the draw step is what I'm thinking.
In the draw step, oh yeah, because Kazutaka's trigger resolves first because he's not the non-active player.
Yeah, exactly. Did we just like take that immediately? Second annex looks really problematic.
Oh, is the life total not?
Now I'm not sure what's going on.
Yeah, I think he probably had more life than was.
Yeah, exactly. I guess the life totals weren't exactly right.
Oh no, he's at 4.
So then should
so
draw
maybe
down
we are wrong about the triggers?
2? Oh, McWinsauce, the 3 in the middle is not the turn counter. It's actually a lifelink, flying, and death touch counter on the Archfiend of the Dross. Not the best way to show that, but I believe that is what that 3 means.
Yeah, but if Takashi's not really at 4, then Kazutaka should have leveled up the annex, taking him to 2, and then in his upkeep, his Sheldred triggers should resolve first, I think. No?
I agree. So basically,
Takashi's trigger goes on attack first, but the Kazutaka's trigger resolves first, which should mean Takashi would have died, unless he has removal in the upkeep.
I mean, it is. I feel for the people who are trying to keep track of the life totals in that game. They were changing rapidly. But whatever ultimately happened there, in terms of, I don't know what actually won the game, but Takashi has
Yeah, I think it's probably
conceded.
the counters on it. He realized that he can't kill him this turn, and that he doesn't have removal.
Yeah.
So he will try to it next turn. But yeah, if the life totals were correct in the end, he could have killed him one turn earlier. I don't think it really matters. Maybe he was afraid of like a removal spell on the Sheldred, and then not having enough on the board, but yeah, he's also not in a position in any way where he could lose the game this turn.
No, agreed. He was pretty far ahead on several axes.
Yeah.
Alright, let's see if we have any additional magic to watch this round. Yeah, I'm really glad that we didn't have a prop bet that was like, will someone win via a Shieldred trigger or something? Because yeah. I just don't know why that match ended. I do agree that Takashi was mega dead, but I don't know exactly what actually did him in.
Dead on every exit, but...
Alright, looks like we have some Time Walk magic, and we're going to start with an Inspiring Vantage. Alright, so we have Shin Furukawa playing Oculus against Tomonori Hirami, who is playing Dimir Midrange. Interesting.
Which supposedly has a good Oculus matchup. I haven't played the matchup yet, or seen it, but it's one of the main reasons cited from what I've seen as to why Dimir is performing so good.
Alright, I've put the Dimir list in the chat. Pretty normal stuff, including 2 copies of Azure Beastbinder, which I don't feel like I have.
I haven't seen in a long time.
Yeah, that's a blast from the Bloomborough past. But otherwise, pretty normal things. Alright, Mako.
Start for Furukawa.
Mako versus...
Probably he will have an Oculus.
Yeah, I agree with chat. If only there was something that would do anything against Corey Steelcutter, so... Beastbinder is like... the rare thing that actually interacts with it. Alright, Steam Core Scholar is just pitching a recommission, so only 1 counter for the Mako, and we'll try to get in. Never mind, we're gonna tap it. Flood Pit's Drowner has stunned it. This is the longest that I've ever actually looked at a Flood Pit's Drowner, now that it's like on the screen in front of me, and I'm finally willing to admit that it doesn't fly.
It's also, I feel like whenever I look at card art really closely, it looks a lot different than I have in my mind.
Yeah.
Because like when you look from afar, you only like look at the silhouette.
Yes.
And then you just like think about the rest. Like I didn't realize that mouse looked like this, which is pretty horrifying.
It really is.
Never looked at them off that way. Just thought it has like normal face. Like the fairy mastermind, yeah.
So Drowner traded with the first Steam Core Scholar, and here comes Steam Core Scholar number 2. Interesting that we showed Yuta, Fairy Mastermind, but if we had it, we're not playing it here. It would have cantripped.
Yeah.
Discard land, Mako to 3. And now we're going to try to regrow Steam Core Scholar, and this happens.
Yeah, but there's a Grixis command waiting in the future. So as long as the macro can be dealt with and there's no profts, Tsumonori is in an okay position.
Sure, that's just going to sweep up all of the scholars. Drown the Flood Pit's Drowner. Does that suggest Curiosity coming?
Kaito, right? Kaito could potentially then stun the Mako. Oh, then it still dies. No, that makes no sense. Yes, it has to be Curiosity. Or just want to get more threats in.
Yeah, okay. It is Curiosity. Draw a card.
Then.
Whoa, that doesn't untap.
Yeah. Now Tsumonori is really just hoping that nothing big gets added to the board, no profs or anything, and then next turn he can cast. If Shun doesn't have a spell pierce, cast a very nice Gix's command, clears the whole board.
Yeah.
So he's hoping like play another Scheme Curse Scholar, torch my Flat Pit Drowner, and take a go. I mean,
Ooh, Sheltered by Ghosts. A clean answer.
That still gets cleared by the Gix's command.
Yep.
So far.
There's the torch that you were hoping for.
Yeah. But that one untapped blue mana is probably giving to Morizam.
It looks really big. It really looks big. This is an attack for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Yeah, I think you have to play the Gix's command and just hope there's no spell pierce.
Yeah.
Because there's, you're at 12, there's at least 9 power next turn.
Alright, Tsumonori draws. Does he have untapped land 5? Is one other hurdle that we could clear?
Oh yeah, there's a swamp, right?
I think that card in the front is a swamp, yeah. Yeah, it looks like he's playing full art Zendikar lands.
What would the other options be? Can't really see his hand, unfortunately.
I think there's definitely a Fairy Mastermind. There might actually be a third Flood Pits Drowner. I'm not totally sure. They're going by pretty quick. Oh, we're not going to play the Gix's Command. I'm going to play Preacher of the Schism and hold up Fairy Mastermind or Flood Pits Drowner, whatever we happen to have. This seems a little dangerous. I mean, it is true that this will...
You lose, yes, but I don't know if you just lose like this.
You don't want to be in a position where you just lose the board, but we may be there. Alright, here's an opportunity to play the Fairy Mastermind. In response to Tersa. Now we're reading it. Wait, can we decline?
Yeah, it's got up to 2 cards.
Yeah, it is. I mean, extra counters on the Mako doesn't do anything because it's destined to trade for this Preacher if it attacks.
If it attacks, it will trade with the Preacher.
Right now, Shin's graveyard is land, sorcery, instant. So I guess there's some consideration to maybe getting Delirium or having extra cards in the graveyard if you're going to cast an Oculus, but...
No. I assume you trade with one of the Scholars here?
Yeah, I would think so.
Yeah, but now Shun is really representing that spell pierce.
Yep.
Like, we still don't know if he has one, but he definitely wants you to think that he has one. Which is... And Tsumonori definitely seems to think that there's a strong possibility that he has one too. But I don't think you can like play around it forever.
No, we're lower on resources than we were last turn. Trading the Mastermind for a Steam Core Scholar does also represent card number 7 in the graveyard. So that does turn Tersa on.
Yeah.
This is a somewhat bold attack if it turns out that the Gix's Command doesn't work.
Yeah. I think he...
Another Preacher? Yeah, another Preacher.
Yeah, that makes
a lot
of sense. And that Beast Binder.
That's amazing. Ekros, I actually do know where in Tokyo this is happening. So there's two different sites. There's the Players Convention, and then there's the RC. I do not know that the RC is open to the public, but it is happening at this place. Here you go, the Tokyo Metropolitan Industrial Trade Center. I can find between rounds where the Players Convention is. Oh, so we did manage to double spell with Preacher and then also the Beast Binder. Yeah, this is the Dimir answer to Cutter. All right, so Tersa is attacked. We have 7 cards in the graveyard, so we will pick a card at random, and they may play that card this turn. Okay. And it does say play that card, so you can put a land into play. I mean, can we afford not to block with Preacher?
I think we'd rather block.
Yeah. I guess there was a 2 in 7 chance that we were just going to hit a reanimation spell, in which case the attack with Tersa was effectively free.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
I see. So now we have
probably like the worst thing you can hit.
A Glacial Dragon Hunt, which threatens to do the rest of the damage to clear the Preacher.
That makes the attack a lot better or like easier.
Mm-hmm.
You could also, if you really wanted, kill the Beastbinder too, by flashbacking the Dragon Hunt with the Marco.
Oh, interesting. So that makes me think that we are going to flash back.
Yeah. And then Tsumonori finally gets to play his Gixus command.
Maybe we have a torch the tower?
Oh, maybe we're not gonna flashback.
No, we are going to flashback the Dragon Hunt. Do you have to discard a spell for this to work? It is another Dragon Hunt. It's cute. Aha, but now we have an untapped blue source. Naturally.
I think now that discarded spell pierce Tsumonori has to try it. Right?
Yeah.
He also doesn't have that much gas left in the tank.
I mean, discarding the spell pierce makes a ton of sense. It is a one of in the Dimir list.
Yeah, how many spell pierce does Shun play in the Jeskai list?
The Jeskai list only actually has the one main.
Oh yeah, then Tsumonori can play.
So yeah, the shields are down at the moment.
So he's probably just thinking what he wants to do. If he just wants to clear this opponent's board, or if he says, I want to get back a creature, for example.
Yeah.
But I think we just kill both, attack in for 3, gain 1 life, draw 2 cards. Maybe you can let the Scholar stay alive and put 2 counters on the Preacher, but not... You definitely kill the Marco, right? Like that's
no, unquestionably, because that clears the threat of lifelink in the future, gives you back a curiosity. That's just way too good not to do.
I think returning a creature is worse than killing the Scholar. I'm just not sure if like putting lifelink and 2 counters on the Preacher this turn is better than killing the Scholar.
It would be a trade, right? It's destroy each creature with power 2 or less. So you would have to sweep up your own.
Oh, you kill your own. Yeah, then you probably put counters on the Preacher and you just let the Scholar stay alive.
Yeah.
For life turn. Only attack with the Preacher in that case. Or maybe you put the counters on the Vampire because of the lifelink and then it keeps lifelink. Then you have a freeze-free every turn that heals you.
That seems pretty good.
You make him sacrifice the Marco, you put counters on the Vampire.
Ooh.
Attack both, draw 2 cards. Oh.
How about get back a Flood Pits Drowner? That also, like, makes some amount of sense. Return up to 2 creature cards from your graveyard to your hand. So
I thought it was 1, sorry.
This is the Japanese play of having a whole bunch of the same token in one sleeve, and so they just, like, proliferate. I love it.
I have to copy that. That's sick. Just...
That was very smooth.
Yeah, that was... That's something I'm stealing.
All right, so Preacher actually did get to both make a vampire and draw a card, as it turned out. Now here's Profts from Shun, which is certainly quite dangerous.
Yeah, but you can't kill him this turn. It was... If Tsumonori would have been like... at 2 less life, he probably would have had to put the counters instead of returning creatures. Because then Winter Night Star Race kills him.
Torch the tower,
But
bargain Proft, and we'll get the Enduring Curiosity to go away forever, which is pretty nice. Now we can drown the Scholar and get in some lifelink attacks. I wonder if it's worth doing that this turn versus next, because obviously you would rather stun the Steam Core Scholar on Shun's turn instead of on your own. It's a question of kind of how much pressure does Tsumonori feel at the moment.
Yeah. And I think at some point you have to get in for damage, right?
Yeah.
But it's not a clear-cut decision, obviously.
Yeah, we've played for a long time against this Jeskai Oculus list without actually seeing an Oculus. But it has to be out there somewhere.
That is also an option for him, just...
Ooh, backup Curiosity.
Oh, yeah, okay. Then it also makes sense to just...
Yeah, to jam. So Tsumonori gains 2 life to 7. And draws 2 cards. And... Alright, the Dimir deck is starting to,
Yeah, do its thing.
do some... Its wheels have gotten some traction on the ground now.
I'm thinking of ways that could get back into the game, but especially with the Drowner around, there's really not much you can do. You would need, like, I don't know, double Oculus.
Yeah, somehow I feel like Shun has turned about 23 cards of his library face up, and we haven't seen a single Oculus yet.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't think 1 Oculus is enough.
No, I agree. In the face of the Drowner.
Anticipating the Drowner, just saying no. I'm gonna tap my creature.
Yeah, and since Shun made that play, then that means that Tsumonori could play the other card that he picked up with the Gix's command, namely the Fairy Mastermind.
It's just...
Now, it is a reflexive trigger, so Shun could, I guess, turn around and go after the Mastermind if he wanted to. And, in fact, he does. That's funny. Kind of expecting that to be pointed at the Curiosity. Does that mean that we have... I was going to say a Torch the Tower, but we can't bargain it. I don't know what's going on.
Yeah, I'm not sure either.
But it can't be that we're just going to let him draw 4 cards. Like, the Yuta can only draw 1 card a turn.
I mean, the Curiosity still draws cards, right? If you...
That's true. If you kill it without really killing it. Alright, activate Soulstone and jam.
Swing in with everything.
Make a new token. Here comes 5 attackers.
4, 5, 6, 9, 10, 11. Yeah, next one he has them. And he has the Flood Pits Drowner, so...
Yeah, there's kind of no way out of this. Wow, draw 5.
Yes. Game is pretty much locked up now. You couldn't just play the drone now, I guess.
Yeah, it's kind of hard. Now we're discarding to hand size. Kind of hard to cut downs go. Hard to see how Shun could even just make enough blockers in the face of the Drowner. And we're scooping him up. That was pretty impressive.
Yeah, Giggs' command also really strong self-control.
Yeah.
To slow roll the command for so long and then actually get paid off for it. Like, a lot of people, I think myself included, who would have just jammed the command.
Yeah.
Show me your spell pierce. Like, it looked really bad early on for Tsumonori, right?
Yeah.
Like, when we said the first turn he could have cast the command, he was almost out of the game.
Yep.
Like, if that creature gets answered immediately, it's just GG. And then he turned it around like this, was really strong.
Yeah, there were 2 turns where we thought,
yeah,
can he really get away without playing this?
Right? Yeah, exactly. Both turns, it was a really tough decision. And he played super disciplined in both, and he got paid off for it. Yeah, exactly. The deck can't answer Preacher good. It has a lot of free damage removal. So... Oh, there's an Oculus in the graveyard.
Not surprising to see the Spell Pierce go after the Ghost Vacuum on turn 1 for that reason.
So...
There is one more vacuum where that came from. But it looks like we don't have white mana. Or we're choosing to lead on Profts, which actually plays pretty well into this Fairy Mastermind. FOMO for 3, it's 20 to 17. Now there's the white source, never mind. Do we have Helping Hand? No, we just have a Mako.
No. Yeah, that one. Super strong. But I think if he just, even through the Mastermind, if he plays like Galuta next turn, he still has a pretty strong board. And if he finds a reanimation spell for Oculus, he's also...
Yeah, he's in...
Obviously, I think if Tsumonori doesn't have removal and he can reanimate Oculus next turn, it's just GG. But everything else is really a good game, basically, right?
Yeah.
If he plays a Galuta, Tsumonori gets to draw more cards, but Shun gets a really strong board, and then we'll have to see how does the roll-ups. Like, if he can raise him that before he gets outvalued.
I wonder what Tsumonori's matchups have been so far today. Unfortunately, Melee for me does not show that when I mouse over.
I will try to be really quick.
It all says NA, but I wonder to the extent to which he's been able to dodge Corey Steelcutter.
Yeah, it also only says NA. Let me see if I can find it.
That was the one loss. These two players are 5-1.
No.
I mean, that sounds like what chat was saying earlier, right? That this Dimir looks very good against the field and very bad against, is it?
Yeah. But I mean, the field looks so good for Dimir because the rest of the field is like good against Izzet, but then bad against Dimir.
Yeah.
So if there was no Izzet, there also probably wouldn't be a field like this. Which is something to keep in mind. But yeah, it's... You just hope to dodge Izzet and then play against the rest. Which was a lot better of a strategy in Europe than it is here with 33% Izzet.
So Shun did have the recommission, but Tsumonori also did have the Go for the Throat. So those two canceled out, and now Shieldred has hit the battlefield.
I found which decks he played against. He won against Boros Aggro, SRS Omniscience, then lost to Prowess. He won against Domain, Oculus, Rakdos Midrange, and Oculus again.
Sure.
So...
Oof, Steam Core Scholar into the Shieldred is a tough way to do it.
Yeah, and the mastermind.
That's right. That's right. So that's Shun losing 4 life and Tomonori gaining 2. 6 life, 6-point swing to play that 2/2 flyer. Now, to be fair, we do get a discard and then for the Mako and 2 counters.
But even Tomonori gains life off of this because the mastermind draws a card.
Yeah.
So you can't even raise because if you attack with everything, you're like almost dead next turn. If you have something for you.
Well, these 2 cards in the battlefield also do play very well together. Like, it's possible that Shun isn't going to be able to mount enough of a board presence where Tomonori can't just activate the Fairy Mastermind over and over again.
Yeah.
I am assuming we have Delirium, but maybe not. We're just going to attack with a 5/6.
Draw 3 instant creature. We don't have Delirium, I think.
Too many Oculi and not enough lands or whatever.
Which is also not...
Semspiral, unless it's an instant sorcery or creature with flying. And so that was the card that was discarded, was an Oculus.
Yeah. But this looks really horrible for Oculus. Yeah.
Oh no, Drowner. That's game, right? This is 6 damage plus the draw step?
Oh, yeah, there are 2 drowners this game. Oh, my stream was behind that.
Oh, that's so good. Okay, go. And scoop them up. Wow, that was satisfying. Go Shun.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, go Tomonori.
All of the 2s against Oculus. So it seems like a good day 2 deck, if you assume that the Izzet lists are gonna be beaten by all of the anti-Izzet lists. Which is only somewhat true, right?
Yeah.
I think we had like the 2 undefeated tables for Izzet players.
That's correct.
So maybe that Izzet deck is just too good. But yeah, if he can continue dodging them and just play against all of the Oculus players, he has decent odds.
It does seem like scissors. There's a lot of rock and a lot of paper in this tournament.
I mean, if you look like table 1 is it mirror, table 2 is it mirror, table 3 mono black demons mirror. That's the rock. And then afterwards, yeah, you have Jeskai Oculus against the midrange. Oh god, so much is it. Is it against Omni? Is it mirror? Mono red against Timo Otters? Is it mirror? Boros control. That seems interesting. Ah, it's the Boros Monument deck. There was also one player in Europe who also performed very well with the deck. It's a Boros midrange shell built around the monument from Aetherdrift. So you play FOMO, you play Terza, Phyrexian Dragon Engine, and Guardian of New Benalia, which is a 2-drop that can discard a card to gain indestructible.
Yeah.
And then
very
you also
nice.
Play
very nice.
Yeah, you play like the red-white shell from Oculus, and then instead of Oculus, you have like the monument, and you also play some Screaming Nemesis and more Sheltered by Ghosts, and just better land base and a bit more. So there is not as much. You don't have the super nut draws where you just like reanimate Oculus turn 2 or turn 3. But you're generally a bit more stronger on average, but yeah, not that swingy, if that makes sense. I think you have a better late game, and you have like a decent mid game, but you can't be as aggressive, and you can't have the nut draws that Oculus has.
Okay, as someone in chat asks, this was the last round before the cut. That is true. So the cut was 5-2 or top 64. And the way it worked out, 5-2 got us down to 56th place. Then there was one Prowess pilot who, for some reason, wound up 4-1-2. Okay, on 14 points. Then we've got 1, 2, 3, 4 people in a draw bracket at 4, 2, and 1 who advance 59, 60, 61, 62. And then there are 3 lucky pilots at 4 and 3 who have snuck into day 2. And a bunch of other people at 4 and 3, including our mono weight control player who have failed to make the cut. So
Yeah.
I'm curious now. I'm going to try to count up the number of pilots who have made day 2. I'll scroll up for a second to show you the metagame. It was 88 out of 260 coming into this day, and certainly a lot of them have survived. So 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th are all is it. Yikes.
Yeah, that's...
Then a few other things. So 12, 13, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13.
Also interesting to point out, in 16th place with a record of 5-1-1, there's a Dimir Oculus deck.
Ooh. 16.
Highlighted by Otoaku
17,
Ito.
18, 19, 20, 21, 22. I think it was 22 pilots that made it to day 2. Oh, and we are immediately sitting down for round number 8. So sweet. This is going to be the last round of Swiss for today. After this, I'm going to sleep. We'll be back for day 2, which starts at the beginning of the day. This stream started with round 4, which was 3 rounds into the proceedings here. But tomorrow's stream starts with round 9, which is the beginning of the stream, and it will be at 8 p.m. Eastern Time in the United States, 12 p.m. 12 a.m. UTC, and 9 a.m. Local Japan time. All right, so let's see who we have.
You have to remove the...
Yep. Thank you.
Sticking out again.
I'm guessing this is table 1, but I mean, I assume it's either table 1 or table 2. It's going to be one of the matchups playing for the undefeated Saturday, which means it should be an Is It mirror. But somehow, one of these decks had a card that the other person had to read. I wonder what the hell that could have been.
Both of these decks has a card. I can't see it right now.
I guess Masataka is playing the one of Hearth Elemental. Could that be it? Otherwise, I don't know. They all look super stock. Everyone's playing the same cards.
Ah, it's Fuel the Flame. So this is the... This is the Boros... This card deck was playing Fuel the Flames. Maybe it's also Is It with a Fuel the Flames main. It's a 3-mana instant speed Pyroclasm.
Sure.
That you can cycle for 2. The other card was something blue, so maybe like a Drake Hatcher or something. If it's an Is It mirror. Now we get to watch the peak pile shuffling technique.
Yeah. Counting to 60 again. Nice.
Oh.
Scrolling down the decks, see if there's anything else super spicy. Riser, Shintaro Ishimura, playing the Delirium deck, has continued moving up these standings. Then, like you said, there's this one Boros Monument, which is pretty nice. Somehow a couple of Pixie players are still around, which shocks me.
Is it Orzhov Pixie or?
There's one Esper Pixie, there's one Orzhov Pixie, and then there's one that's called Orzhov Bounce, which is in fact just also Pixie.
Yeah, the Orzhov decks make a bit more sense because they're a lot better against the set. It's like,
yeah.
To for lockdown main.
Azorius combo. What do you think the combo is? It is in fact Omniscience.
Yeah. I mean, you can play Pixie in a way that it's good against Izzet, I think. You can build in a way. But the main problem is that even if you fix the Izzet matchup, the Oculus matchup is still really bad.
Sure.
Like, they just stabilize too fast on average, and then if you play like Rest in Peace, they just play their normal creature plan.
Alright, time for the die roll. That was a 10. I don't know what it just beat, but 10 got it done.
Yeah. I think the main problem with Pixie is just that you can build a deck in a way that it beats any deck you want to beat, but then it loses to like 2 other decks. Because then, like, if you build it in a way that doesn't, that like has a lot of good sideboard cards against Oculus and against it, you just lose to like Omni combo and other Pixie decks.
Okay, so this is table 9. We're going to watch Mizuki Fujiwara playing Dimir midrange, as we see a couple of Kaidos in his hand, against Kei Yoshida, who is playing the Boros Monument deck.
So, that's a lot more interesting than the third Izzet mirror today.
Agreed. And for people in chat who are enjoying Dimir, we're going to get to see some more Dimir. Alright, so here's your deck lists. Let's take a look at this Dimir list versus the previous one. Four copies of Azure Beastbinder, which honestly is going to look okay here, given that we do have some artifacts that have text that we do not want to have text.
It's true. Also turns off a lot of the like discard outlets like the Guardian of the Millennia. You can just make into a... Otherwise it's a really annoying blocker, I think.
4 Kaido is a lot of Kaido. I agree with that. Was the other Dimir deck that we watched previous round playing any? They had 2. Okay. We didn't see one in either game. So far what we have not seen is a spell on the stack. Is Mizuki going to be the first to act here? It is a Preacher, and we're going to get an immediate answer with a Soul Partition. A card that longtime stream viewers know is all the rage in Japan. Japanese people just absolutely fucking love Soul Partition. And Tersa the next play. We're going to bin... Yeah, Dragon Engine. Unfortunately, there's no Mishra anywhere. I mean, fair, but...
Yeah, it's probably just a bet.
I wish that we could find a way to fit one in. Alright, Preacher number 2. Soul Partition this. I mean, K's not going to, he only has 1.
Yeah, then you can... You Soul Partition it, next turn he plays his 5th land. Preacher number 3.
Wow, no fear. Here comes the Tersa. Could easily represent Torch the Tower as the way to finish off the... the Preacher, but that's about it. There's 4 recommission, 1 Call a Surprise Witness as the reanimation options. 0 copies of Helping Hand. Right, I guess the reason not to block is that it would let you ninja the Kaito, but I don't know, is that appreciably better than just casting the Kaito. Alright, so we've got Torch the Tower as expected to clear the Preacher, then Guardian of New Benalia, and Elegant Parlor is the land.
Yeah. Seems like the Boros deck really wants to find the monument.
Yeah.
And then it can start going off.
Time to remind ourselves what Phyrexian Dragon Engine does. Basically a 2/2 double strike. It has Unearth for 5. Unfortunately for K, even if he does find this monument, Mizuki has a partial answer to it in Tishana's Tidebinder in hand.
Yeah.
So there's a fair amount of garbage that he's going to have to fight through. The hand looks like Tursa, Screaming Nemesis, Get Lost, and Recommission.
I think it's a FOMO.
Oh, okay. The thing I thought was Screaming Nemesis is... You're correct.
Yeah.
No, I take that back. It is in fact a Nemesis.
Yeah, no. The Nemesis is a Nemesis, but the other card is a FOMO.
Oh, the thing I thought was a Tursa was a FOMO. Gotcha.
Yeah.
Alright, so we're going to attack, and what is this mentor? I forget. Enlist. Enlist is what it's called.
You have another creature and you add its power, I think?
That's correct. So this is actually an attack for 5.
Been a while. I've never seen this mechanic outside of Dominaria Limited, I think.
Yeah. I mean, I feel like they were trying to come up with Saddle, but couldn't quite figure it out. And then later they came up with Saddle, and it's just a better version of this.
And also, like, the worst thing, I think for Enlist, the creature can't be, it doesn't have, so it has to have haste or have just no summoning sickness.
That's correct. It's a creature that could have otherwise attacked.
Gigabad. Like, it only makes sense if the creature that you're enlisting with has some upside, like trample or can be indestructible.
Yeah.
Because otherwise, why not just attack with the other creature too? Maybe
Right.
your opponent has a big blocker, but it's like a very limited only mechanic. Where like, it plays decently limited, but otherwise, like Settle plays really good, especially limited, but also in other formats, because you can play the mount, and then next turn, you play another creature on curve that can't attack, you settle the mount, and then you get the value of it, which is like how in Outlaws the mount deck played. Like each turn, you played a new mount, you settled one of your old ones, and you got value out of it. But here Enlist is not that good.
So the Tidebinder counter the Enlist ability, which should remove all text from the...
Exactly, which means you can't give it indestructible.
Yeah, so it's just a 2/2 attacking, and they elect to trade them off. After some uncertainty about what was actually supposed to happen there. So the hand is Kaito, Spell Pierce, Restless Reef, I think? So it makes sense to just go ahead and Kaito and prevent attacks with the Nemesis.
No.
Good try, but you do not get to untap that.
Yeah. Paper only player. If he finds an untapped land, he could. Oh yeah, he's just gonna get lost.
Yeah, so
if
we need to
had a
get
land,
lost
he
there.
could unearth the Phyrexian Dragon Engine.
Yeah.
But he's probably just gonna recommission whatever he wants out of his graveyard, which is gonna get spell pierced. And then he'll just say go, probably run into another Kaito. Then we'll see what happens. Yeah. But I don't think Mizuki can play the Kaito now, considering he knows about the Dragon Engine and Kei has found land, because then it will just get cleared. So probably just gonna cast the Preacher from exile.
Yeah, Preacher makes sense. We can even Preacher and map it if we wanted to.
Yeah. I guess a Drowner. So Actually, he could deploy the Kaito. Because then he can drown out the Phyrexian Dragon Engine.
Well, today I learned that stun counters are mahi counters. In Japanese, that's what this says here, mahi.
Oh.
I did not know that.
This signals hard to Kai. I don't know to say his name, sorry if I'm mispronouncing it. That Mizuki has something, right?
Yeah.
Because it is not hidden information that he can flashback unearth the Dragon Engine. Yeah, but he's have anything in hand, he's gonna have to try it anyway. And the trigger is still nice, right? You get to draw 3.
Yep, there is Floodpinch Drowner, which is not bad. It is true that he was able to cycle his hand, but...
Mizuki can even stun the Nemesis again.
Mm-hmm.
And then, if he really wants to get aggressive, activate a creature land, for example, crack some maps, and get in for a lot of damage. So right now he's 5 power on the board. He could...
6 power on the board.
Oh yeah, he leveled up to 8. So he has something, maybe just gonna play the creature. He could have activated a creature land and just, with the maps, if one of them hits a non-land permanent, he can create a breakpoint from next turn. Oh, but he chooses to just...
Yeah, we're just gonna 0.
Which I think is also okay. His opponent just drew 3 cards, you don't have to get too aggressive.
I mean, we might be able to just wallop K next turn. Alright, here's the card of the hour. Azure Beast Binder. So it will turn off the text of the Screaming Nemesis when it attacks next turn.
A lot of lands for Mizuki. So the other attack also wouldn't have... Oh, he did find a Beast Binder. But I think it's still okay. There was a decision point between cracking the maps and end step transforming the creature land. Activating it, and then next turn attacking with both of the creature lands. But I think it's completely reasonable to just use the maps here. Dig for something good. Try to get your creature bigger.
Looks like 2 reanimation spells? Oh no, 1 and a Guardian. Guardian, Recommission, Dragon Engine, and I didn't see what the 4th card was. Oh, it was another. It was Call a Surprise Witness. It was another reanimation spell. So we're going to get back Tursa, and Tursa's going to have a flying counter.
Which means if you find a torch or something, we can clear the Kaito here.
That is interesting. Does Mizuki have anything else to do with his mana?
He can also like clear everything but the Kaito. If he attacks Kaito with both and Mizuki decides to jump block with the Beast Binder, assuming he doesn't have anything, he can then ping the 1 damage that the Nemesis takes to take out the Floodpit Runner. Then Kaito survives, but with only 2 counters, so he can't stun anything unless he dies. So Mizuki probably can't block in that case. It has to let Kaito die.
Do we have anything along the lines of another Floodpits Drowner?
Yeah, something. I'm sure Mizuki.
Oh, we do.
Yeah, okay.
We do have another Floodpits Drowner.
And this game is very favored for Mizuki.
Yeah, that is quite strong.
Oh, yes.
Oh, no, just 1. Let's not go crazy here. Alright, so now Nemesis might as well attack because it is going to be a crappy blocker.
Yeah, but it's at least is a blocker, so you have to think. Mizuki has 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 power on the board and can activate at least 1 creature land.
That's true. If he taps the Nemesis, then possibly Kaito Plus combined with Animate Reef could be just lethal on the board.
So he has to be very careful here what he does.
We do know there's at least a Guardian and, a Sheltered by Ghosts. Okay, that'll play.
a lot better than doing nothing. But he has the Guardian. Oh no,
He did not play the Guardian. And maybe what I thought was the Guardian was actually the Shelter by Ghost.
oh yeah, that could be a possibility because I don't see a reason not to play the Guardian.
Yeah, yeah. Alright, last card in hand for Mizuki was that island. So he has the card that he drew this turn, and that's it. I mean, he also does have a Preacher.
Yeah.
How does Beastbinder interact with Sheltered by Ghosts? I mean,
I think Sheltered exiles the card, right? Until the creature leaves the battle.
yeah. We're not going to turn off the text. It will turn off the lifelink.
Yeah, the lifelink should get turned off.
It will still give the... It will turn off the ward, though, like, you have to target the creature with the Beastbinder, so you have to pay the ward once. It will turn off the damage trigger. It should still give the +1/+1, though, right?
Yeah, because that's not an ability, right?
Yeah. So I think it'll just be a generic 3/3.
3/2, right? I think Sheltered only gives +1/+0.
Oh, yeah, you're correct. You are correct.
Did he turn off the Terza?
I think he went after Terza.
Probably because he wants to spend all of his mana then, but that he could, yeah.
Now the Beastbinder does have this can't be blocked except by small things rider, so but the Terza wasn't untapping.
Yeah, I don't completely understand this.
That was weird. Oh, here we go.
Double monuments.
Yeah, so monument and then immediately Mycosynth Gardens to make a second copy of it.
So now Mizuki really has to get it in. What's this? 2, 4, 6, 8. He can only activate one creature land, right?
Aha. Okay, someone in chat points out that if he had gone after the Sheltered by Ghosts, the
exactly.
Screaming Nemesis, he was 1 mana short of doing everything else.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Ooh, we have a go for the throat. That has to be just devastating, right?
Yeah, but I mean, Mizuki has like needs to find that discard. Or even that doesn't save.
Well, no, both of these monuments are gonna have no text until.
Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah,
until Mizuki's next turn.
Game over.
Yeah. So he'll have a Terza that's stunned, which is irrelevant. And he's just gonna take like 5s of damage over and over again.
Yeah. Beastbinder really putting in the work this game.
Yeah. Yeah, meanwhile, the whole team just has freaking vigilance. So even like a dragon engine coming out of the graveyard or whatever is just going to get blocked by a Flood Pit's Drowner.
Yeah. I mean, Mizuki is also still at 16 life, right?
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. Yeah, the Kaido is a problem. The Reef is now a problem with K down to 5 life. There's not really anything that K can do here.
The 2 Flood Pit's Runners protecting the Kaito really did everything.
Wow, and on top of all of that, there was a Tishana's Tie Biter rolled up.
Okay.
Okay. Okay.
Well, I think the key
go ahead.
turn of this game was when Mizuki could play the second Kaito and then have the Drowner up.
Yeah.
Because that just snowballed. If he didn't draw the Drowner, it could have gone a lot differently, right? Because he was in a very awkward spot where he knew if he plays Kaito, it would just get cleared. But with the Drowner, it's just managed to snowball super hard, and his opponent wasn't able to get behind and stop him. Catch up. So yeah, I think that was the turn that really decided the game. And then 1 turn later, or 2 turns later, when the opponent had the Terza and the Screaming Nemesis, the second Drowner really sealed the deal.
Well, chat, I'm seeing over here that Azure Beastbinder has TCG player market price 41 cents, so get them while they're hot. Curious what the sideboards look like. From the Boros side, we've already got one Fuel the Flames main. There's 2 more Pyroclasms that could come in. I mean, they're not
I think
great. I don't...
In this spot, maybe you're already like dead on board because of the creature lands, but it would have been okay in spot if you had like a bit more board presence. But yeah, they essentially so you don't lose, which I think is okay. But yeah, Fuel of Flames is also a lot better than Pyroclasm, right? Because there's a lot of cards that get flashed in your end step.
That's right.
And then picked up by a Kaito or something. So Fuel of Flames feels a lot better to cast.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. It also looks like this list, I mean, it has some Spyglass Sirens, but we're not playing Fairy Mastermind, so...
Oh yeah, and there's a Beastbinder's a 1/3?
Correct. Yeah, so it's less a stack of 2 1s and 1 1s than the typical Enduring Curiosity list tends to be.
Yeah, that feels a lot worse than to bot them in.
It doesn't feel like the Boros list has very much of anything. Like...
Yeah. I mean, the list is super sick, but yeah, commentator earlier also said he loves the list, but when they don't have the monument, it just looks like shit. And I think I have to agree with it.
Yeah.
Like, it's a really cool deck, and when it goes off, it looks amazing. But the problem is it doesn't always go off, and otherwise it just doesn't do anything. Like, the Dimir deck also has like a mode where it goes off and just wins the game, right? If you like snowball with Curiosity. But it also looks like a good deck if you don't completely manage to snowball.
Sure. Yeah, you at least have a bunch of like Preachers and Kaitos and Flood Pits Drowners, and they kind of work well together. Whereas if you're playing a bunch of Guardians of New Benalia and Phyrexian Dragon engines, like those don't reach the correct power level bar to show up in a standard battlefield.
Yeah. And then your reanimation plan is also worse than that of Oculus. So you really have to find your monuments.
Yeah. And talking about how Dimir struggles against Prowess, it looks like Mizuki has opted to play 1 Gixis Command main, 2 more in the sideboard. But does not have a clean answer to Cutter.
Yeah, exactly. Like, the Beastbinder is okay, but it can also get killed. And then the command is nice if you get to turn 5. And even then it doesn't necessarily, like, out to win you the game.
Yeah, this is kind of as hateful as you get, right? 4 Beastbinder, 2 Tidebinder, 4 Duress in the sideboard, and the ability to board up to an additional 2 Duresses, 2 more Gixis commands. Like, what more can you do?
And he still lost his...
Yeah.
I don't know that the match against this.
That's true. Kitesail Arsonist is a card that you could, I guess, play. Judge is trying to figure out whether Mizuki blew a tire, I guess. They were looking at his sleeves. But everything seems to be on the up and up. Looks like the sun is coming out over here in New Jersey. Guess the sun's been up for a few hours for you already.
Yeah, it's... I'm getting a bit hungry because it's lunchtime now.
Yeah, I'm not sure if this is going to be the literal last game of the stream, but we're getting close. So, a reminder that I will be back to watch the conclusion of the Swiss about 14 hours from now, 8 p.m. Eastern. So I hope to see some of you there. All right, we have kept, and there is definitely a monument in that hand. Now the question is there a duress on the other side? Oh, yeah. Oh, no, there wasn't. That was a land. I retract my statement. That fancy-looking verge has fooled me more than once, because it has that triangular shape, which is similar to the monument. So the only hit was Destroy Evil. And now we're going to play FOMO and cycle a Battlefield Forge. And here comes the Beast Binder. Screaming Nemesis attack for a bunch. Alright, so Beastbinder gets back in and shuts off the text on the Screaming Nemesis until next turn.
But it seems like Mizuki is mana screwed. Yeah, he's stuck on 2 lands.
Yeah. And actually, because one of those is a Gloom Lake Verge, I believe he doesn't have a Painless Source of Blue.
Ooh. Yeah, that's actually pretty rough.
That is extra awkward.
The Kaito also gets a lot worse when you can't.
When you can't cast it? Oh, we're missing black.
Like, when you have to delay it a turn. Like now it's probably okay because of the Drowner. But if he didn't have anything, then it would have been... Yeah, the more time you give your opponent to deploy threats, the worse Kaito becomes.
So it was the duress on turn 1 that actually was painful. And there's that triangular shaped looking thing that is actually a monument and not a verge. Alright, so can we afford to attack, turn off the text on monument, and ninja the Kaito? And it seems like a pretty good play.
Yeah, the question is if you want to keep turning off monument, ideally.
Exactly. You would have to give K a turn of monument somewhere down the line if you do this.
Yeah.
And it looks like that's the route that he's going to take is to avoid
but
monument as long as possible. And we did have a 3-mana play. So the 2 cards left in hand are Phyrexian Dragon Engine and Guardian of Benalia?
Yeah, seems like it. The Guardian's also a lot worse without any cards in hand.
Yeah.
That's the problem. The monument is turned off, and you have a 2-mana 2/2.
Now, Dragon Engine does nothing from hand. It is just a 2/2 double strike. It has to come out of the graveyard for it to draw you the 3 cards. It is true that that can happen in any way, so it doesn't have to just come via unearthing it. You could do it from recommission. Alright, both creatures getting in there. The Preacher would trade for the Dragon Engine. Nothing on the battlefield can block the Beastbinder, so that one is going to connect for 1 and turn the monument back off. And we're going to try to make the trade. This happens. Interesting.
I think Mizuki is fine with the trade because he assumes that Yoshida is gonna unearth the Dragon Engine, and he has a Tidebinder in hand.
Aha.
Which, at least I'm assuming that's his reasoning. It does give him Delirium though, which makes the fear a bit better.
That was the part that I was missing, because it seemed like K has nothing else to do with his mana. Clearly, he was just going to bring the Dragon Engine back and draw a bunch of cards, but that's not going to happen if there's a Tidebinder. Ooh, we're going to anoint the Guardian. Interesting.
Oh, yeah, that's very interesting. I can't say I understand that play.
All right, judge question. Right now,
if he copies the monument now, does the copy have abilities?
yeah, right now the monument has no text. What happens if you copy it? My guess, and I do not know for sure, is that you copy the text and it doesn't have any text is something that is not copyable. So it should just become a real version.
When you copy a creature, you also don't copy like any counters it has or anything.
Yeah, exactly.
So now he can discard a card, draw a card.
Yep, so it's still going to get... Oh, he's just discarding to give indestructible. And one of the monuments should trigger.
Yeah, and he drew a card of the trigger.
And use that to draw. That makes sense.
Yeah. And the logic is probably for him that if he has 2 monuments, he wants to wait a turn with the engine.
Yes.
Help Yuki a bit, because if he would have just said, okay, let my Guardian die, it would have been a lot better for him. But he, of course, doesn't know this.
Ooh. Recommission the play. Targeting Screaming Nemesis. Interesting that we're not targeting the Dragon Engine. I wonder what the other card in hand is.
Yeah. Probably something, maybe a second recommission.
Yeah, maybe.
So, bait out the interaction, possibly. It makes a lot of sense that you also do it this way if you have a second recommission, because the Dragon Engine discards your hand.
Yes. We have
and
go
you the Dragon Engine to Delirium, so you want to wait there too. So it would make a lot of sense if you had another.
Someone points out in chat that Dragon Engine is the reason why we have Delirium, so... Also,
yeah, exactly, that's why he...
Yeah. Having done it this way, we have dodged the Tidebinder, which is extra strong, so K has now drawn 3 cards. Well, probably 4 cards. I'm guessing that one...
We can't do it the other way around, because then we discard the recognition. And also doing it this way around can bait out like interaction, which it kind of did. So it's always better to do it like this. Now Mizuki is the one who is pretty behind.
Yeah. The Beastbinder did all it could, but it's not going to win this game by itself. And now there's a lot going on the other side of the battlefield.
Yeah. He can't even attack with the knife removal, unless he even if he targets the Dragon Engine, right? Because it's still a 3/3.
Yes. Yep.
Or did I misread Beastbinder?
Oh, Beastbinder can't be blocked by creature with power 2 or greater, so he can swing in with impunity.
Ah, yeah, it's just 2 or greater. Yeah, then he can still attack, my bad.
So it's like Tidebinder, change the equation, Preacher of the Schism, and 2 Kaidos. I think that's what's going on in Mizuki's hand. He has elected to hold up the Tidebinder, I guess assuming that this other monument is probably going to trigger this turn, and if so, then we could potentially turn it off forever.
Yeah, but that's essentially been the problem for Mizuki, that he has been forced to hold up Tidebinder for multiple turns.
Yeah.
And Yoshida has been able to play around the Tidebinder. And because Mizuki didn't hit any lands, he's now forced to just use it as a removal spell.
Right, to just clear the FOMO.
Yeah.
Looked like K had Chandra in hand, which I find interesting.
Yeah, he has Chandra. Yeah, because I assume the games get a lot more grindy, right?
Yeah.
So that makes some sense.
Chandra also loots, doesn't it?
Yeah, exactly. On the plus it loots. Now he can really go off. I think he had, if I'm not mistaken, another FOMO in hand. And the Dragon Engine. he can play Chandra, loot, create a treasure, play FOMO, also play land, then play FOMO, and then draw a card from the monument, for example. But, oh, it just makes a vehicle. Okay. Also defensible. His opponent is still stuck on mana, so he probably just wants to put as much pressure on the board as possible.
Mizuki attacked Chandra and then pointed at Chandra, and Kay was like, "What? That hits planeswalkers? Excuse me?" And it really does.
But I don't know if that's like even that bad for him.
Yeah, I think you would love to just have 2 monuments, right?
Yeah, you just drain for 6 with like 1 FOMO. And then if he finds an instant speed discard outlet, Mizuki's just dead. And if he doesn't, he still has so much pressure on the board. Even if you don't drain, like your fear just draws 3 cards.
Yeah.
It's probably you. I think you play fear and draw 2, and then you hope to find a guardian. Because that wins you the game. Because you can then discard a card in your turn. Drain 6, and then in his upkeep. Yeah. Draws 3 cards.
Yep, so it was FOMO, and then both monuments drew. As predicted. And now Dragon Engine crew attack. And this is where I discover that Dragon Engine is not legendary. Who knew?
Yeah.
And we're going to get a game 3.
Oh, yeah. Mizuki sees the writing on the wall. Yeah, very unfortunate. Like on mana for so long.
Our other Dimir player, Tsumonori, that we watched in the previous round, has defeated Mono Red and is going to go to bed at 7-1. GG's.
What do you having lost to Is It?
Yeah, he played Is It once and lost, and played Not Is It 7 times and won them all.
That describes the deck pretty well, I think.
Yeah, exactly. I like some things about Tomonori's deck better. I like the split with Mastermind. I like that he doesn't have quite as many Kaidos, but I wonder...
The Kaido was like super awkward this game, right?
Yeah. There were 2 in hand and he just couldn't deploy them. I mean, he was mana screwed, but it was not the right answer to anything that was happening.
One of the Kaidos would have been a Mastermind.
Yeah.
One of the turns we had a whole lot of stuff, it would have been...
Oh, it would have been awesome. Yeah. Yeah, the more flash, the better.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, on the other hand, Tomonori's deck only has 2 Beastbinder, 1 Tidebinder. And I guess a second Tidebinder side. So it's a little bit less... I mean, not surprising that it lost to Is It.
Yeah, fair.
And Center points out there are 4 Dimir players that made day 2, and only one of them has Deep Cavern Bat. Bat does not seem like where you want to be right now.
Yeah, there's... Even in the decks, there's just too much removal, I think. I just thought if you really want to hate out Is It, there's a 5 mana sorcery from Eldraine in black that kills a creature or artifact, if I remember correctly.
Yeah.
But I don't think that's playable. Yeah, they made a pretty good conversion rate. I mean, Is It 2, right? They went from like 30%. They went to 34% day 2.
Is It was like 22 out of 88 or something. So it was around what you would expect, but way more of the winners metagame. Like,
yeah,
both 7 and O's. Sorry, all the 7 and O's. There were 4 of them. Yeah, it'll be interesting afterwards to try to see if there was anything special about these lists that wound up at the top at the end of day 1 versus
Oh yeah, maybe. I did see a lot of, like, in the matches we commentated, there were a lot of Drake catchers.
Yeah.
Which seemed really strong in the mirror. But yeah, like the comment says, 1 more die rolls is probably also part of it.
Yep. One of the 2 8-0s, Horiuchi Makoto, had his creature suite was 4 Draycatcher, 2 Swift Spear, 0 Slick Shot, 4 Hearth Elemental.
Oh yeah. Yeah, like Hearth Elemental too, especially like in the Teemo game we saw.
Yeah.
Hearth Elemental and Draycatcher just seem a lot stronger in the mirror than Stick Shot, because they are very resistant to the removal suit that is in place. And just generate so much value. Draycatcher's a bit... It's rather weak to the bounce spells, but comes down really early, and if it has already made like 2 Drakes, you don't care that it gets bounced. Right?
Yeah.
So... yeah, I think there's definitely some correlation between number of Drake hatchers and how well the game went.
Ooh, okay. So...
yeah, that's a lot more like a... yeah, exactly. I was about to say when now Kaito comes in.
Yeah, Kei had pretty much the turn 2 that he wants to have, playing FOMO, discarding Dragon Engine, but Mizuki had the turn 2 that he wants to have, Flood Pits right into Kaito. And now we will 0 with no pressure. Bin 2 cards, draw another Kaito. So that's actually Kaito 3, right? There was another Kaito in hand, and now he's drawn yet another one.
There's a nemesis.
I wonder the extent to which we're going to try to keep this one around.
Like, the second Kaito is really nice to have, but then afterwards, the third, and especially the fourth Kaito, are just cards you don't want to draw.
Yeah. Alright, we do have access to Flood Pits, Drowner, and I'm not sure what else. Yeah, I thought we might start to see pluses, because this Kaito doesn't matter that much, and the pluses actually make the future Kaitos look a little bit more scary.
Something else you could theoretically do, it's not good in this position, but you can attack with Kaito and then, so you plus it, go to combat, attack, and then before damage, or after damage, doesn't matter, and then Jutsu in your second Kaito. And then you can activate it again, and it has more counters. But
that's
obviously
cute.
Here with the Flood Drowner.
We think there's actually double Drowner over here.
Oh yeah, then.
That is nice. Like... alright, so both Screaming Nemesises can just wait a turn, thank you.
Question is, do you block the fear?
Can we afford to just let Kaito go? I mean, maybe you have infinite Kaitos. And this represents 4 damage if we,
Yeah.
I guess it really comes down to what else is going on in your hand. But most of your hand is Kaito, I think. And it looks like he has 4 cards in hand. One of them is definitely a land.
Yeah.
And then there's 2 Kaitos and a mystery card.
Because, like, the Nemesis are not gone forever, right? So...
yeah. Yep.
You will need to...
it's Tidebinder. It's Tidebinder is the other card. So it's land, Kaito, Kaito, Tidebinder. And we will block.
You hope... I think the hope is that the opponent unearths the Ancient next turn. You can Tidebinder that, you get... for... I know you plus Kaito, so you get in for 7. He goes to 6, you Tidebinder the Ancient, and you just win next turn. That would be like one of the lines how you...
the draw is Gix's command. Interesting. And the land that Mizuki has access to is a reef, so that's going to enter tapped.
Yeah, but this also adds potential for more damage next turn. So even if like the fear stays behind, he can just tap down. Yeah, he can tap down the fear and I think this is the best line for him. Play
Alright,
tap land and hope to tidebinder whatever your opponent plays.
So Nemesises are still stunned.
Double Nemesis gets really, how do you say, ugly. So you would prefer to just try and raise your opponent before that.
Well, also having plus makes Reef plus Drowner lethal. So even if the turn is spent answering Kaido, that's not going to beat the board. You're going to have to respect the Reef next turn. Alright, FOMO.
Yoshida has a removal spell for the Kaido.
There's a soul partition at the very least.
Exactly. Which makes this game a lot more interesting. Because now it's not over.
The new FOMO's ETB ability has been Tidebindered. Kaido is going to get partitioned. And that's the turn.
I think you play...
So here's Gix's command. So we can put 2 counters on Tidebinder, or 2 counters on something, and then destroy all creatures with power 2 or less. And yeah, there we go. That'll get it done. Right, so the Tidebinder was a 3-2, so it survived that anyway. So putting the counters on the
yeah, exactly.
Floodpit Strandor made it lethal.
And you didn't even need the other Kaidos.
No. No, now you get to just be like, had all these. And the ability to cast 3 different Kaidos, and we didn't need them. It looks like the other matches in the feature match area are done, so we'll stick around for a minute to find out whether or not there is a recorded match. I'm kind of guessing that there isn't, but I don't know. I don't want to rule it out yet. But assuming there's not, then we will be wrapping up. So thank you very much for hanging out, chat, and thank you very much for commentating with me, Alex.
Yeah, thank you very much for having me. It was a pleasure, and I'd love to do it again in the future.
Ooh. I've got good news for you. You could do it right now, because we're going to watch Shota play.
Oh, amazing.
And we're going to go out the way we came in with an Is It mirror.
Yes.
It's actually also a Shota mirror, as it's Shota Yasuoka against Shota Miyashita. Uh-oh. Hang in there, computer.
So, this time I got some notes on the Is It mirror. You have to be really careful with your Monster's Rage, obviously, because it's like super blowout if it gets answered, but it's very strong if it resolves. Flubna is one of the best cards in the matchup because, aside from Spell Pierce, you can't really protect against it.
Yeah.
Other than that, as we already said earlier, Stock Up is super good. Kata is really strong. Not just offensive, it can also just generate a lot of blockers. Usually, if the game goes long, it's just about who gets more Katas and Stock Ups. Yeah, either you play a lot to the board and try to raise your opponent, or you play a more value game with Stock Ups and try to keep the board clear. Yeah, Pyroclasm is great because if you play another spell before it, it doesn't kill your board, but clears almost everything of the opponent, generally speaking. Exactly. So far it's pretty even between the players.
I will put Dex in chat.
Yoshida has a Painland, which is a bit of a disadvantage compared to the what's it? Verge. What's the other land? Inazuma Fast Land.
I think it's a fast land, but man, a lot of these alt arts are tough. I haven't learned them all yet. I believe.
Oh, Yasuka really.
Yeah, I believe Yasuoka's other land is another Spire Bluff Canal, and I think that Miyashita's land on the top is a Verge, but don't quote me on that.
It's up to. I think Yasuka really needs to answer the 6-shot, otherwise he's very likely to just die or like fall very behind next turn.
It is 4 slick shots for Miyashita and 3 for Yasuoka. The other creatures in Yasuoka's list are 2 Drake Hatchers, while the other creatures in Miyashita's list are 2 Hearth Elementals.
Ah. So, of trying to break them around different ways.
Yeah.
Yasuoka is probably, essentially saying, I can't prevent you from killing me next turn, so I can only hope that you can't, and that I can then kill you on my turn.
Ooh, Monstrous Rage, pretty strong.
Oh yeah. 2, 4, 5, 6, that's lethal.
Yeah. Alright, let's go to game 2. Thanks to the magic
But
of
there's
Time Walk,
not,
we'll just jump right there.
Not too much that Yasuka could have done if he stayed behind.
Yeah.
So just has to attack and then pray.
Alright, Shota on the draw has... Sorry, on the play rather, leads on...
Oh yeah.
Talent?
Yeah, I expect the pop-up game to get a lot more value grindy. As we see here with the Torch turn 1.
Alright, Cutter versus Hatcher. Ooh, now here's something that we hadn't seen in the other Is It Mirrors. Multiple Cutters.
Oh, that's super strong. I was gonna say Bond Spell would be strong here, but Unable to Scream essentially the same thing.
Yeah.
Like, Shota is insanely far behind without like doing anything super bad. Yeah, multiple cutters feels insane. Like, you would need Brotherhood's End, or otherwise I think you just lose this game no matter what you do.
Yeah.
Maybe your opponent doesn't have anything left and you get like a stick shot off and then next turn kill him, but he's still at 20. Yeah. Shota Miyashita is insanely far behind, not just Shota, that is a bit misleading. But I think if you look at the screen, you can see which Shota I mean.
It is pretty brutal that Yasuoka's been able to activate these 2 cutters without having to spend a card that does nothing, right? There was no opt needed.
Yeah.
It's all been relevant. We just torched the tower to clear a monk. It's a tough way to do it.
Yeah, that's not what you want to do. I think Yasuka still has 4 cards left in hand now. So the
yeah, one of them is a cantrip.
I don't end.
Every spell costs 2 or less, basically. This is bad. Yep.
And it's not like he played anything super wrong.
No.
Nothing. It's just the nut draw from his opponent. So that's... Did he forgot a monk?
1 monk was torched, so...
Oh yeah, sorry, I forgot. Not him.
There were 2 from last turn and now 2 from this turn.
So...
And of course, Yasuoka is metering his spells. Even if he had a 3rd thing to do, he probably wouldn't do it here.
Yeah. Down to 11.
Well, this is the challenge, though. Miyashita won the die roll. We're going to have to find some way to break serve.
I mean, like a really big headshot attack can maybe... If you can make like 2 drakes and kill a creature of your opponent and get some damage in.
Okay.
And stick a roll on the creature.
Burst Lightning is a start.
Yeah.
Maybe Monstrous Rage to make a Drake on the back end. Ooh, wait a second. Monstrous Rage is going to prevent the Otter from going down to the Burst Lightning and prevent an attack, potentially.
Oh,
yeah, that has to get answered by Flood Maw.
Yeah, but now he needs a rage. And then making 2 drakes can maybe... Okay, yeah, here's the
we
rage.
do have the rage. So that's 4 prowess triggers. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The
8 then.
Yep. The roll is 6, and then the monstrous rage is 7, 8. So Yasuoka is going to go to 12, and we're going to put 2 drakes into play. Now that was 4 cards worth of work to get the 2 drakes, whereas Yasuoka is getting 2 creatures every turn basically by just playing the game. We're going to lead on sleight of hand.
I think Yoshida played. Oh, interesting. Yasuka's not.
Oh, very interesting. We're not attacking with the 2/2 monk.
Does that mean he has nothing, or does this mean he has a monster's rage and is hoping Yoshida doesn't block? Because rage is exactly lethal.
Yeah.
And if he blocks, you still get like good rages off.
Then I guess the question is also, are we only going to block with the Hatcher? Or are we going to make some drakes now?
Yeah, I think you probably... maybe he has like a... then he would attack with the other one too. I think you have to assume he has nothing, right? And because... It only otherwise... I think it makes sense if he has like... Rage. Okay, yeah.
So no blocks, take 6, make 2 drakes, switch the equipment to the blocker. Interesting.
Yeah, it's a tricky situation. I was thinking I would maybe block, but I can't say for sure, right? It's...
Yeah, I don't know what I would have done there.
Especially if you're like playing against Shota Yasuka. I don't know if you can confidently say, oh yeah, he has nothing. And just block. Whoa. Super tough spot. He can make another... No. He can only make another break if he connects with the Hedgehog. Oh, but it's a trample. Yeah, so he can make 1 more Drake.
That would be a pretty aggressive block from Yasuoka to just chump with this monk in order to avoid...
I don't think he will. But Shota, even if he only has a land, can level up talent, get rage back. So
True.
Yasuoka,
True.
sorry. So Yoshida has to respect that. So I don't think he can attack with too much.
Interesting that Yasuoka led on the sleight of hand last turn and did not wind up double spelling, right?
Yeah.
So I wonder what that means about the other card in hand. If it is in fact just a land, then that still means Monstrous Rage is on the menu here.
Yeah. We definitely know he didn't have a rage last turn because he would have cast that.
Yeah.
For leaf.
With that Drake Hatcher hit, it is now 9-5. And Mishida's getting kind of close in the air. Like, we'll have 3 Drakes and potentially a Monstrous Rage on the other side when Storm Chaser's talent goes to level 2. Which would represent lethal. So, Shota kind of needs to attack just to try to get the board under control.
Yeah.
Alright, Opt does not find a spell immediately, apparently.
He really needs to fit a spell here. But if he did, then it's once again a pretty nice situation.
Prowess count is 1. Spell count is 1. Now all 3 are getting in.
Attack for 8.
Remember, Cutter does grant trample as well. So we have 2/3/3 tramples and a 2/2. I'm glad I'm not the one who has to make this block, because this looks like very delicate.
Yeah. Let's think about it. I still don't think that... I don't think he has like a... Obviously he doesn't have a cantrip, right? Because he would play this before attacking to make more monks.
Mm-hmm.
He doesn't have... Maybe he has a burst lightning? That would make sense to do after attacking because you can bait your opponent into a bad block. And if he does a good block, you still get blockers afterwards if you cast it later.
Sure. Yeah.
Maybe he has Rage, because that can also bait him into a bad block. But I'm not sure if with Rage you can just like get enough power on the board.
And then the other card that's possible to be cast here is Floodmaw.
Oh yeah, especially like a blocker on a Trampler. That
Right.
also makes sense that you only do this now.
Yeah, so blocking the equipped creatures with Drakes only could wind up going kind of poorly, depending on exactly.
I think not how you cast before damage, right? Because like you bounce one Drake.
Yeah.
And then he has 4 blockers, you have 5 attackers. All of your attackers are... Some are 4 power or 3 power and some are 2.
That is true.
And you get only good attacks, so... I think he either has nothing, or he has like a cutter that he will play after combat to make more blockers, or he has a burst lightning.
Alright, so we're putting...
And maybe a rage, but I don't think he has a rage.
3 power on the right one, 4 power on the middle one, 2 power on the left one. Shibata has torch the tower.
Gonna torch the Hatcher, which turns these into 4/4, so the left one trade. On the right, he deals 3 damage. He makes 2 more monks and kills Miyashita's whole board.
That's 1, 2, 3, 4 against 1. So 3/3 eats 2/2. 4/4 trades for 4/4. The Drake Hatcher has 2 damage on it, so this thing is a 1, 2, 3, 4. So it should be kill both your things and trample 2 over.
Yeah.
So I think Miyashita goes to 2. Sorry, goes to 3. And we have 2 tapped monks and 2 untapped monks and the mana to move 1 of the cutters. And that is way more than what's going on the bottom of the screen, so... This game has ended. So Miyashita could not break serve. And now the question is, can Yasuoka break serve? And he does get the benefit of starting 7 on 6.
Yeah, and Miyashita doesn't have a 1 drop, so it's most likely a bit. Probably either a lot of cutters, or generating more value.
Yeah.
Also not a removal spell.
So yeah, that's interesting. No Swift Spear. No Swift Spear, no Talent, no Burst Lightning, no Torch the Tower.
And go again. Maybe a Braid?
Some combination of like Slick Shots, Hearth Elementals, Abrades. I guess you don't just Flood Maw on turn 1. It doesn't do anything.
Yeah. It's a Drake Catcher. Yeah, that's a Hearth Elemental.
All right. Verge number 2. There's Swift Spear, and we're going to attack.
Yeah, because Yasuka essentially can't block, right?
Yeah.
Miyashita to raise a 3rd cantrip, a 2nd cantrip, and then the Drake Catcher dies for nothing. So this is generally 3 damage. I assume if Miyashita has anything he can cast this turn, it's a bounce spell or a spell pierce. I don't think he would wait with the removal.
Mm-hmm.
Unless, obviously, for a bounce spell where he can bounce the Drake Catcher for maximum value. Especially if it gets targeted by Rage. And then it makes sense to wait with the bounce spell till Yasuka taps out and can recast the Drake Catcher.
Right. Talent 1, Talent 2. That one gets Spell Pierced.
Spell Pierced, so that was correct.
Alright, this is still going to be a hit for 6 plus a Drake.
Yeah. If it doesn't get answered immediately, the Drake Catcher is quite good.
Yeah.
1-3 is also great in the matchup, right? It can block all of the newly made. Like if you play this turn 2 and your opponent turn 3 plays Kata cantrip, you can block the token.
Mm-hmm. Alright, Thundering Falls the land, so we're debating the Surveil. I admit this alt art doesn't really evoke Thundering Falls to me.
Yeah. All of the alt arts are just like in Ravnica, and then on the left and the right you can see like half a 5 on the left.
Yeah.
And half a plus on the right because there was some kind of puzzle. Because this was the Murder Mystery set. So when you line up all of the full art surveillance, they give some kind of code. I don't remember what you can do with it, but there was something. But now whenever I look at the full arts, all I see is the numbers.
Alright. Attack with Swift Spear, and then we'll Flood Maw the Drake Hatcher. Obviously, we'll get the Drake on the way out. And Shoda should go to 16? I thought it would have been 15. Oh, no, 16. 16. Yeah, that was the first spell. And it looks like we have enough to get the Hearth Elemental out. Okay, that's pressure.
Yeah, I was about to say, like, just bouncing the Hatcher here doesn't seem like... It's okay, but it's still... you're still behind, but now the Elemental is the first card that can really help you pull ahead in a matchup.
Was that Prowess hit last turn just too much to take, though? Because now we've got the Drake running.
Yeah, now being at 10 is like really difficult. Oh, and especially with the Cutter, right?
Yeah,
the Cutter will just jump up the
Cutter is going to shut off the Hearth Elemental, basically.
Yeah. Miyashita scoops it up.
And yeah, apparently Miyashita's seen enough. Okay, that definitely has to do it. So it looks like we are applauding players for having reached the end of Saturday. I'm applauding us for having reached the end of Saturday. I'm happy I took a nap before we started, but I'm also running out of gas. So chat, perhaps we will see you, or I will see you tomorrow, later today, however you want to parse it, in about 13 hours. Alex, thank you again. This was super fun.
Yeah. Also from me, thanks for having me once again. Also to the chat, thank you for tuning in. It was a pleasure. And I'll try to tune in tomorrow.
Yeah, please hang out. And it is definitely possible that we will see Alex again at some point on stream, especially since many of the Japan RCs have lined up with US weekends. So I need some people who are willing to get up early in Europe to
I mean, for me it's early, right? It's easy, right? Because it's just like 7 in the morning.
Yeah.
I have to get up a bit earlier than otherwise, but it's not like for you, right? You should really go to sleep now.
Yeah, and I will. So I'm going to run an ad because why not? Hashtag capitalism. And then I will cut the stream. So I wish you all a good morning / good afternoon, and I will see you later. Okay, Alex, thank you so much again.
Yeah, thank you once again, and have a good sleep.
Yeah, enjoy the rest of your day.
You too. Bye.